Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Beecher, with Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, the great American poet, Mr. Carl Sandburg, and Vincent Price as our master of ceremonies.
Thank you, Larry Elliott. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Paul Whiteman, playing the music of George Gershwin. For of all the conductors, it is Mr. Whiteman who best knows how to catch in melodic line and dynamic phrase the composer's lively music. Paul Whiteman and his orchestra in a brilliant medley of some of Gershwin's best-loved tunes. Thank you, Paul Whiteman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, standing here beside me in the studio is one of America's greatest poets, a poet of the people. He thinks the people's thoughts, he feels their feelings, and he speaks for them. He knows that they can take their medicine with sugar coating or they can take it naked and bitter. He knows they're going to take the shocking details of our next story with a cold resolve that such things must be stopped and must never happen again. Carl Sandburg, celebrated poet of America's soul and sinew and vigor, has written a new, an arresting, yes, a brutal poem about one phase of this war. He has come here to the studio to read you that poem, The Man with the Broken Fingers. Mr. Carl Sandburg.
The man with the broken fingers throws a shadow down from the spruce and evergreen mountain timbers of Norway and across Europe and the Mediterranean to the oasis palms of Libya. He lives and speaks a sign language of lost fingers. From a son of Norway who slipped the Gestapo nets, the Nazi patrols, the story comes as told among those now in Norway. Shrines in their hearts they have for this nameless man who refused to remember names. The Gestapo wanted. Tell us those names. Who are they? Talk. We want those names. And the man faced them, looked them in the eye, and hours passed, and no names came. Hours on hours and no names for the Gestapo. They told him they would break him as they had broken others. The rubber hose slammed around face and neck, the truncheon handing pain with no telltale marks. The distinction of the firing squad and death in a split second. The Gestapo considered these and decided for him something else again. Tell us those names. Who were they? Talk. Names now, or else. And no names came over and over, and no names. So they broke the little finger of the left hand. 3 fingers came next, and the left thumb bent till it broke. Still no names, and there was a day and a night for rest and thinking it over. Then again the demand for names, and he gave them the same silence. And the little finger of the right hand felt itself twisted, back and back twisted, till it hung loose from a bleeding socket. Then the 3 more fingers crashed and splintered one by one, and the right thumb back and back into shattered bone. Did he think about violins or accordions he would never touch again? Did he think of baby or woman hair he would never again play with? Or of hammers or pencils no good to him anymore? Or of gloves and mittens that would always be misfits? He may have laughed half a moment over a perfect Gestapo job. So now for a while he would handle neither knife nor fork, nor lift to his lips any drinking cup handle, nor sign his name with a pen between thumb and fingers. And all this was halfway. There was more to come. The Gestapo wit and craft had an aim. They wanted it known in Norway. The Gestapo can be terrible. They wanted a wide whispering of fear of how the Nazis handle those who won't talk or tell names. We give you one more chance to cooperate. And he had no names for them. His locked tongue, his Norwegian will pitted against Nazi will, his pride and faith in a free man's way. His welcoming death rather than do what they wanted. They brought against this their last act of fury, breaking the left arm at the elbow, breaking it again at the shoulder socket. And when he came to, in a flicker of opening eyes, they broke the right arm, first at the elbow, then the shoulder. By now, of course, he had lost all memory of names, even his own. And there are those, like you and me and many, many others, who can never forget the man with the broken fingers. His will, his pride as a free man shall go on. His shadow moves and his sacred fingers speak. He tells men there are 1,000 writhing, shattering deaths. Better to die one by one than to say yes, 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 when the answer is no, no, no. And death is welcome, and death comes soon, and death is a quiet step into a sweet, clean midnight.
How much? How much for a little finger broken on the left hand? How much for 3 more fingers? How much then for a thumb? And then the other hand? How much for an arm broken at the elbow and again at the shoulder socket? And then the other arm? How much for such a broken man? How much for 10 such? 10,000? 100,000? Speak! How much, America? How much? Will you pledge at least 10% of your salary and invest it in war savings bonds and stamps to pay the price of liberty, freedom, and democracy? No amount is too small, and no amount can be too large to pay for such a precious possession. All over the world, men have died and are dying to preserve this freedom, to assure this victory. If we are to deserve their sacrifice, we must do our parts. Are you investing your share in war savings bonds? If not, begin today. Every dollar you invest in war savings bonds and stamps, you are investing in the freedom and security of America. This is your country. How much will you pledge to keep it yours?
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in The Letter. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some stars are born to fame. Others have fame thrust upon them. Then there's a third kind, like Bette Davis. All the honors in Hollywood have come to her at one time or another. Those who judge stars by box office value place her among the leaders. Those who judge by purely artistic standards accord her the same position. She's won the Academy Award twice, and yet I doubt whether Betty has ever been completely satisfied with one of her performances. Like most great artists, she always found some detail that might be improved, but neither the box office nor the critic judge as harshly as her own instinct. Tonight, we present Bette Davis in The Letter by Somerset Maugham. She gave one of her finest performances in the Warner Brothers picture, and that was only fitting, because it was in another Maugham story called Of Human Bondage that Betty really came of age as an actress. The Letter packs the drama of a lifetime into a few weeks of love and violence and death. It's a great play for a great actress. But you'll hear more than one star performance, because Herbert Marshall will play opposite Betty in the same part he had in the picture. And our third star is Vincent Price, who makes his first appearance here tonight. When I was first connected with the theater, the audience which enjoyed a production like this was limited to the few hundred people who could crowd into a Broadway playhouse. You can picture the riot there'd be if tonight's stars were appearing on Broadway for one night only. But today, Lux Flakes has made it possible for 30 or 35 million people to hear the play at the same time, and every one of you has the best seat in the house. The soldier in New Guinea is in the third row center, right beside the banker who is listening from his Park Avenue apartment. And Lux Flakes is at work in both places, in millions of American homes and abroad, where a steel helmet may do double duty as a washtub. Here's the curtain now for the first act of The Letter, starring Bette Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. All of this happened a few years ago on the Malay Peninsula, in the days before the war. Just north of Singapore lay the great rubber plantations, kingdoms of commerce, built by natives and white men. On this particular night, in the main bungalow of one of these plantations, a light burns dimly through a shaded window. The night is hot and humid, the soft breeze heavy with the scent of flowers. A clouded moon hangs low in the sky, filtering slowly through the trees, making patterns of shimmering silver on the ground. There is deep silence. Suddenly, the door of the bungalow is flung open.
Missy, I hear a gunfire. Missy Crosby, I hear. That man, that is Mr. Hammond.
Is he dead?
I think him dead. You see him, Missy Crosby?
Do you know where the new district officer lives?
Yes, Missy.
Send someone for him at once. Say there's been an accident and Mr. Hammond's dead.
Yes, Missy.
And get word to my husband. He's out somewhere on the number 4 plantation.
Yes, Missy, I try.
Leslie, where are you? Leslie, I'm here.
Mr. Crosby?
Yeah?
I'm John Withers, the new district officer.
Where's Mrs. Crosby?
She locked herself in her room. She wouldn't see me until you came.
Huh? Excuse me. Leslie, let me in. Leslie, darling, it's Robert. Leslie, what happened?
Didn't they tell you?
They said Hammond was killed.
Is he still out there?
I had your head boy remove the body to a shed.
Leslie, what happened? Tell me.
He tried to make love to me, and I shot him.
Leslie.
Oh, Robert, I'm so glad
There,
you come.
darling, there.
Hold me tight. I'm so frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. It'll be all right. Oh, there, now, that's better.
I'll try not to do that again. Mr. Withers, I hope you'll understand. I didn't want to see anyone until my husband came.
Yes, of course, I understand, Mrs. Crosby.
Oh, Howard, come in.
I got your message in Singapore.
Howard, how nice of you to come.
Naturally, I want to be here if I can help.
Oh, you will help me. Us.
In every way I can, as your lawyer and your friend.
You're a dear.
Mr. Withers, this is Mr. Howard Joyce, my attorney.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How's Dorothy, Howard?
Oh, she's very well and anxious to see you.
Has her sister arrived from England?
Adele? Oh, yes. She came last week.
Oh.
Oh, here now. Here now. Leslie, you better be rested.
I do feel dreadful.
A murder of
Come and lie down, darling. I'll get you a drink.
I'm sorry to be so tiresome.
Nonsense. You're being very brave.
How long have you been here, Mr. Withers?
About an hour. One of the Crosby houseboys came to fetch me.
Was Hammond dead?
Oh, yes. He was just riddled with bullets.
What?
Well, here's the revolver. All 6 chambers are empty.
Here, you two. You better have a drink yourselves.
Thanks, but I'm afraid I shouldn't. I'm on duty of a sort, you know.
Well, I'll have one, Bob. You feeling any better, Leslie?
Much better, thank you.
Mrs. Crosby, I'm afraid it's my duty to ask you some questions.
Well, I think that can wait, Mr. Withers, until my wife...
Oh, it's all right, Robert. Really, I feel perfectly well now.
Then suppose you tell us, Leslie, in your own words, exactly what happened.
I'll try.
And take your time, Mrs. Crosby. Remember, we're all friends here.
You've been so patient. Well, as you know, Robert was spending the night at number 4 Plantation. Oh, I never mind being alone. A planter's wife gets used to that.
Oh, my
I
dear.
had dinner rather late, and I started working on my lace. Oh, I don't know how long I'd been working, when suddenly I heard footsteps outside, and someone came up on the veranda and said, "Good evening, can I come in?" I was startled because I hadn't heard a car drive up. "Who is it?" I asked. "Jeff Hammond." "Oh, of course," I said. "Come in and have a drink."
Were you surprised to see him?
Well, I was, rather. He hadn't been in the house for ages, had he, Robert?
3 months at least.
I told him Robert was over at the number 4 Plantation getting out a shipment or something. Wasn't that it, darling?
What did he say to that?
He said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I felt rather lonely tonight, so I thought I'd just come over and see how you were getting on." Well, I put on my spectacles again and went on with my work. We chatted about one thing and another. He asked me if Robert had heard that a tiger had been seen on the road 2 or 3 days ago. He said he thought he'd try to get it over the weekend.
Oh, yes, I know about that. Don't you remember I spoke to you about it yesterday?
Did you? Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, we went on chatting until... Well, suddenly he said something rather silly.
What?
It's hardly worth repeating. He paid me a little compliment.
I think perhaps you'd better tell us exactly what he said, Leslie.
He said, "You've got very pretty eyes. It's too bad to hide them under those ugly spectacles."
Has he ever said anything of the sort to you before?
Oh, no, never, and I thought it impertinent.
I don't wonder.
Did you answer him?
I said I didn't care a row of beans what he thought about me, but he only laughed and said, "I'm going to tell you all the same. I think you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen."
Leslie.
Let her finish, Bob.
Well, in that case, I said, "I can only think you half-witted." He laughed again and moved his chair up closer.
But, Mrs. Crosby, I wonder you didn't throw him out there and then.
Well, I didn't want to make a fuss. I think a woman only makes a perfect fool of herself if she makes a scene every time a man pays her a compliment.
When did you first suspect that Hammond was serious?
The next thing he said. He looked at me straight in the face, and he said, "Don't you know that I'm awfully in love with you?"
Swine.
Were you surprised?
Of course I was surprised. Well, we've known him for 7 years, Robert, and he's never paid me the smallest attention. Why, I didn't suppose he even knew what color my eyes were.
We haven't seen very much of him the last few years.
Yes. Go on, Leslie.
Well, he helped himself to another whiskey and soda. I began to wonder if he'd been drinking before. "I wouldn't drink any more if I were you," I said. He emptied his glass and asked me in a funny, abrupt way, "You think I'm talking to you like this because I'm drunk?" I said, "That's the most obvious explanation, isn't it?" Oh, it's awful having to tell you all this. I'm so ashamed.
I wish there was some way we could spare you, Mrs. Crosby.
Leslie, it's for your own good that we know the facts, all you can remember of them.
Very well. I'll tell you the rest. I got up from my chair. I was standing in front of the table about here. He rose and stood in front of me. "Good night," I said. But he just looked at me, and his eyes were all funny. "I'm not going," he said. Well, then I began to lose my temper. "You poor fool. Don't you know I've never loved anyone but Robert? And even if I didn't love Robert, you're the last man I should care for." He answered, "Robert's away." Well, that was the last straw. Oh, I wasn't frightened, just angry. "If you don't go away this minute," I told him, "I'll call the boys and have you thrown out." I walked past him to call the boys, and he took hold of my arm and swung me back. Oh, I screamed as loud as I could. He flung his arms about me and began to kiss me. I struggled to tear myself away from him. Oh, he seemed like a madman. He kept talking and talking, saying he loved me. Oh, it's horrible. I can't go on.
I'm very sorry, Leslie, but we'll have to know the rest.
Well, he lifted me in his arms. I struggled to get free, but he was too strong. He started to carry me, and then he stumbled on those steps, and I got away from him. Suddenly, I remembered Robert's revolver in the drawer of that chest. He got up, but I reached it before he caught me. Oh, it was all instinctive. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't even know I'd fired. I heard a report and saw him lurch toward the door. I followed him out to the veranda. He staggered across the porch and fell down the steps. I don't remember anything more, just the reports, one after another, until there was a funny little click, and the revolver was empty. And suddenly I looked down and saw him lying there, lying in the moonlight. It was only then that I knew what I'd done.
My poor darling.
Mrs. Crosby, may I say I think you behaved magnificently? I'm terribly sorry we had to put you to the ordeal of telling us all this.
Well, you were all very kind.
It's quite obvious the man only got what he deserved.
Withers, if you'll come with me, I'd like to see the body for a minute.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'll take you to the shed.
We'll only be a few minutes.
My poor child.
Oh, Robert, what have I done?
You've done what any woman would have done in your place. Only 9/10 of them wouldn't have had the courage.
And yet I'd give almost anything if I could bring him back to life. So horrible to think that I killed him.
Leslie, why, there isn't a man or a woman in the colony who won't be proud to know you.
Darling, we have been happy, haven't we?
You've been the best wife a man could have. I'm grateful for all the time we've been together.
Oh, Robert, don't say it that way. It sounds so in the past.
Oh, nonsense. We've got most of our lives ahead of us. Oh, if only there was something I could do to help you right now.
You can love me. That's all I need.
I've always loved you.
Yes, but now.
Leslie, darling, if I could love you any more, I would now.
Robert. You'll have to be very indulgent towards my cooking, gentlemen. I can't vouch for it.
Well, I can and will.
Funny. The head boy running off tonight.
Yeah, it is odd.
Well, he couldn't have done any better than this, my dear. It's delicious.
It certainly is.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think we should start for Singapore as soon as we're finished.
Right away.
It's still dark, Howard.
It'll be 8 o'clock by the time we get there. We'll ring the Attorney General and find out when we can see him. I think that's the first thing to do, don't you, Withers?
Yes, I think that's the best thing to do.
Would I have to be arrested?
Well, you see, Mrs. Crosby, as a matter of fact,
I think you're by way of being under arrest now.
It's purely a matter of form, Mrs. Crosby.
Shall I be imprisoned?
Well, that's up to the Attorney General. But it's quite possible he'll be able to accept bail.
He's a very good fellow, and I'm sure he'll do everything he can.
How do you mean, be able to accept bail?
Well, my dear, it depends on what the charge is.
What do you mean by that?
I think it not unlikely that he'll say that only one charge is possible, and in that case, well, I'm afraid that an application for bail would be useless.
What charge?
Murder.
Leslie.
Oh, I'm quite all right. More coffee, dear.
No. As a matter of fact, if we're going to leave, I'd better put a few things together. I won't be long.
Let me do it, Robert.
No, don't bother, dear.
Oh, Leslie,
Yes?
there's just one question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, what is it, Howard?
Just before, when I was looking at Hammond's body,
Oh, yes?
it seemed to me that some of the shots must have been fired after he was lying on the ground.
I'm afraid it sounds very cold-blooded. But I was so terrified I didn't know what I was doing. Everything was confused and blurred.
Well, there, Leslie, I shouldn't even have brought it up tonight. Put it out of your mind. Come in. Well, Longchi?
Mr. Crosby to see you, sir.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Mr. Crosby.
Thanks.
Hello, Bob.
Howard, how is she? Have you seen her?
If I can be of any assistance, sir, I shall remain within call.
Not at the moment, Ong, thanks. Ong has been a great help on the case. He finds out everything. He's the perfect confidential clerk.
I tried to catch her at the house. I had to see you, Howard.
Needn't hesitate about coming to the office, Bob. You know you're always welcome.
How is everything?
Everything's fine. In fact, Leslie's much better than you. She hasn't turned a hair.
She's worth 10 of me. I don't mind confessing I'm all in. The first time we've been separated for more than a day since we were married.
Oh, you mustn't let yourself go to pieces, old man.
I've tried to work, but it's no good. Your estate can go to blazes for all I care. I hate the house and every tree on the place.
Well, then why not stay in town with us? Dorothy's for it, and so am I.
thanks. I think I will. I won't be so lonely.
Oh, you'd better get some sleep before you see Leslie. You don't want her to have to cheer you up.
She's a plucky woman. It's monstrous they should have to keep her in that filthy prison all this time.
They had no choice. Anyway, it's only a week now before the trial.
Well, the whole thing's a farce. Why subject her to the ordeal of a trial?
Because she admitted killing a man. A trial is inevitable.
She shot him as she would have shot a mad dog.
You don't have to convince me, Robert. You know, it's curious Hammond was able to keep his life so hidden. That gambling house he owned, and especially the Eurasian woman.
Will she be one of the witnesses?
And I shan't call her. I'll just produce evidence that Hammond was married to her.
He managed to keep that marriage a secret, too. Oh, I know you're busy, Howard. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
Oh, nonsense. Now stop worrying. That's your lawyer's job.
All right, thanks, old man. I'll see you up at the house.
Yes?
Mr. Joyce.
Well, Long?
If you are not too busy, sir, may I trouble you for a few words in private conversation?
No trouble at all.
It has to do with the case of the Crown versus Crosby.
Yes?
A friend has brought me information, sir, that there is a letter from the defendant to the unfortunate victim of the tragedy.
Well, that's not surprising. In the course of 7 years, I have no doubt that Mrs. Crosby often had occasion to write to Mr. Hammond.
But the letter, sir, was written on the day of his death.
Well?
You will recall that Mrs. Crosby had stated that until the fatal night, she had had no communication with the deceased for several weeks. This letter indicates that her statement is not in every respect accurate.
Have you seen the letter?
I have with me a copy, sir. The original is in the possession of a woman who happens to be the widow of Mr. Hammond, deceased.
May I read it?
Oh, certainly, sir. Of course, as I said, this is but a copy. Can you understand it, sir?
Perfectly. Ong, it's inconceivable that Mrs. Crosby should have written such a letter.
May I suggest, sir, that it would be well to make sure, since my friend is of the opinion that the letter would be of some interest to the prosecutor.
I'm obliged to you, Ong. I'll give the matter my consideration.
Very good, sir. Do you wish me to communicate that to my friend?
It might be well if you kept in touch with him.
Yes, sir. It might be very well.
You may stay in the visiting room as long as you want, Mrs. Crosby. The warden's orders.
That's very nice of him. Thank you. Howard, how good of you to come. I wasn't expecting you today.
Good morning, Leslie. You're looking very well.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, the trial's only 5 days off now.
I know. Each morning when I awake, I say to myself, 1 day less. Just like I used to at school with the holidays coming.
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me, Howard. The time has really passed quite quickly. I've read a great deal and worked on my lace. But I will confess something to you, Howard. I'm not looking forward to testifying in court.
Leslie, one of the things that it's impressed me is that each time you've told your story, you've told it in exactly the same words. You've never varied a hair's breadth.
And what does that suggest to your legal mind?
Well, it suggests either that you have an extraordinary memory or that you're telling the plain, unvarnished truth.
I'm afraid I have a very poor memory.
Leslie, I suppose I'm right in thinking that you had no communication with Hammond for several weeks before the catastrophe.
Oh, quite. I'm positive of that. Let's see. Well, the last time we met was at a tennis party at the McFarrans'. I don't think I said more than 2 words to him.
And you hadn't written to him?
Oh, no.
At one time, you'd been on fairly intimate terms with him. How did it happen that you stopped asking him to anything?
Well, we hadn't anything much in common. He was very popular, you know, and, well, there didn't seem to be any need to shower him with invitations.
Are you quite certain that was all?
Well, I may as well tell you. We heard about his wife. And once, just by chance, I actually saw her.
Oh, well, you never mentioned that. What was she like?
Horrible. Covered with gold chains and bangles and bracelets. And a face like a mask.
And it was after you knew about her that you stopped having anything to do with Hammond.
Yes.
Leslie, I think I should tell you that there is in existence a letter in your handwriting from you to Jeff Hammond.
Well, I've often sent him little notes to ask him something or other.
This letter asked him to come and see you because Robert was going to be away.
Oh, but that's impossible. I never did anything of the kind.
Here, you'd better read it for yourself.
This is not my handwriting.
I know that. It's said to be an exact copy of one written on the day of Hammond's death. Well, Leslie?
What does it mean?
That's for you to say, Leslie.
I didn't write it. I swear I didn't write
The
it.
original is in your handwriting. It would be useless to deny it.
But it could be a forgery.
It would be difficult to prove that, Leslie. It would be very easy to prove that it was genuine.
Well, it's not dated. It might have been written years ago. Oh, if you'll just give me a little time, I'll try to remember.
Leslie, the prosecution could cross-examine your houseboys. They would soon find out whether someone took a letter to Hammond on the day of his death.
I swear to you, I did not write this letter.
Very well. And there's nothing further to talk about. I'll be going.
Howard! Howard, wait a minute. I did write it. But you see, I was afraid to mention it. I thought none of you'd believe my story if I admitted that he'd come there at my invitation.
Go on.
You see, I was preparing a surprise for Robert's birthday. I knew he wanted a new gun, and, I'm so dreadfully stupid about sporting things. I thought I'd talk to Jeff about it and get him to order it for me.
Perhaps you've forgotten what's in the letter. Will you have another look at it?
No, I don't want to.
Then let me read it to you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. I'm desperate, and if you don't come, I won't answer for the consequences. Don't drive up to the door. Leslie, I'll have to talk to you very plainly. I told Robert today that I was certain of your acquittal. And I didn't say that just to cheer him up. I don't believe the jury would have retired at all. But this letter alters the case completely. I won't tell you what I personally thought when I read the letter. The duty of counsel is to defend his client and not to convict her, even in his own mind. I don't want you to tell me anything but what is needed to save your neck.
Oh.
They can prove Hammond came to your house at your urgent invitation. I don't know what else they can prove, Leslie, but if the jury comes to the conclusion that you didn't kill Hammond in self-defense...
I know that...
Leslie! Matron, quickly!
Yes, sir?
Call the nurse. Mrs. Crosby is ill.
While we wait for Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price to return with Mr. DeMille for Act 2 of The Letter, do you remember this tune?
It's a song I've always liked. Remember? Night and day, you're the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Isn't that what every woman would like to hear? And she can hear it if she's the charming person she's meant to be. And don't think you must be a great beauty to be charming. Don't you know women who aren't beautiful or even pretty, yet their whole being draws you to them. They're warm and gay. Yes, aren't they always very dainty, flower fresh and immaculate? And isn't that the picture in your mind when I speak of Lux girls? They go together, Lux and daintiness. Yes, because these gentle Lux flakes make this appealing quality so very, very easy to have. We women are busy. Oh, yes, there's so much to do these days. But all the more reason to remember Lux. It's so quick. That dainty habit of dipping under things daily in Lux, a little thing seemingly, but a major part of charm. So let's never be too busy to use Lux Fake Flakes for undies each day. The ABC of charm is Lux. Then you're sure to hear from the one you want most to hear it from. Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Letter, starring Betty Davis as Leslie, Herbert Marshall as Robert Crosby, and Vincent Price as Howard Joyce. In that split fraction of a moment, before her mind slipped into blackness, Leslie Crosby realized that the letter she had written to Jeff Hammond was damning evidence. Evidence enough to hang her. Now, a few minutes later, in the first aid room of the prison hospital, she leans wearily back in a chair, her eyes half closed.
I'm afraid I've made rather a mess of things.
I'm sorry.
For Robert, not for me. You've distrusted me from the beginning, Howard.
That's neither here nor there, Leslie.
Who's got the letter now?
The Eurasian woman who was Hammond's wife.
Oh. Howard, are you going to let me be hanged?
What do you mean by that, Leslie?
You could get hold of the letter.
Do you think it's so easy to do away with unwelcome evidence?
But surely nothing would have been said to you if the owner wasn't prepared to sell it.
That's quite true. But I'm not prepared to buy it.
Oh, but it wouldn't be your money. Robert has saved some.
I wasn't thinking of the money. I don't know if you will understand this, Leslie, but I've always thought of myself as an honest man. You're asking me to do something which is no different from suborning a witness.
Do you mean to say that you can save me and you won't? What harm have I ever done you? You can't be so cruel.
I want to do my best for you, Leslie. But a lawyer has a duty to his profession and to himself. I can't do what you ask.
Oh, poor Robert. He doesn't deserve it. He's never hurt anyone in his life. He's so kind and simple and good. And he trusts me so. I mean everything to him, everything in the world. And this will ruin his life. Oh, I know what you're thinking. You despise me. You think he's well rid of me if they do hang me.
It isn't important what I feel about you. Do you understand? But I'm going to do what I can.
Oh, Howard.
Bob will want to know what the money's for.
Will it be a very large sum?
Well, I imagine this woman has a pretty shrewd idea of the letter's value.
You won't have to show Robert the letter, will you?
I'll do everything possible to prevent it. He'll be an important witness, and he should be as firmly convinced of your innocence as he is now.
And after the trial?
I'm going to try to save your life.
Oh, if Robert loses his trust in me, he loses everything.
It's strange that a man can live with a woman for 10 years and not know the first thing about her. You say your friend could be induced to part with the letter?
I believe so, sir. But my friend has not got the letter, sir. The woman has it. She did not know the value of it till my friend told her.
What value did he put on it?
$10,000, sir.
Only 10,000? Well, why not 50 or 100?
For the reason, sir, that Mr. Crosby has in the bank a savings account in the amount of only $10,450.
$10,000 is a good deal of money, Ong. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Crosby. Have the woman come to my office.
I was about to mention, sir. She made 2 conditions. She insists that the money shall be brought to her. I can take you to the house whenever you are ready.
What is the other condition?
That Mrs. Crosby shall bring it to her personally.
Why, you must be mad. Great heavens, man. Do you suppose Mrs. Crosby can just walk out of a prison cell whenever she feels like it?
My friend thinks you could arrange to have her stay at your house until the trial. I believe the judge will permit it if you are responsible for her, sir.
Very well. Ong, tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What are you getting out of this?
$2,000, sir, and the satisfaction of being of service to you and our client.
Sit down, Howard. I've taken the liberty of ordering for you.
Oh, thanks. You're looking more cheerful, Bob.
I feel better since this morning. I guess you finally convinced me we have nothing to worry about.
Well, as a matter of fact, Bob, something has come up. Oh, it's nothing very much, but I thought I'd better have a talk with you about it.
Yes?
Well, it seems Leslie wrote a letter to Hammond asking him to come to the bungalow on the night he was killed.
Why, that's impossible. You heard her say she'd had no communication with him for weeks before it happened.
Nevertheless, she did write the letter. She wanted his advice on something she was buying you for your birthday. Your birthday was about then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was the end of April.
In the excitement, she forgot the letter at the time and then later was afraid to say she'd made a mistake.
But that's not like Leslie. She isn't afraid of anything.
This was a pretty serious mistake, and she realized it.
Who has the letter?
Hammond's widow. She threatens to turn it over to the prosecution.
Well, what if she does? Leslie can explain it in court just as she explained it to you.
Yes, but don't you see, it might alter things a good deal in the minds of the jury if Hammond came to your home by invitation.
Well, what's to be done about it?
I think we must get hold of that letter. I want you to authorize me to buy it.
I'll do whatever you think is right. All right, buy the letter. I'll pay you back whatever it costs.
Good. Now put the matter out of your mind. Oh, by the way, Leslie will be at the house tonight. I've arranged to have her released pending trial.
Leslie, don't tell me that's the same lace I saw you working on at the McFerrins. How can you go so fast?
Well, I hadn't anything much else to do this past month.
What's it going to be? It's too fine for a tablecloth, surely.
It's a coverlet for our bed.
Oh, Dorothy, Leslie and I have some work to do this evening. Look here, Robert. Why don't you take the girls to a picture?
Well, it won't take all evening, will it, Howard?
Well, there's a lot to go over. No use you three hanging around. You'd much better see a good film.
Yes, go ahead, darling. It'll take your mind off tomorrow. I want you to.
All right, then. I'll bring the car around.
Oh, come on, Adele. I can see the legal mind is anxious to get rid of us.
Good night, Leslie.
Good night. Where do we have to go?
The Chinese Quarter. Some sort of shop, I believe.
I've always wanted to see the Chinese Quarter. I hear it's a bit creepy. Of course, I'd have chosen other circumstances for a visit.
Be flippant about your own crimes if you like, but don't be flippant about mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Howard. I didn't mean to be flippant. Really, I didn't.
Maybe it's my own sense of guilt. I have an unpleasant feeling that I'll have to pay the piper for what I'm doing tonight. I'm jeopardizing my whole career, and I have to rely on your discretion.
Whatever else I am, I'm not ungrateful.
Please forget what I said. Leslie, when did you first start doing that lace work?
Oh, a few years ago.
How did you happen to take it up?
I wanted something to do, and it appealed to me.
But it must take enormous concentration and patience.
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
Is that a legal question?
You're not an ordinary client, Leslie.
You've been watching me, Howard. I felt it all evening. Trying to read my thoughts.
I'm trying to understand you.
Why? Because I'm so evil. That's it, isn't it?
Some time ago, I saw a volcano erupt. An island south of here, Guadi. It had been dormant for years. And then suddenly the crest blew off. It was terrifying and beautiful. Fire turned the sky and the sea crimson. And 3 villages melted into ashes. Well, it's time we were starting. Ong Chi will be waiting for us.
Come in, please, come in. This is the shop of my friend. If you will wait here, I shall return in just a moment.
Well, let's not be too long about it, Ong.
I will speak to the lady at once, sir.
They seem to have a little of everything to sell here.
Yes, most of these shops do.
That looks like good jade. And this dagger. See the workmanship on the ivory handle? Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits 2 crimes. One against himself. Will you follow me, please? The lady will see you now.
Oh, where is she? You said she'd be here.
She is coming, sir.
Well, what is she standing there for? Ask her if she has the letter.
Yes, sir. 那个风是系什么风凶？
Gilgen nuyen twigamo.
How munque?
Gil twigamo.
Mrs. Crosby, I regret, but the veil that you wear over your head, Mrs. Hammond requests that you remove it.
Of course.
Gil hang lai nishi.
Mrs. Crosby, Mrs. Hammond has a further request. She wishes you to walk over to her.
Now, look here. Tell her this is enough.
Howard, it's all right. I don't mind.
Ne seng oi fangsun. Ne nung gim hega. Heyunga deha.
What does she say?
Mrs. Hammond say you may have the letter if you will pick it up at her feet.
Thank you.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The prisoner will please rise and look upon the jury. Do you find the prisoner at the bar, Leslie Crosby, guilty or not guilty?
We find the defendant not guilty.
And from that day on, I made a solemn vow that I wouldn't make another cocktail until Leslie was acquitted. So if these aren't up to my usual high standards, remember, I'm out of practice.
Oh, Dorothy, darling, they're wonderful and never been better.
Robert Crosby, right now you wouldn't know what you were drinking.
I guess that's right. I can't taste or think or feel. All I can do is keep saying to myself over and over, Leslie's safe.
Darling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, anyone planning to bathe, shower, or sponge before dinner should be getting at it.
Well, a shower for me.
Oh, I've laid out some things for you, Leslie.
Thank you. Darling, I'm going to tidy myself up a bit.
No, don't go, Leslie.
I shan't be a minute.
Well, there's something I particularly want to talk to you about. And, Howard, I want to see you, too. I want your legal opinion.
Oh, you do? Oh, what's up?
Well, I want to get Leslie away from here as quickly as possible.
Well, I think a bit of a holiday would do you both good.
No, I mean for good.
But how could we?
Well, you can't very well throw up your job.
Well, I've got something in view that's much better. It's in Sumatra. We'd be away from everybody, and the only people around us would be Dutch. We'd start a new life. The only thing is that you'll be awfully lonely, darling, at the start.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. I'd like to go, Robert. I don't want to stay here.
That settles it, then. I'll go straight ahead and we can fix things up at once.
Is the money as good as here?
Well, I hope it'll be better. At all events, I'll be working for myself and not for a company in London.
What do you mean?
Why should I go on sweating my life out for other people? This plantation belongs to a Malacca Chinese planter who's in financial difficulties, and he's willing to let it go for $30,000 if he can get the money the day after tomorrow.
Well, how on earth are you going to raise $30,000, Bob?
Well, I've saved about 10, and the bank is willing to let me have the balance on mortgage.
Robert, darling, I shouldn't like you to take such a risk on my account. I'll be perfectly all right here. Really, I shall.
Nonsense, darling. You just said you wanted to go.
But I'm not sure it wouldn't be a mistake to run away. Everyone's been so kind, and they'll all help to make it easy for us. I do think the thing to do is to stick it out here.
Anyhow, Bob, it's not a thing you want to rush into. Let's wait and see.
Why should I wait? It's a good thing, and I don't want to lose it. Look, I've got all the papers in my briefcase. I'll go and get them, and you can see for yourself. And I have a couple of photographs of the bungalow to show Leslie.
I don't want to see them. Please, Robert.
Oh, now, come, darling. That's just nerves. That shows how necessary it is for you to get away.
But, Robert,
Leslie, darling, in this case, you must let me have my own way. I won't be a minute.
Howard, what are you going to do?
What can I do?
Oh, don't tell him now. I can't bear any more.
You heard what he said, Leslie. He wants the money at once to buy the estate. He can't. He hasn't got it.
Oh, give me a little time. I'll pay it back.
Leslie, I can't afford to let you have a sum like that. I've mortgaged everything I own. I was glad to advance it, but
Where is the letter?
I have it in my pocket.
Oh, it will break his heart. What shall I do?
I don't know, Leslie. If I tell him, he'll want to see the letter, of course.
Here we are.
Well, he's coming. It's up to you, Leslie.
Oh, tell him. Tell him and have done with it.
Mr. DeMille presents Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price in the final act of The Letter in a moment. Right now, we have a special guest to tell you not about Lux Flakes, but about our boys who have been dishing it out to the Japs, and taking it, too. She's Lieutenant Leda Jelinek, an Army nurse stationed at Birmingham General Hospital at Van Nuys, California. I suppose you're quite busy these days, Lieutenant Jelinek.
Yes. Many of the casualties from our Pacific campaigns come back here. Boys who've been in tough battles. But they're on the road to recovery now. You know, about 97% of our wounded men live to tell the stories of their adventures.
That's certainly a high percentage.
Thanks to the quick treatment they get. Drugs administered right on the field give a man a fighting chance even before he gets to the hospital. And that's why I'm here tonight. I want to say thank you to you women of America for the used fats you saved. Fats that help make many of those medicines. Things like sulfa ointments, opiates, and tannic acid for burns. Your used kitchen fats are made into hundreds of military medicines we use every day. We need them desperately now, and will continue to need even more as we carry the attack to the enemy. So, please, keep right on saving used fats and turning them in. The medicines they make will help bring these boys back alive.
Thank you, Lieutenant Leda Jelinek. Yes, ladies, every drop of grease from your frying pan or broiler will help make more of those life-saving medicines. So put aside a tin can of any size or shape, never use glass, and pour in every drop of used fat. Don't throw out even a spoonful, no matter how burned or black or smelly it is. Just a tablespoonful a day will add up to a pound a month. And your butcher will give you 2 meat ration points for each pound, as well as 4 cents when you turn it in. Within 3 weeks, it will be ready to be made into life-saving drugs. Remember, your used kitchen fats may save a wounded man's life. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll ask Betty Davis about a certain special hobby of hers. But now here's the curtain for the third act of The Letter, starring Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price. Robert Crosby has returned to the room, his thoughts full of plans for the purchase of the new plantation. In silence, Leslie and Joyce watch Robert, who is brimming over with enthusiasm as he arranges the papers on his desk.
This is really a handsome estate. We'll be stealing it for $30,000.
Bob, I don't like to throw cold water on your plans, but hasn't it struck you that the costs of what we've been through will be pretty heavy?
Costs? Oh, yes, the legal expenses.
Oh, no, I'm not going to charge you anything for my own services. But there are certain out-of-pocket expenses.
Oh, that's awfully decent of you. I'm not sure I can accept that. But what do these other expenses amount to?
Well, the principal item is that letter of Leslie's I mentioned to you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. You were going to...
I had to pay a great deal of money for it.
Well, if you thought it necessary, I'm not going to grouse. How much was it?
$10,000.
$10,000? Why, you must have been mad.
You may be quite sure, Bob, I wouldn't have given that if I could have got it for less.
But that's every cent I have in the world. Why didn't you let them bring the letter in and explain it to the jury?
I didn't dare.
Do you mean it was absolutely necessary to suppress it?
If you wanted Leslie acquitted.
But what was there in the letter?
I told you at the time.
It was very stupid of me, Robert.
I remember now. You wrote to Hammond to ask him to come to the bungalow.
Yes.
You wanted to get something for me, didn't you?
Yes, I wanted to get you a gun. He knew all about that sort of thing, and you know how ignorant I am.
Buying that letter was a criminal offense, wasn't it?
Well, it's not the sort of thing a respectable lawyer does in the ordinary way of business.
It was a criminal offense.
Yes, it was. I might be disbarred for it.
Then why did you do it? You of all people. What were you trying to save me from? Leslie, you knew I was buying a gun from Cameron. Why did you want to make me a present of another?
Well, how should I know you were going to buy a gun?
Because I told you.
Well, I'd forgotten. I can't remember everything.
You hadn't forgotten that.
What do you mean, Robert? Why are you talking to me like this?
Who has the letter now?
I have.
Where is it?
Bob, it's not your letter or mine.
I've got to pay $10,000 for that letter. I'm going to see it.
Let him see it.
Thank you. Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you. What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No, you couldn't.
We'd been in love for years.
It's not true.
I used to meet him constantly, once or twice a week. Every time we met, I hated myself for it. It was horrible. I loathed myself. I was like a person who was ill. Then came a time about a year ago when he began to change toward me. Oh, I didn't know what was the matter. I was frantic. I made scenes. I threw myself at his feet.
Leslie.
Then I heard about that native woman. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. At last I saw her. I saw her walking in the village with those hideous spangles and that chalky face, and her eyes like a cobra's eyes. I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. You've read the letter. Oh, we'd always been so careful about writing before, but this time I didn't care. I hadn't seen him for 10 days. He came, and I told him I knew about his marriage. Oh, at first he denied it. I was frantic. I don't know what I said to him. I hated him because he'd made me despise myself. I insulted him. I cursed him. At last he turned on me. He told me he was sick and tired of me, that it was true about the other woman, that she was the only one who really meant anything to him. He said he was glad I knew, because now I'd leave him alone. I knew that if he went out that door, I'd never see him again. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. He gave a cry, and I saw it hit him. I ran after him, and I fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. That's what happened. And I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live.
How could you do this? How could you? I'm sorry, I shouldn't let myself go. I've got to think.
Leslie,
Well,
he's going to forgive you.
yes. He's going to forgive me.
And the fifth couple are the Prescotts.
Oh, yes, Robert's told me about them.
Oh, you'll adore them, Leslie. Well, now, both of you get a good sleep because it'll be a late party. Good night.
Good night, Dorothy.
Night.
It's lucky you brought your dinner coat, Robert. You hardly fit in one of Howard's. Now, let's see what else you'll need. Oh, well, how about your studs? They're probably still in the bureau at home.
Home.
Robert, it's no use, is it? We can't make it go, can we?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Robert, you're so kind and so generous. You should have had the sort of wife you really deserve. Through no fault of yours. I've failed you. Wrecked your life. I can't ask you to forgive me.
If you love a person, you can forgive anything. But what about you? Can you go on?
I'll try. I'll really try.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'll do everything to make you happy. Everything in my power.
That isn't enough. Unless... Leslie, now, this minute... Do you love me?
Yes, I do.
Kiss me, then. Kiss me as if...
Robert. No. No, I can't. I can't.
Leslie,
I can't.
tell me, Leslie, what is it?
With all my heart, I still love the man I killed.
Leslie, let me in. My dear, they're all waiting for you. This is your party, you know.
I'm sorry, Dorothy. I took rather long to dress.
Why, Leslie, isn't that your lace work?
Yes.
Were you working on it just now?
A little. I'm anxious to finish it.
Oh, Leslie, please come downstairs.
Of course, dear. In a few minutes.
Very well.
When did you first start doing that lace work, Leslie?
I find it soothing.
You mean it takes your mind off other things?
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him. At last he turned on me. He was sick and tired of me. She was the only one who meant anything to him. She was the only one. I hardly know what happened. I seized the revolver and fired. Fired and fired and fired until there were no more cartridges. I have no excuse for myself. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to... Who's up there? Who is it? You, I see you there.
Mrs. Crosby.
Come here. What are you doing out there?
I no want to come. She make me come. She tell me I come here.
She?
Missy Hammond, she tell me I come here. Bring dagger. Leave it outside window.
Of course. Mrs. Hammond.
Dagger, Missy. She bring dagger to you.
She's here, then?
Yes, Missy Hammond on path by gate. You no go in garden, Missy Crosby. She kill you. She wait there. That is what dagger mean. She kill you, you go in garden. Missy, you no tell police I come? Missy, you no tell police I come?
Dagger, see the workmanship on the ivory handle. Imagine all that on a knife.
He who kills with an unworthy tool commits two crimes, one against himself.
I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live. I don't deserve to live.
Leslie.
Leslie.
Yes?
Leslie, you've got to do something about Robert. He's acting very strangely.
What is it?
I don't know. At first I thought he was drunk, but it's worse than that.
I'll be right down.
But where will you ship from, Crosby?
Oh, it's near a good harbor, only 5-6 miles away. And I can ship my rubber for less money, or to get ahead fast. In 10-15 years, I can live in London, travel, do anything I please.
Robert, will you come with me, darling, please?
Not now, darling. Maybe later. I'm telling the boys about my new plantation.
Sounds like quite a place.
Of course, we'll miss Singapore. Our friends are here, and we've had some mighty fine times. No English people in that part of Sumatra, only Dutch and natives. Going to be a little lonely at first, maybe, but we'll get used to it.
Robert.
There'll just be the two of us. But my wife's a good sport. Always can count on her. She's not afraid of anything. And we'll have each other. That's the important thing.
Stop it. I can't stand anymore. I can't stand it.
Give me a drink. I want a drink.
Where's Leslie?
She ran out into the garden.
Garden. Oh, I'll find her.
No, let her alone. There's nothing you can do for her.
You no go in garden. She kill you. You go in garden, Missy.
See the workmanship on the ivory handle.
She kill you.
I couldn't give him up. I sent for him.
Robert will be away. I absolutely must see you.
I couldn't give him up.
What does this mean?
It means that I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
That's not true.
It means I was in love with Jeff Hammond.
No.
We'd been in love for years. Been in love for years. We'd been in love for years.
Mr. Crosby, go back. Go back.
Oh!
You killed her. You killed her.
Kui Ying say.
Who is that? Don't move.
The police. The police.
Don't move. I will shoot. What do you do here?
I do nothing. I tell her no go into garden. I tell her.
This woman, she is dead.
Kui Ying go say. Ingadas se kui.
She kill her. It was right. She'd die.
Leslie! Leslie! Leslie!
Our stars will return for a curtain call in just a moment. Meantime, we take you to a home, almost anywhere, and a mother who might be almost anyone. Mrs. Thompson is in her kitchen, and she's getting ready to do her dinner dishes.
There, all scraped and rinsed. Now, why, that's funny. I know it was here when I did the luncheon dishes. Now, where did I put it? Not on the table. The closet. I know I haven't used it all. A box lasts me practically a month. Well, I suppose I could use the laundry soap, but it takes forever to make suds. Besides, it's hard on my hands. Alice! Oh, Alice! You know what happened to the box of Lux Flakes I keep here on the drain board? Oh, well, you bring it right down this minute. I need it for the dishes. Well, do your sweater later, dear. I have to have it now. Yes, I'll have to get a box for the bathroom when I go to the store tomorrow. The man said he expected more this week. I hate to be caught without Lux. I know what those strong soaps do to my hands.
Women everywhere say that once you've used Lux for dishes, you'll never want to use a strong soap again. Lux leaves hands so soft and lovely. Even if they're red and rough from using harsh soaps, just changing to gentle Lux Flakes will take away that dishpan look, make them smooth and attractive again. And Lux is thrifty. You can change dishpan hands to Lux hands for less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
A curtain call is one of the oldest traditions in the theater. I don't believe it's ever been better earned than tonight. And coming back to the footlights now are Betty Davis, Herbert Marshall, and Vincent Price.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. I'd like to thank all the people in the cast for their excellent work tonight.
Now, to most of us, Betty, your name stands for fine artistry in the theater. But I think that when this war is over, many, many thousands of soldiers will remember you for another reason.
That being the Hollywood canteen which Betty started.
I've seen the canteen in action, and it's a very fine thing to be remembered for.
So that we can keep the record straight, let's give credit to the right people. There were really more than 6,000 who worked together in a team to make the canteen possible.
I still say you coached that team, Betty. How many boys have visited the canteen, Betty?
Well, I believe about 1.5 million, Vincent, many of whom greatly admired Bart Marshall's work as a busboy.
You know, I've often wondered what the fellows talk about when they wander over to the snack bar to see you or Irene Dunn or Eddie Lamar.
Well, I remember one boy who paid me a very nice compliment. "Hiya, Rosie," he said. "I can't stand you on the screen, but you're certainly sweetness and light around here."
Well, that's quite a tribute to your acting, Betty.
Have you picked a play for next week yet, Mr. DeMille?
Yes. And it's a roaring drama of the West. Republic's current screen hit, In Old Oklahoma. And our stars will be Roy Rogers, Martha Scott, and Albert Decker. It's the story of a girl and a cowboy who discover romance as well as oil in the rich land of Oklahoma. And besides a thrilling drama, we'll also have the songs of Hollywood's great cowboy star, Roy Rogers.
Very exciting evening, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Any theater should be thankful for players like you three. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in Old Oklahoma. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This week, all America salutes those women who are working in war-useful jobs. Women must get into the war with their hands as well as their hearts, until victory is finally won. Betty Davis has just finished the picture Mrs. Skeffington at Warner Brothers and is currently seen in Old Acquaintance. Herbert Marshall appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Vincent Price is currently seen in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Song of Bernadette. The Warner Brothers screenplay of The Letter was written by Howard Koch. Heard in tonight's play were Charlie Lung as Ong Chi, Bea Benaderet as Chinese Woman, Richard Davis as Withers, and Frederick Warlock, Alex Javier, Regina Wallace, Paula Winslow, Joe Gilbert, Eric Snowden, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Martha Scott, Roy Rogers, and Albert Decker in the play In Old Oklahoma.
Listen, everybody. Free vitamins for you and every member of your family. Your druggist will hand you a regular 50-cent package of famous Vims free with every large economy-sized Vims you buy. A $2.25 value for $1.69. Remember, Vims are vitamin complete. Have vitally needed minerals, too. Complete satisfaction with Vims or your money back. The offer is limited, so hurry to your druggist. Don't wait. Get your free Vims. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley. Greetings
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Of all forms of entertainment designed to hold an audience in rapt attention, none has ever surpassed the murder mystery in excitement, drama, and suspense. And tonight, we bring you one of the more thrilling mysteries to reach the screen this season. Universal International's current hit, The Web, with three of its original fine stars, Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. And with enchanting Ella Raines in the cast, you'll gather that tonight's play, in addition to its other spine-tingling ingredients, has more than a suspicion of romance. And speaking of romance, during the filming of The Web, Ella Raines herself became a bride and settled down to happy married life. Between pictures, that is. She assures me that when it comes to household management, a good supply of Lux Flakes is a wonderful help in washing fine fabrics and keeping tableware and silver sparkling clean. Well, I'm sure that many other young brides in our audience have discovered the same thing and thank their lucky stars for Lux Flakes on the pantry shelf. Here's Act One of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. New York City. Two men, complete strangers to each other, are determined to see a certain Mr. Andrew Colby. One of them, elderly, haggard, has just stepped off a train in Grand Central Station.
Father. Oh, Father. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right, Martha.
You should have let me come up to meet you.
To see me get out of prison? It's not a sight I'd want you to remember.
You're free now, Father. That's all that matters.
Where is Mr. Colby? He didn't come here?
Did you expect him?
Yes, of course I did.
Father, please, don't upset yourself. Let's go home now.
He should have been here. I must see him, Martha. I must see him.
The other man, so intent on seeing Mr. Colby, is now in the offices of Colby Enterprises.
Is there something I can do for you?
Any number of things, but unfortunately I'm here on business. I'd like to see Mr. Colby.
What about?
Well, he's been carrying on with my grandmother. I'd like to find out what his intentions are.
I'm Mr. Colby's secretary. If you have any business with him, you have
Don't bother. I can announce myself.
Mr. Colby's busy. You can't go in there.
Don't blame your secretary, Mr. Colby. She did her best.
I trust this is something urgent.
My name's Robert Regan. I'm an attorney representing Emilio Canepa. As a result of your negligent driving, his pushcart and load of bananas were damaged to the extent of $68.72.
Oh, yes. I seem to recall
You've
that
ignored my letters, Mr. Colby, so try ignoring this. This piece of paper is a summons.
Well, I assure you, Mr. Regan, it wasn't my intention to defraud your client. I turned your letters over to my attorneys, Porter and Griswold.
Porter and Griswold? They wouldn't take a bath unless it involved at least $100,000.
I think you may have a point there. Anyway, I'll see that Mr. Canepa gets a check. And a letter congratulating him on his choice of attorneys.
Ah, thank you.
Do you always attend to these matters personally, Mr. Regan?
I thought my client was getting pushed around, Mr. Colby. I didn't like that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Well, I guess you saw Mr. Colby all right.
Sorry if I got you into a jam.
Oh, anything for the cause of justice.
My name's Regan. Robert Regan.
I'll try to remember. Oh, you will excuse me, won't you? Mr. Colby's buzzing.
Well, I'm in the phone book in case your pushcart ever gets pushed.
It very rarely does. Goodbye, Mr. Regan. I'm sorry about the interruption, Andrew.
Regan? Oh, he was a welcome relief. What an intense young man.
You seem in a very happy mood.
Well, I ought to be. Noel Holcomb just phoned me. They've decided to back me 100%.
Andrew, that's wonderful.
You can wire our Paris office. We'll be ready to leave here in 2 weeks.
May I come in?
Oh, Charles, please do. We've been waiting for you.
Kroner was on the train, all right. His daughter met him.
Kroner. How does he look, Charles?
About the same. Thinner, a little bitter.
5 years. It doesn't seem possible, does it? Noel, that Regan fellow, what did you think of him?
Oh, I don't know. Brash, hot-headed. Fairly bright, I imagine.
Have him come to see me tonight.
Come to see you?
Yes, at home. Say 9 o'clock.
Will you want me there?
Naturally, no. Naturally.
Regan.
That's quite a display of hardware on your front door. Do you always...
Good evening.
Well, hello. You know, when I'm worth $40 million, I'm going to have a secretary who looks exactly like you.
Oh, my tastes are fairly simple. $20 million would be quite enough. How's Emilio Canepa?
Expecting a check. What's the idea of this interview?
Ask Mr. Colby.
Oh, I thought you were his personal secretary.
He keeps a few secrets from me.
I couldn't. Say, what kind of a guy is he, anyway?
Handsome, generous, warm-hearted, brilliant. Come in, Mr. Regan.
Ah, it's a very attractive secretary you have there, Mr. Colby.
Yes, I'm still young enough to notice that myself.
Uh-huh.
You're wondering why I wanted to see you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I was very much impressed with you this morning, Mr. Regan. I liked your loyalty to your client. Loyalty is a very rare quality to find these days.
Well, you can buy it at any dog store in town.
Unfortunately, that's about the only place. How would you like to work for me?
Ooh, sounds fine.
At considerably more money than I believe you're earning now.
Sounds even better. Well, what have I got to do that Porter and Griswold can't do?
Well, briefly, it's this. Up until 5 years ago, I had a business associate, a man named Leopold Kroner. He became financially entangled and stole nearly $1 million worth of bonds belonging to our firm. He had counterfeit duplicates made of them, and then, using his position as an executive of the firm, he sold those counterfeit bonds.
Clever boy.
Not so clever. He was sent to prison for 5 years. He's just been released, but I'm afraid the long confinement, well, it seems to have unbalanced him seriously.
How do you mean?
He seems to hold me responsible. He phoned me today, and he threatened my life.
You better call the cops.
If necessary, I will. But I'm negotiating rather a large loan, and if certain prospective backers were to hear that my life had been threatened...
I see.
On the other hand, if I were to engage a bright young man to be constantly at my side...
Nobody would think a thing about it.
Exactly.
That is, nobody except me, and I'd think about it a lot, and I wouldn't like it.
Why not?
Because I'm a lawyer, not a bodyguard.
It wouldn't be for long, Mr. Regan. I'll be leaving for Europe in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you'll make $5,000.
I've heard of that kind of money.
Well, then what do you say?
If you think I'm going to turn it down, you're crazy. But then you act a little crazy anyway.
I'd feel better if you took this. Be careful, it's loaded.
Well, it's as serious as all that?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. Can you get a permit to carry a gun?
Oh, I can try. I have a friend in the police department, Lieutenant D'Amico, homicide. Well, when do I start?
After you've seen your friend.
I could see him tomorrow. What about tomorrow night?
Very well, tomorrow night. You'll come directly here, and Charles will have a room ready for you.
Charles?
Charles Murdoch, the gentleman who met you at the door.
Oh, sure. Tomorrow night, then, Mr. Colby. You've got yourself a bodyguard at $5,000 per body.
What's bothering you tonight, Mr. Regan?
Besides you, well, nothing really. I'd like to see the boss, though.
I'm afraid he's still upstairs in his study.
You keep long hours for a secretary.
I'm, well paid.
Oh.
Where have you been?
Oh, just looking the place over and getting the pan scared off me. That guy Murdoch. Does he always walk around in the dark?
Oh, Charles. He was probably just checking up on you.
You better tell him I've got a permit now for that gun. He ought to wear a taillight. What does he do apart from turning up unexpectedly?
Oh, lots of things. He's been with Mr. Colby for years.
Nice, compact little group. Murdoch, you, and Colby.
There are a lot of double meanings in that remark.
Oh, no. I just like to keep things straight. Who belongs to who?
Why should you care?
Well, we're all hired help together now. Maybe I have visions of asking you for a date sometime.
With, what in mind?
Dancing, drink or two. Catch as catch can.
Thanks for warning me. I'll bring along my police whistle.
Oh, that won't be necessary. My early years in reform school left a lasting impression.
Problem child?
Average. I'd set fire to my kid brother once in a while, but who doesn't?
Well, that's very encouraging. Ask me nicely for a date sometime.
Regan, help! Regan!
Colby!
Kroner, no, don't be a fool. Regan!
Look out, Regan, he's got a gun.
You better take his gun, Mr. Colby.
Yes.
Get it,
Yes.
Doctor, will you? No, wait. I didn't know my aim was so good.
But he may just be pretending. I'd better...
No, he's dead, Mr. Colby. I killed him. Who is he?
Leopold Kroner.
How did he get in here?
I don't know.
I'll call the police. Sorry I'm late, D'Amico. I've been in with the district attorney.
Yeah, I know. So he turns you both loose, huh? You and Colby.
Why, does that surprise you?
Oh, no. You killed a man in self-defense. Did he give you back your gun?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yes.
I fixed it for you yesterday to get a permit for that gun, didn't I? I want to have my head examined.
That would have looked great in there without a permit.
I don't like what happened last night.
Well, neither do I.
Colby's in his study on the second floor of his house. He's going over some business papers. He looks up and sees Leopold Kroner. How did Kroner get in there?
I don't know. I told you that. So did Colby.
Kroner has a gun in his hand. He says he's going to kill Colby and then kill himself. He says Colby has ruined his life.
Well?
Nothing. I just like to hear myself talk. Colby throws the papers in Kroner's face and makes a grab for the gun. Kroner fires one shot that goes into the floor. Colby starts yelling for you. He's still struggling with Kroner when you walk in.
Yes, I signed a statement to that effect, didn't I?
Sure you did. You said Kroner turned on you with a gun, but he was off balance, you guessed. And you were able to shoot first. Any news yet from Kroner's daughter?
Well, you'd know that before I would.
Maybe I would. Colby said he wants to make some sort of provision for him.
What's bothering you, D'Amico?
You are. A guy takes a shot at your boss while you're downstairs romancing a dame. You're a great bodyguard, you are. Why didn't he come to us if he'd been threatened?
He didn't want the publicity.
All right, Regan. What was the payoff?
Look, are you going to hold me?
No. But I've been looking over the Kroner record for 5 years ago. Guy counterfeits some bonds, sells them for $1 million, and then pleads guilty. But nobody ever finds the $1 million.
He stashed it away someplace.
Great, then what's he so sore about? A man with $1 million isn't sore at anybody.
What's that got to do with me?
Everything's got to do with you. You killed him.
In self-defense, he had a gun in his hand. He'd already fired once.
Anybody can shove a gun into a dead man's hand. Kroner's fingerprints weren't the only ones on that gun.
Colby picked it up after Kroner was dead. We told you that.
Kroner gets out of prison one day and gets bumped off the next. And all the time there's $1 million in cash lying around loose someplace. It couldn't be that you got a line on that money, could it?
Now, lay off, D'Amico. You know me better than that.
I only know one thing. This case is a long ways from settled as far as I'm concerned. Remember that, Regan.
D'Amico, you really think there's something phony?
You heard me.
I've made out the check for Regan, Andrew. Here.
Oh, thank you. Noel, I'm terribly sorry you had to be mixed up in all this. Maybe you'd like to go on to Paris ahead of me.
No, I'll wait. But I hope it'll be soon. I'm beginning to... We're in here, Mr. Regan.
Oh, come in, Bob. I haven't had much of a chance to really thank you for last night.
Oh, forget it.
I'd like to show my appreciation.
Well, would a check for $20 million be asking too much?
Yes. But here's the amount we agreed upon.
Well, another day, another $5,000.
I'd take it if I were you.
I intend to. Thanks.
Bob, if you'd like to stay on with me,
No, I'm afraid I just couldn't stand the strain. I can't get used to the idea of killing people.
What's the matter, Bob? Did that police lieutenant say something?
Nothing important. What's the matter with her?
There's nothing the matter with me.
Oh, I think Noel's a little depressed.
That Kroner didn't get me first. Is that nice? You know, you and I were talking about a date. Let's make it for dinner tonight, huh?
No, thanks.
Oh, come on. We're both in the dumps. We really shouldn't inflict our company on anyone but each other.
Why don't you, Noel?
Call me later on. I'll let you know then.
Okay, I will. Oh, Mr. Colby, here. My gun. I'm checking it in, Coach. It was a great fight, and I'm glad I won.
Bob, I really...
Meanwhile, you still owe my client, Emilio Canepa, $68.72.
Noel, I'm glad he suggested dinner tonight.
Are you? Why?
I just think you might enjoy it.
Maybe I will, if I go.
Well, you could cheer him up. Seriously, Noel, he denied it, of course, but that lieutenant must have said something to disturb him so deeply.
And you'd like to know what it was?
I didn't say that.
A few minutes ago, you were sorry because I was mixed up in all this.
Noel, what's come over you?
It isn't like you to suggest that I go out with someone else.
Regan has done us a great service. It seems to me the least we could do for him.
Of course. I'll dig up some light, bright table talk in my most alluring dress. Anything else?
No. Nothing else, no.
More coffee, Noel? Would you rather dance?
Not much of a choice. Coffee.
Well, I couldn't have been more surprised when Colby let you out tonight.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if I were in charge of you, I'd be a little more careful about how I passed you around.
If there's any passing around to be done, I do it myself.
I saw the look you threw him this morning before he gave you the nod.
I merely wanted to know if he had anything for me to do tonight.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. You see, I don't kid myself that the president of Colby Enterprises isn't a little competition.
This is America. You, too, can be competition.
How do you stand with Colby?
Why? What does that matter?
Well, maybe I've already made a few plans.
Well, if you have, they certainly don't include him. So why worry?
I'm just naturally a worrier. How long have you worked for him?
A little over 6 years.
You must know him pretty well.
I recognize him when I see him. Well, no more questions?
What's the use? Tonight I sit making awkward passes at a beautiful girl. Last night I killed a man. Tomorrow...
You're not to blame for what happened.
I'm to blame for getting in a spot like that. Who am I to be carrying a gun, playing around with people's lives?
There was nothing else you could have done.
Oh, I could have shot Kroner in the shoulder, couldn't I, or in the leg? I could have kept my head and not have killed him.
Is that what Lieutenant D'Amico said?
Huh? What does that mean?
Nothing. Only you seemed so disturbed when you got back to the house.
And after I tell you what D'Amico said, do you have to leave right away, or can you stick around a while and report to Mr. Colby later?
Let's go home.
Quit kidding. Colby asked you to find out what happened down there.
Did he? Well, as a matter of fact, I intend stopping by his house. Your friends, Porter and Griswold, are there. I may be typing all sorts of reports till morning. It's happened before.
Go on.
Look, I went out with you tonight because I wanted to. You're rude, but you're upset, so I'll forgive that. But if you want us really to know each other, why don't you stop acting like a schoolboy asking grown-up questions?
I'm sorry.
So am I. Now take me home. I'd ask you to come in, Bob, but Mr. Colby's probably still busy with the lawyers. Good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Noah. I don't like to leave things like this. About tonight, I'm a warm-hearted, impulsive boy. Sometimes I say things I don't mean.
You're forgiven.
I'm not only warm-hearted, I'm shy. I need a lot of encouragement.
To do what?
Can I demonstrate?
Kiss him good night, Noel, or I'll have him here for breakfast.
You must wear rubber soles, Mr. Colby.
Porter and Griswold left a half hour ago. It was such a nice night, I decided to take a walk.
Did you tiptoe the whole way?
Is there anything you want me for, Mr. Colby?
No. Run on home if you'd like. But why don't you both come in for a while? It's still early.
I'd be glad to.
Well, what did you do tonight?
Oh, not much. We sat around, threw a few rocks at each other.
Well, aren't you coming in, Noel?
It suddenly dawns on me that my dangerous beauty depends upon 8 hours of sleep. My car's right here. Good night.
Good night, Noel.
You have a drink, Bob?
No.
Well, would you care to play some billiards?
No, I don't think my aim's so good tonight.
Well, how about a few hands of poker, then, at showdown at $1 a hand?
You must be interested in my $5,000.
I'm interested in everybody's $5,000. Sit down, I'll get the car.
Lieutenant D'Amico doesn't settle so cheaply. He's interested in $1 million.
Oh?
Kroner's million. He thinks I know where it's buried.
Do you?
Until last night, I had to save up to weigh myself. What else does
the lieutenant think?
I don't know. I can guess. He thinks a wealthy industrialist has somebody he's anxious to get rid of. He hires a not-too-bright, eager young man as a bodyguard. And he frames a situation where the bodyguard has to kill the guy in self-defense.
And then?
The industrialist is rid of the guy, he's in the clear, and the not-too-bright young man never tumbles. It's an interesting point, because even if our dumb boy should tumble, there's nothing in the world he can do about it.
Why should he want to?
Why shouldn't he?
Well, the man is already dead. There isn't anything your young friend can do about that. The district attorney has exonerated him, so there's no danger there. But on the other hand, he may have made himself a powerful friend.
But you forget, he's not very bright. He may feel some twinges of conscience.
Why? There was no intent of murder on his part. Morally, he's as pure as the driven snow.
That's true enough.
Then deal the cards, Bob.
Sure. Well, it's Lieutenant D'Amico's plot. Let him worry about it.
Regan, I wish you'd change your mind and come to Paris with me. You'd like it.
Maybe I would. Maybe I'd end up with as much dough as you have, huh? Hey, how good's a pair of kings?
No good at all. I seem to have 8s over 5s.
There must be some way of beating you.
There are lots of ways, Regan, but not while I'm holding all the cards.
In just a moment, our stars return in Act 2 of The Web. Libby, what are you grinning about?
Remembering one of the funniest pictures I've seen recently.
And what is that?
Universal International's forthcoming Western. I was fortunate enough to be on the set when they were filming it.
A Western that's funny. Well, that's something new, isn't it, Libby?
Yes, definitely new and hilarious. It's called The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. And in it, Abbott and Costello do a comedy version of the old six-shooter Western. Marjorie Main is the wistful widow with 7 children. And she makes a strong play for Costello. But she has a beautiful daughter, played by Audrey Young, who foils all her attempts at romance.
Didn't Audrey Young start her career as a Broadway dancer?
Mm-hmm. But she also shows a definite gift for comedy in The Wistful Widow of Wagon Gap. She dropped in on the set while I was watching Marjorie Main do a very muddy barnyard scene. And then, well, Audrey proved that she's a mighty smart girl.
I can believe that.
Especially when I tell you she's a Lux girl from way back. You see, we were both walking through the barnyard to chat with Marjorie Main between takes when our nylons got spattered all over with muddy water.
Oh,
they looked terrible. But Audrey said, "Oh, goodness, Libby, I don't mind that. A dip in Lux will fix them in no time." Well, of course, I cheered those sentiments. And she told me how she used to save her dancing stockings with Lux. She really raved, John, about the way Lux cut down the runs even in strenuous dancing routines.
and she's so right, as you know, Libby. Our famous strain tests showed that stockings washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. Not only nylons, but every type of stockings. Silk, rayon, cotton.
Yes. I wonder why any girl would risk strong soap or rub her stockings with a cake of soap. Oh, there's another thing about Lux Flakes, too.
Oh, I've forgotten something, Libby?
Well, it's especially important these days. It's the way Lux saves the color of your stockings. And now, with the exciting new deep tones that you see in the stores, that's vital.
Thanks, Libby. So, to keep stockings lovely, to make them last longer, it's smart to Lux them after each wearing. Here's William Keighley at the microphone.
Act 2 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Andrew Colby. It's 20 minutes later. Deeply engrossed in the events of the past 2 days, Regan has gone home to his apartment. He's just opened the door when someone steps up behind him.
Shut the door, Mr. Regan.
You're Kroner's daughter.
Yes. And I have a gun in my hand. How much hate does it take to kill a man, Mr. Regan?
I didn't hate your father. I didn't even know him.
And yet you murdered him.
I had to shoot. You've got to believe that.
Why? Why should I believe a hired gunman? You murdered my father because you were paid to do it. To you, he was just a new car you could buy when he stopped breathing.
Your father wasn't himself. He tried to kill Colby.
I never dreamed I could hate enough to want to kill. But I've reason enough to kill you now 10 times, and I'll do it. Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you, Miss Kroner, but I had to get that gun from you.
All right. You got it. Why don't you kill me, too?
You've got to listen to me. I was hired to protect Mr. Colby.
Protect him from what? My father wouldn't have hurt anyone.
Miss Kroner, when a man is out of his mind...
He wasn't out of his mind. And he didn't threaten Colby. And he never owned a gun.
How do you know?
I knew my father. He was the kindest man who ever lived.
But he did break into Colby's house.
He didn't break in. He was invited.
Huh? Invited?
He was asked to be there at 10 o'clock. I was there when he phoned. As if you didn't know.
You're sure of this? Do you have any proof?
If I had any proof, do you think I'd be here now? Or that you would? No, Mr. Regan. If I could prove what I know, You and Colby would be where you belong. In prison.
You mind if I sit down, D'Amico? Or do you want to eat alone?
What do you want, Regan?
I just called police headquarters. They said I'd probably find you here. You know, you were absolutely right about people carrying guns. Here.
Where'd you get this one?
From a girl named Krona. When last seen, she was in my apartment trying to kill me.
You asking for protection?
I'm asking for information. D'Amico, how near are you to pinning Krona's death on me?
I'll let you know when the time arrives.
Suppose I told you that I agree with you, that I think it was murder.
I've got a pen if you want to sign a confession.
Now, D'Amico, look. Everything I told you was the truth.
Then what are you worried about?
Well, it's finally occurred to me that I might have been a patsy in all this, framed.
What's got you so scared? Does Krona dame know something?
I just want to work with you on this case. I'm on the inside, and I might be able to dig something up.
Sure, and cover it right up again. You seem to forget you're the one I'm after. You killed Krona. If it's murder, you did it.
What was my motive?
That $5,000 you deposited in the bank today?
In other words, I better get out of town.
You wouldn't get 3 feet out of town. If I were you, I'd go to church every day and pray that a certain dumb cop named D'Amico is running himself right up a blind alley.
Well, that's great, except I like to sleep at night. And I just talked to the daughter of the man I killed.
Oh, you're in a tough spot.
D'Amico, isn't there some way we can get together on this?
Certainly. You confess and I'll arrest you.
Okay, D'Amico.
Regan, for a lawyer, you're not very smart. If you can prove that it's murder, you prove that you're a murderer. If it's a frame, there's only one guy can clear you. Colby. And I don't think he'd be too anxious to run to the rescue, do you?
Thanks for nothing, D'Amico.
Anytime, Regan. Anytime at all.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Bob. I don't know how I could. I'll be busy all day. You what? Oh, uh-huh. Well, this afternoon, then? 3 o'clock. No, you better not. I'll, meet you downstairs in front of the building. I'll be there, 3 o'clock.
Now, isn't this better than working? A happy little drive through Central Park.
You said it was important.
When I feel like seeing you, it's very important.
Why are you, stopping here?
Oh, this is the best little parking spot in town. I used to operate from here all the time when I was in high school, except I'd hit it a lot later in the evening.
Uh-huh. That must have been a progressive school you went to.
Oh, it was.
What'd you want to see me about?
Well, made up my mind about a lot of things last night, Noel. For one thing, I'm not going to Paris with Colby. And I don't want you to go either.
Really? What do you want me to do?
See America first. You might get to meet someone you'd like.
I might.
But Colby, what have you got? Money, influence, travel, yachts? Why don't you let me take you out of all that?
That's an offer if I've ever heard one.
No, I'm really very serious.
I know you are. Bob, what's the matter?
I spent the whole morning in a newspaper office going over the accounts of the Krona trial 5 years ago.
Why?
You just naturally get curious about someone you've killed. Anyway, I ran across the name of Victor Bruno. Who was Bruno?
Didn't you find out?
Well, I went to see a friend of mine, court clerk. Cost me a bottle of scotch, but I found out something.
Now I'm very curious.
He didn't remember much about Bruno, only that the cops figured him for the engraving job on those counterfeit bonds.
But Bruno never testified at Krona's trial.
No, I know. They never found him. But, Noel, what do you know about him?
No more than you do.
Funny. Krona didn't look like the type to get away with $1 million.
Neither did Bruno.
Oh, you've seen him?
Yeah, once, before he disappeared. Krona was out on bail at the time, and Andrew was doing everything he could to help him. He spoke to Bruno, hoping to clear Krona.
What does Bruno look like?
Oh, I don't know. Strange little man, always trying to hide. He looked like a, $20 a week bookkeeper. Glasses 2 inches thick and not a hair in his head.
Is he a foreigner?
Well, he spoke with an accent.
Is Colby going to be home tonight?
As far as I know, why?
Oh, maybe I could get him to throw some legal business my way.
I'll keep him at home for you. Now you better take me back to the office.
Well, little did I think when I first met Emilio Canepa that you'd be the mother of my children.
Why? Is there some connection between the two?
No Emilio, no summons. No summons, no children.
We'll name our first one Emilio, then.
Over my beautiful, muscular, dead body. Oh, well, back to your office. Hello, Murdoch.
Good evening, Mr. Regan.
Much killing going on around the place tonight?
Mr. Colby is expecting you in the library.
Ask a dull question, you get a dull answer.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Don't be so glad to see me until you find out what I want.
I've already told him, Bob.
Well, I'm sorry you won't come to Paris.
Didn't you tell Mr. Colby about the services our new firm is prepared to offer?
I thought I'd better save that for you.
Well, we're offering everything in the legal line. Ambulance chasing and grave subpoenas.
It sounds like an up-and-coming outfit.
We'll sympathize with our clients' troubles and charge only $500 a day for the sympathy.
Well, that's cheaper than the sympathy I'm getting from Porter and Griswold. Your proposition sounds very attractive.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. You know, I think your house is being watched.
Watched?
Yeah, some little bald-headed guy, not a hair on his head. He just stopped me in front of the lamppost.
I don't understand.
He spoke with an accent, kept blinking at me through glasses 2 inches thick. Seemed like he was a $20 a week bookkeeper trying to act important.
Oh, no. Perhaps, Charles. Perhaps.
Why did he stop you?
He asked me for a light, wanted to know if I was coming in here.
Look out the window, Charles.
He said something about being a friend of Kroner's and that you'd hear from him.
He must have gone. There's no one out there now.
There isn't any danger, is there?
Oh, I don't think so,
Well,
Bob.
if you'd like me to talk to him...
If we want Bruno, we can always reach him.
Mr. Colby, if there's any threat, I could see him
thanks.
tonight.
Maybe we'll call on you later. I'm much obliged for the information.
All right. But seriously, though, about my legal services...
I'm sure there will be something for you, Bob. I'll have Porter and Griswold contact you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Colby. Good night. Good night, Noel.
Good night.
Bruno. I wonder what's brought him back.
Kroner's death, of course, was in all the newspapers.
Bruno never impressed me as being the sort of fellow who'd make threats. He was such a meek little man. Did you ever meet him, Noel?
Probably.
Oh, yes, of course you did. Sometimes I forget how long you've been with me, Noel, how long we've been together.
Andrew, if you don't
What
mind...
was it you once said about Bruno? That he reminded you of a $20 a week bookkeeper, wasn't it?
Do you have anything else for me to do this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then I'll say good night.
Good night, Noel.
Well, hello. Hey, this could give me a pretty bad name with my landlady. But come in. Come on.
I'd like to know what you meant by that little performance tonight.
Was I convincing?
You're not a very nice person, are you? Your high school parking spot came through beautifully.
Now, wait a minute, Noel.
No, you wait. Just what are you up to?
What's your guess?
Blackmail.
That's a nice business, too, if you have the right connections.
I think I deserve a better answer than that.
Sure you do. Noel, there are several people in this town who believe that Kroner was deliberately murdered.
That's ridiculous.
Is it? It would have been comparatively easy for Colby to frame. He invites Kroner to the house. In the middle of the conversation, Colby pulls out a gun. He fires one shot into the floor, shoves the gun into Kroner's hands, starts wrestling with him and yelling for help. I rush in, Kroner turns startled, bang, bang, and it's all over.
You must be out of your mind. Why should Andrew want to kill Kroner?
Suppose he dreamed up this whole counterfeit deal himself. Now, he promises Kroner a share of the profits if he takes the rap, while Colby takes the $1 million and builds up the business. Kroner gets out expecting a share of the gravy. Instead, the lights go out.
If I use that kind of reasoning, I could think of at least 50 motives why you killed Kroner.
The police have 100.
Just what were you trying to do tonight?
I want to see Bruno. I dreamed up that little man by the street lamp, hoping I could startle Colby into giving me Bruno's address, but fortunately he doesn't startle so easily.
How can you be stupid enough to believe all this? Andrew's one of the finest men I've ever known, and he's certainly been decent enough to you.
He may have carried his friendship a little too far for my own good.
So, you take out the little corn-fed secretary, prime her up with some fake sincerity, and she spills over with everything you want to know.
Oh, I know it's not going to be easy to convince you that the things I said today were sincere.
It's just about the most hopeless proposition you ever faced.
No, look, I'm going to have to make another try for Bruno's address tomorrow. If you give me away, I'll be sunk. In more ways than one.
Do what you want. Just don't ask me for any promises. Good night.
Well, Charles, where did she go?
Straight to Regan's apartment.
Yes, I was afraid she had.
Why don't you forget about the girl and start thinking about Bruno?
She's not easy to forget, Charles. I think a great deal of Noel. It isn't like her to do anything behind my back.
What are you going to do about Bruno?
Nothing now. I rather suspect he'll telephone us tomorrow. That'll be plenty of time to decide, Charles. Plenty of time.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We'll return to Act 3 of The Web in just a moment. One of Paramount's loveliest finds of the year is charming, red-haired Nanette Parks, who came from St. Paul to Hollywood by way of the Pasadena Playhouse. Do you find your new life exciting, Nanette?
Oh, tremendously, Mr. Keeley. You know, my very first visit to a set was during the filming of Cecil B. DeMille's new picture, Unconquered.
An exciting spectacle indeed. The siege of Fort Pitt by the Indians with flaming arrows and authentic fireballs is really sensational. Modern Pittsburgh, on the site of old Fort Pitt, will have a chance to relive its history when the picture has its world premiere there October 3rd.
I learned so much from watching the actors, too.
No doubt, with Gary Cooper and Paulette Goddard heading such a fine cast of more than 5,000 players.
I was especially thrilled when Paulette invited me to her dressing room one day while she was having a costume fitted.
And you know the costumes for Unconquered were absolutely authentic for the period.
Well, what thrilled me most was the gorgeous negligee Paulette wore between fittings. You know, I used to be afraid washing would fade such pretty things. Before I learned from the studio wardrobe people that Lux Care keeps lingerie lovely so much longer. But John Kennedy knows that.
The studios see the practical results of Lux Care, Nanette. I've seen scientific proof. In actual washing tests, slips and nighties washed the Lux way stayed lovely 3 times as long. Those washed the wrong way soon looked faded and drab. That means girls who give their underthings Lux Care can have 3 times as many without spending any more.
How do you figure that, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, instead of constantly replacing faded drab underthings, you can buy pretty new ones, because those you Lux stay lovely 3 times as long. So, without spending any more than you would for replacements, you have 3 times as many pretty things. Thank you for coming tonight, Nanette Parks. We return you to William Keighley.
Act 3 of The Web, starring Ella Raines as Noel, Edmund O'Brien as Bob Regan, and Vincent Price as Colby. It's been several days since Robert Regan has seen Emilio Canepa, he of the demolished pushcart, but now, shortly after breakfast, the much-involved young lawyer has good reason to call on his client.
There's nothing to it, Canepa. Just phone Colby and tell him exactly what I've told you to say.
But you sure this ain't illegal?
Look, haven't I always been your friend?
Sure.
Emilio, didn't I graduate from law school?
Sure.
Didn't I get you $68.72 for your push card?
Not yet.
Well, don't be so greedy. If it hadn't been for your push card, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Well, okay, I call up.
Atta boy, that's better.
Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, this is Mr. Colby.
This is Victor Bruno, Colby.
Oh, yes, Bruno. I heard you were in town.
And what if the police hear I'm in town?
All right, Bruno. How much this time?
For $10,000, the police don't find out.
$10,000. That's a lot of money.
I got a lot I could say.
Stop by my home tonight.
No. I don't make the same mistake Croner made. You send the money to me.
Where?
You know the place. You remember the address?
Yes.
You sure you remember?
Yes, of course. Now listen, Bruno, I'll give you the money on one condition. Get out of the country, you and your wife. With the money, there'll be 2 tickets to Mexico City. See that you use them.
Just be sure to have the cash there tonight. 9 o'clock.
This is the last time, Bruno. Remember that. Well, Charles, what's the matter? You look worried.
If we're going to start paying Bruno, he'll never let us stop.
Don't be absurd, Charles. That wasn't Bruno on the phone.
Well, then who was it? Not Regan.
No, not Regan. Probably a friend of his.
How do you know?
Instinct, Charles. That's what makes me such an enormous success.
But if Bruno was here last night...
Victor Bruno has been dead for 5 years.
Dead? Then how did Regan know what he looked like?
No. She's the only one who could have given him that description.
You never told me Bruno was dead. How did he die?
Protesting his innocence.
Well, what was Regan after just now?
Bruno's whereabouts.
Andrew, did you have Bruno killed?
Don't be so inquisitive, Charles.
I just don't want you to get the idea that what happened to Bruno could happen to me. I'm no clowner, and I'm no Bruno.
I hope we'll have you here for some time, Charles.
What about Regan?
Go to the bank and get $10,000.
Then?
And then we'll have to do something I'm not going to like doing at all.
What about the girl? She's involved in this as much as Regan?
Yes, it looks that way.
You don't like the idea of getting rid of her, do you?
I don't like it at all. But if I have to, I'll do it. I'll arrange for Noel to be here at 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry I'm late, Andrew. I had dinner downtown. I found your message when I got home.
Noel, there's something I wish you'd do for me this evening. In the safe there is a large manila envelope with $10,000. Will you get it for me, please?
Of course.
And then I'd like you to go to the Pennsylvania station and get 2 tickets for Mexico City. When you've bought the tickets, phone me. I'll tell you then where to deliver the money. Oh, never mind. You can leave the safe open, Noel.
Is this the envelope?
Yes. It's for Victor Bruno. You know, it's strange, Noel. Right now, I'm on the verge of getting everything I ever wanted to have. And yet I find there's only one person I can really trust.
Andrew, please.
I wonder if you know how much I appreciate it.
Andrew, that telephone call from Bruno...
What about it, Noel?
Nothing. It's not important. I'll see you later.
What did he want, Noel?
He's paying Bruno off. $10,000 and 2 tickets to Mexico. Well, you were right, weren't you?
Well, I'll know for sure after I've seen Bruno.
You'll see him. Right after I bought the tickets. Come on.
Well, she's on her way, Charles. She's probably met Regan by now. Why do you suppose she did it, Charles? Did she fall in love with him?
What difference does it make?
For a moment, I thought she was going to tell me. If she had, I would have forgiven her. Well, I'd better call the police.
Andrew, wait. I'm not so sure this is such a good idea.
But why?
Granted, we can have them picked up for stealing the $10,000 if they find her fingerprints on the safe. That doesn't really get them out of the way.
But then, what if they're arrested not merely for theft? What if they're arrested for murder?
What? What are you talking about? Whose murder?
Your murder, Charles.
Hello? Yes, this is Lieutenant D'Amico. Mr. Colby. What's that? Where? You sure? Penn Station, huh? Okay. Just sit tight, Mr. Colby.
The Manhattan Limited leaving on track 8 for Philadelphia, Harrisburg.
I'd like to make connections for Mexico City, too, please. Leaving tonight, if possible.
Mexico City? Oh, yes. Yes. Just a moment, miss.
Excuse me, miss. You know Faraday?
Why, yes, but...
Come with me, please. You're under arrest.
Arrest?
And don't worry about your boyfriend. He's right where you left him. Except there's a cop hanging on to each arm.
Where are you taking me?
To Lieutenant D'Amico, miss. He's waiting for us at Mr. Colby's house. We got him all right, Lieutenant. Regan and the girl.
Keep them there in the hall. Okay, Doc. Take the body in the library.
Bob, look. On the stretcher.
Murdoch.
Just stay put, Regan.
What's happened? Why Why are they holding us?
Because I'm the biggest lunkhead of the year. It never occurred to me Colby'd take it out on you.
Andrew?
Murdoch's dead. He's gotten rid of the last guy that knew anything about the phony bond deal, and he stuck us with a rap.
But he couldn't possibly hope to get away with this. Why would we want to kill Charles?
Don't worry. With Colby tailoring the evidence, it'll fit like a bathing suit. Well, a lot of good it does to say it, but I'm sorry, Noel.
Bring him in, Johnson. Let's go. Well, laughing boy. I thought I told you not to leave town.
Give out, D'Amico. What are the details?
Murder and grand theft, and you haven't got a prayer.
How does she figure in it?
Oh, come on now, Regan. You got the money, Johnson?
Here. And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City.
Okay. Do you mind stepping in here, Mr. Colby?
I hope you'll get this over with as quickly as possible.
Andrew.
You don't have to talk to her, Mr. Colby. Just identify this envelope.
Yes, that's it. I assume the $10,000 is the same. Lieutenant, you understand this is very difficult for me. Miss Faraday has been my confidential secretary for years.
Just tell me what happened.
Well, I was up in my study doing some work. I heard a shot. I came downstairs and I found Charles dead on the floor, with Regan's gun beside him, and the safe was open.
My gun? That was his gun. I gave it back to him after
You did? Funny it should have only your fingerprints on it.
All right. Maybe mine are on it. When I gave it back to him, I set it on the table. Now, if he had this in mind, he wouldn't have touched it. Not without a glove.
Regan, if you were me, would you believe that?
If you knew Colby, you would.
Who saw you give him back his gun?
Miss Faraday, she would... Oh.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Colby.
Well, I realized Miss Faraday was the only person besides Charles and myself who knew the combination to the safe.
Andrew, you had me open the safe yourself.
A couple of nights ago, I happened to overhear a conversation between Mr. Regan and Miss Faraday in which Mexico City was mentioned.
And she was buying 2 tickets to Mexico City when we grabbed her.
You already told me that. What are you looking for, a promotion?
Lieutenant, he knows why I had the money, and he sent me for the ticket.
You'll get your chance to talk, miss.
This is very awkward for me, Lieutenant.
Well, we're almost finished, Mr. Colby.
Why do you believe him, D'Amico? Only yesterday...
That was yesterday. I'm not interested in the Krona case anymore. I got one right here that suits me fine.
But this is a frame.
You get framed more than any guy I ever met. You're supposed to be a lawyer. Look at the evidence.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, Doc.
He's still alive. Murdoch's still alive.
Charles.
Stay right where you are, Mr. Colby. What are you talking about, Doc?
That injection of adrenaline. We won't have him forever, but he may last through the night.
Any chance of him coming to?
Could be.
Let me know the minute he does. Is it all right if we leave him in there, Mr. Colby?
Couldn't we move him upstairs?
No, don't let him near Murdoch.
Are you still running this case?
I'm telling you, don't let Colby near Murdoch.
You're under arrest, Regan. Now, will you stop telling me my business?
Lieutenant, Charles has been my closest friend for years. Naturally, I want to go to him.
Well, later on, maybe. Right now, I'm waiting here in case he can talk. Maybe we all better wait here. Mr. Colby, suppose you wait upstairs.
Uh,
Gus?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Pull up a chair in front of that room where Murdoch is. No visitors.
Okay.
Johnson, you wait in the front room. And, you, Regan, you and her can have this nice big library all to yourselves. And you better start reading up on alibi.
Bob, why don't we tell him about Bruno?
How do you think that'd sound from the witness stand? I was trying to find a man named Victor Bruno because I was convinced that the other killing I'd done was murder. No. Colby figured on that one.
If only somebody could find Bruno.
Bruno's probably dead, too. Otherwise, how could Colby have been so sure it wasn't Bruno on the phone?
I suppose so. Oh, how could I have been such a dope?
You? I've been second-guessing the whole way. You couldn't have put your life in worse hands.
Listen.
Huh?
Andrew. His study's just above us. He's worried. He's walking back and forth.
He's worried.
Hey, come here, Regan. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What about Charles, Lieutenant?
Well, he's still alive.
Still alive. He's still alive.
I thought you left the cot in front of the door. Where'd he go?
That doc needs some more adrenaline. He sent Johnson to the drugstore.
Murdoch's not alone in there. The doctor's with him, isn't he?
First you shoot him, and then you worry about his health. The doctor's in the kitchen boiling up a hypodermic. Come on, Regan. That's where we're going. You stay where you are, miss.
He's alone. Charles is down there alone.
alone. They'll never know now, Charles, will they? They'll never know that...
bother killing him again, Colby.
D'Amico!
Murdoch's been dead for 2 hours, ever since you shot him. Now, how... Watch it, Regan! Turn on the light, Counselor.
Yeah, sure.
Well, don't just stand there. You knock Colby down, I'll pick him up. Get him out in the hall. You can come out, Miss Faraday. This you'll want to hear.
Bob, what happened?
I'm not so sure I know myself.
Well, Mr. Colby, tough break, huh? I really solved this one from left field. I've had Regan tailed for the last 2 days. I knew he wasn't here tonight.
It's quite a comfort to us taxpayers to find our police department in such competent hands.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Oh, just to keep the record straight, whatever happened to Kroner's $1 million?
That's strange. That's what Kroner wanted to know.
Yeah, very funny. Come on, Johnson. We're taking Colby downtown.
Oh, that D'Amico. He's really the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Yeah, he's a smart cookie, but he doesn't catch everything.
What's that?
Something D'Amico forgot to take. 2 tickets to Mexico City. Think we can use them?
I've, always wanted to try out my Spanish.
Don't forget, you two. You'll have to check with my department if you're figuring on living in the country.
Now, wait a minute, D'Amico. That Colby still owes my client $68.72.
Well, you're a lawyer. Sue him.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, do you realize what a big job American housewives do just getting together meals for their families?
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. The average housewife plans, buys, carries home, cooks, and serves well over 1,000 meals a year.
And in most cases, she washes the dishes for all those meals, too. An average of 6 tons a year.
And yet her husband and children expect her to keep her hands lovely.
Well, smart housewives have found out how to do that, in spite of dishwashing, Libby.
Of course. With Lux Flakes. For dishes, for any soap and water job around the house.
Right. That's why a Lux lady doesn't have red, rough dishpan hands.
Well, naturally. Some women try other types of soaps at one time or another, but they soon get wise. What strong suds can do to hands is a caution. And red, rough hands are no prize at a bridge game.
Discouraging to friend husband, too.
So, John, it's no wonder thousands of housewives stick to Lux for dishes.
They're so right, because hundreds of scientific tests have actually proved how much kinder Lux is to hands. When strong soaps made women's hands rough and red, changing to Lux improved them in 2 to 7 days. Soon the skin was just as soft and smooth as ever.
And Lux is so thrifty, too. Lux Flakes make such rich suds, they actually go further, much further. They don't die away like some suds.
So, ladies, why not try Lux for your dishes? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
For an exciting performance of a thrilling drama, our thanks to Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price, who take the spotlight for a curtain call. Ella, now that you and Edmund have solved the mystery of the moment, I wonder if, in an altogether different vein, you'd help our audience solve the burning question of the season.
I'll do my best. What is it, Bill?
As one of Hollywood's most photographed and best-dressed stars, where do you stand in the current fashion battle between long and short skirts?
Well, I see that Ella takes a stand in short skirts for tonight's appearance.
Well, that's because I happen to be wearing a suit.
Now, does that fellow look at my skirt? Still just below the ankle.
But for women's suits, I feel the shorter length is smarter. For dresses, I prefer the current longer length.
How do you feel about the question, Ed?
Oh, I feel that women shouldn't be a slave to fashion, but ought to follow what looks attractive.
You agree, Vince?
Sure, I follow anything that looks attractive.
Personally, when it comes to shorter skirts, I believe the eyes have it.
You mean the masculine eyes, of course.
How about you, Vince? Are you a member of that little below the knee club?
Well, it depends how little is below the knee.
Uh-huh. De gustibus non disputandum.
Did I say something I shouldn't?
No, Vince. Ella means there's no disputing tastes. But there's no question of divided taste in what we're offering on this stage next Monday night.
I understand it's something very special, Bill.
Yes, one of the screen's most brilliant feminine stars, whose rare appearances in radio are always an event. Plus, one of Hollywood's outstanding male stars, in his first screen role since he left the Navy Air Corps. Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
I guess you need say no more, Bill.
No, indeed. Katharine and Bob appear in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's thrilling drama, Undercurrent, repeating their original screen roles of a man and woman whose love is overshadowed by a haunting figure from the past.
Well, it ought to be standing room only Monday night. Congratulations and good night.
Good night to all of you, and thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor in Undercurrent. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Again, a word of appreciation to the housewives of America for the swell job you're doing saving and turning in used fats and oils. The world shortage of fats is still very much with us, and industry needs every drop of used fat just as much as ever. So now that the weather is cooler and you're doing more cooking, keep a tin handy for used fat. Remember, your dealer will pay you well for every pound you turn in. Ella Raines will next be seen in Nunnally Johnson's The Senator Was Indiscreet. Edmund O'Brien will soon be seen in the Canaan production, A Double Life. Vincent Price's next Universal International picture will be Up in Central Park. Heard in our cast tonight were Maria Palmer as Martha, Bill Johnstone as D'Amico, Robert Griffin as Murdoch, and Norman Field, Jay Novello, Edwin Cooper, Cliff Clark, and Eddie Marr. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor.
Yes, it's Spry. For pastry so tender, flaky, nut sweet, any pie filling tastes more delicious. You'll say pastry is extra delicate, better tasting with Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Undercurrent with Katharine Hepburn and Robert Taylor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if there is one form of entertainment we Americans are singularly partial to, it's the mystery or detective story, popularly known as a whodunit. 1 out of every 4 new works of fiction published in this country is a mystery or detective story. Some 300 new books of this sort appear each year. Needless to say, you couldn't read all of them if you tried. But tonight, we're bringing you one of the most intriguing mysteries of recent years. The current 20th Century Fox hit, Laura. Our stars are Gene Tierney, who is just completing a Bell for Adano at 20th Century Fox, Dana Andrews, and Vincent Price. All 3 in their original screen roles. Also, the ever-versatile Otto Kruger. Now, I think one of the reasons mystery stories are so popular, especially in troubled times like these, is that they satisfy our sense of order. They take a troublesome and seemingly hopeless situation, and they put everything to rights, simply by the use of human intelligence and sensible methods. Of course, you could say the same about lots of things. Lux Flakes, for instance. They take those troublesome problems of how to wash fine fabric safely so they'll wear longer and look better, and they give a quick and very satisfactory solution, especially in these difficult times when it's important to take care of what we have. It's little wonder Lux Flakes are so popular. Well, now it's curtain time, and here's Act 1 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Gene Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Paul Lydecker. Now, most people who read a newspaper or listen to the radio know the name Paul Lydecker. Mr. Lydecker is a legendary oracle of barbed wire and forget-me-nots, whose enchanted pen and acid tongue have brought fame to hundreds and oblivion to just as many. His New York apartment is a combination art gallery and Roman bath. And now, immersed in one of his marble pools, Mr. Lydecker has a visitor, Detective Lieutenant Mark McPherson of the Homicide Bureau.
Be careful, will you? That stuff is priceless.
Oh. Mr. Lydecker? Quite an art collection in there.
Those pieces you are pawing over are irreplaceable.
Nice little place you have.
It's lavish. I call it home. You'll hear about the murder of Laura Hunt. I made my statement yesterday to Sergeant Detective Crane.
I know.
Told him what I know. Now suppose you tell me what you know.
Why not?
Hand me that washcloth, Mr.
McPherson.
How good a detective are you?
I've picked up a few facts. Laura Hunt was killed the night before last. A bell rang. She opened the door, and someone pulled the trigger of a shotgun. It wasn't nice. The range was close.
Have you found the shotgun?
No.
What else?
The thought comes to me, Mr. Lydecker. Who's questioning who?
May I remind you that you're a guest in my home?
Yeah, that's right. What else, huh? Well, Miss Hunt was a very good-looking girl, probably. About 25, lived in a swell apartment, had a maid named Bessie.
And where did she get the wherewithal to support such a menage?
Bullet Company, advertising agency. She had a good job, art director or something.
Not or something.
She has a lady cousin in town and a couple of boyfriends. One named Shelby Carpenter, and the other is Paul Lydecker.
Today is Sunday. Why haven't you tried to see me?
Because it's a peculiar case, and I wanted to think.
If you'll wait, I'll go with you when you leave.
Why?
Murder's my favorite crime. My radio audience loves it. I know you'll visit all your suspects, and I'd like to study their reactions.
You're on the list yourself, you know.
Be insulted if I weren't.
Were you in love with Laura Hunt, Mr. Lydecker? Was she in love with you?
Laura considered me the wisest, the wittiest, the most interesting man she'd ever met. I was in complete accord with her on that point. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get dressed. Where shall we be stopping first, Lieutenant?
I'd like to see Laura Hunt's cousin.
Mrs. Ann Treadwell, yes, of course.
I'd like to ask a few questions, Mrs. Treadwell.
I'll do anything I can to help. Oh, good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Ann.
You, fond of your cousin, Mrs. Treadwell?
I adored Laura. Paul can tell you.
I can tell you considerable.
Did you approve of Miss Hunt's coming marriage to Mr. Carpenter?
Why shouldn't I approve?
I don't know. Just what does Shelby Carpenter mean to you, Mrs. Treadwell?
To me?
Well, he comes here regularly. Is he a friend, acquaintance? Or are you in love with him?
Well, this is beginning to assume fabulous aspects.
What are you driving at?
The truth. Are you in love with him?
Why, no. I'm very fond of Shelby, of course. Everybody is.
I despise him. You've been withdrawing a lot of cash from your bank, Mrs. Treadwell. $1,500 at a clip. $1,700.
I needed that money.
Mm-hmm. The day you took out $1,500, Carpenter deposited $1,350. When you withdrew $17, he deposited $15.
You shooting craps, Anne?
Oh, must I be insulted like this? Shelby needed some money. I lent it to him. I supposed I could do with it as I pleased.
Sure. Now, on Friday night, you were home alone. Why didn't you go to the concert with Mr. Carpenter?
Concert? Why, I didn't go because he didn't ask me.
Well, hello. Oh, just talking about you, Carpenter. What a coincidence to find you here.
This is Lieutenant McPherson.
Yes, we've met.
I didn't know you were here, Mr. Carpenter.
I've been lying down. My hotel room is so hot, and then all the reporters and the telephone. You know how it is, Lieutenant. I've hardly slept a wink since it happened.
Is that a sign of guilt or innocence, McPherson?
I'm as eager to find the murderer as you are, Lieutenant. Laura and I were going to be married this week, you know.
No, he doesn't know, and neither do I, nor you, nor anyone else.
Oh?
No, Laura had not definitely made up her mind to marry him. She told me so herself. She was going to the country to think it over. Laura was extremely kind, but she'd never have thrown her life away on a male beauty in distress.
I suppose you've heard losers whine before, eh, Lieutenant?
Yesterday, you said you went to that concert Friday night, Mr. Carpenter. What did they play?
Oh, some Brahms and Beethoven's Night.
Mm-hmm. Well, this place Miss Hunt had in the country. Have you got a key to it?
No, but I think there's one in her apartment.
Well, I'll have a look.
And perhaps I could help you?
Okay, come along. Goodbye, Mrs. Treadwell. You can start looking for that key now, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, yes. I'll try the den. Excuse me.
That's the dame's portrait on the wall, isn't it?
Will you stop calling Laura a dame? Look at the furnishings. Would you call this the home of a dame? Look at her portrait.
I am. Not bad.
It was painted by Joseph Carter. He was in love with her then. Have you ever been in love, McPherson?
A doll in Washington Heights once got a fox fur out of me.
Have you ever known a woman who wasn't a doll or a dame?
Yeah, one, but she kept walking me past furniture stores.
Where are you going?
Phonograph is a record on here. Selections from Bittersweet.
One of Laura's favorites. Not exactly classical, but very nice.
You know a lot about music?
I don't know a lot about anything, but I know a little about practically everything.
Then why did you say they played Brahms and Beethoven at that concert? They played nothing but Sibelius.
Did they? Well, to be perfectly honest, I fell asleep and I didn't hear a note. I know it sounds phony, but I'm just a natural-born suspect. You see, I'm not the conventional type.
Don't worry, I fall asleep at concerts myself. Find that key?
No, maybe it's in here in her desk. Yes, it is. I knew there must be one around somewhere.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, the police looked in that desk drawer yesterday, and the drawer was empty. You had the key right along, didn't you, Carpenter?
Yes. I didn't want to give it to you while Lydecker was present. I have private reasons that don't concern him.
You have private reasons, no doubt, to lie about that key.
Paul, I'm warning you to stop implying I had anything to do with Laura's death.
Very well, I'll stop implying. I'll make a direct statement.
You asked for this, Paul.
Cut it out, the two of you. Okay, we came here to find the key, and I've got the key. Now, let's get out.
There's nothing more you want from me?
No, not now.
I'll run along then.
You, having lunch, Lieutenant?
Guess so.
There's rather a superior restaurant nearby.
Okay, let's go. Nice, quiet little place, Mr. Lydecker.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
You wouldn't call me a sentimental person, would you, Lieutenant?
Well,
Dozens of times we sat here at this very table, Laura and I.
How long did you know her?
Nearly 5 years. I was just thinking, we're eating lunch, and it was at lunch that I first met Laura. The Algonquin Hotel. I was alone. I looked up and I found her standing in front of me. She had a layout in her hand, sample and work.
Mr. Lydecker, how do you do? I'm Laura Hunt.
Well?
I'd like to talk something over with you, if I may.
I am eating my lunch.
Yes, but it's practically impossible to get to see you, and I
Either you're from some incredibly remote community where good manners are unknown, or you suffer from a common delusion that being a female exempts you from all the rules of civilized conduct.
Possibly. But I wanted to show this to you. It's an ad for the Wallace Flow-Wright pen. You're such a famous writer and commentator. It would be tremendously helpful if you'd endorse what we say about the Flow-Wright pen.
I don't use a pen. I write with a goose quill dipped in poison. And you may tell your employers that
they don't know anything about this. It was all my idea. They'd give anything to get your endorsement. And if I were the person getting it, why...
You disregard completely something far more important to me than your career.
Oh?
my food.
You mean that, don't you?
Well, of course I mean.
I never heard of anything so selfish.
In my case, self-absorption is completely justified. I have never discovered any subject quite so worthy of my attention.
But in your column, on the radio, the things you say, they're filled with such understanding, such sentiment.
Miss Hunt, you are beginning to bore me.
You're a poor man, Mr. Lydecker. I feel very sorry for you. Goodbye.
Laura Hunt occurred about 2 hours later.
Kept after you, did she?
No, I went to her because I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was more than slightly annoyed, but she had something, that girl. Something far deeper than good looks. I went to Bulletin Company, proceeded to do something I have carefully avoided since the age of 2. I apologized. Laura looked at me, smiled.
Your apology is accepted, Mr. Lydecker. It was very nice of you to go to all this trouble. Goodbye.
In a moment, Miss Hunt. For reasons which are too embarrassing to mention, I'd like to endorse the Wallace Fluorite pen. Have you an ad?
You're a very strange man. Now I'm sure you're sorry for the way you acted.
Let's not get psychiatric. But in a word, yes.
And you are a very kind person.
No, I'm vicious. The real secret of all my charm. But if you think me kind, I'll call for you here at 6.
What?
We'll have dinner together. I can't make it any later. Will you be ready?
Why, yes, I'll be ready.
Coffee, Mr. Lydecker?
Thanks. I started then to help Laura. I did everything in the world for her. I am a man reputedly of overwhelming ego, but this I admit without reserve. It was Laura's own talent, her own incredible charm that enabled her to rise to the top of her profession. Through me, Laura met everyone, famous and the infamous. And deferring always to my taste and judgment, she captivated them all. She became as well known as my walking stick in white carnation. And like them, she was always with me.
When does Carpenter enter the picture?
Well, men couldn't keep away from Laura, but she never regarded them seriously, but me. Her own discrimination ruled them out, and I never had to intercede. She met Carpenter one night at a party at Ann Treadwell's. She became attracted to him instantly. I was shocked. As a fellow completely without talent, with as much depth of character as a saucer of stale gin. Shortly before I took Laura home, I overheard her talking with Carpenter on the terrace.
And so I spend my time doing what I've always done, nothing.
Then tell me, what does it feel like living on the income from an estate?
Oh, I once knew what it felt like, but the sheriff interfered with that over 10 years ago.
Then why don't you work for a living?
Oh, I did ask a friend for a job once. All he did was laugh. He thought I was joking.
Weren't you?
No, when he saw I was sincere, he just got embarrassed. He said he'd phoned me. That was months ago.
Do you really want a job?
Yes, I do.
Then you've got one.
What?
Now you think I'm joking. Well, I'm not. You just be at Bulletin Company tomorrow morning. You're going to work, Mr. Carpenter.
So in time, they got engaged, huh?
They became attached to each other very quickly. I concealed my annoyance with masterly self-control, but here was a situation, however ridiculous, that required my attention. As you will see, it was for Laura's own good. Well, I followed them one night to this very restaurant. They had been working late on some advertising campaign.
Tell me the truth, Laura. Really make people brush their teeth more often?
The idea's wonderful, Shelby. And so are the layouts. By the way, who's the model you used?
You don't remember? Well, you hired her yourself, Diana Redfern.
Oh, of course.
Laura, you look wonderful.
Well, that's a quick switch of subject.
Oh, I like this one much better than toothpaste.
Good.
Could you have dinner with me tomorrow night just like this?
Maybe.
And what about the night after that?
But, Shelby, I can't just...
What about 3 weeks from tonight and all the nights in between?
Don't you think I have any other engagement?
What about 2 months from now and the month after that?
And what about next year?
Then it's all settled. What about breakfast? What about lunch? Beautiful lunches, day after day.
And what about beautiful work, day after day?
Why, Miss Hunt, the way you talk, you'd think I was in love with you.
Sparkling bit of dialogue, wasn't it, Lieutenant McPherson?
If they'd known you were listening, they might have snapped it up a bit.
Laura knew that I had overheard them because I told her so the following evening. By then, I had some other information to tell her also.
I don't care what you found out about Shelby. It's the snooping about Paul. It's degrading.
Of course, but I thought you'd want to know. That sterling character almost went to jail last year for passing rubber checks. And after that, in Virginia, he was suspected of stealing his hostess's jewelry.
Those are only insinuations. I know his fault. But a man can change, can't he?
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake, open your eyes. So Carpenter has changed. Yes, he's changed from you to Diana Redfern. Running around with her now. A model from your own office.
Paul, how can you be so despicable? You know what you mean to me. How can you try so deliberately to hurt me?
Hurt you?
Paul, Shelby and I are going to be married next week.
Ah. You gave him a cigarette case on his birthday, didn't you? A valuable case?
Where did you get it?
From the pawn shop where Diana Redfern took it after he gave it to her.
I don't believe it. He probably needed money and was too proud to borrow.
Perhaps that's why this pawn ticket is in her name.
I won't let this go any further. I'm going to telephone him.
You won't find him at his hotel. Tonight, Carpenter's deserted both you and Miss Redfern. He's dining with a young and wealthy widow. Someone you know. Your cousin. He's been treating her rather badly these days.
I'll phone Anne at once.
Really, my dear, you don't think that Anne would give him away, do you? Oh, it's nasty, I know it, but I must make you realize. Now, suppose we visit Cousin Anne,
He won't be there. I know he won't.
Oh, good evening, Miss Laura. Good evening, Mr. Lydecker.
Hello, Margaret.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Mrs. Treadwell isn't at home.
Satisfied, Paul?
Well, suppose we just wait for her.
Oh, please, Mr. Lydecker.
Come in, Laura.
Why, Laura, dear. And Paul. We were just having dinner.
Yes, I know.
Laura, I didn't expect to see you tonight.
There you are, Laura, in a moment of supreme disaster. He's trite.
I was just telling Anne about our getting married. Well, sit down, you two.
Oh, no. No, thanks. I just stopped by to give you this. Your cigarette case. You must have misplaced it somewhere.
Laura, wait a minute.
Good night, Anne. Good night, Shelby.
When was this episode of the cigarette case, Mr. Lydecker?
Last Wednesday night. On Friday, Laura had lunch with a Redfern girl.
I wish I'd been there.
And as I said in my statement, Laura and I were to have had dinner that night. At 7 o'clock, my phone rang. I had a sudden sensation of depression, a foreboding of disaster. Hello?
Paul, I'm frightfully sorry, but I just can't meet you.
Well, there's nothing wrong, Laura. I mean, you're not ill?
Oh, no. I've just decided to go to the country for a few days.
What, in this storm? Why, it's pouring.
It won't last, Paul. It will do me a lot of good to be alone.
Oh, you're thinking about Carpenter, huh?
Of course. Please, I simply must have time to think this out for myself.
When will you be back, dear?
I don't know. I'll call before I leave. Maybe you could meet me.
Well, of course I will.
Thank you, Paul. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear. That was the last time I ever heard her voice.
This Redfern girl, where does she live?
In Newark. She's in the phone book. I will never forgive myself for allowing Laura to become involved with Carpenter. That was my fault. I should have stopped it long ago, somehow.
Well, she's dead now. It's too late even to think about it. Well, so long.
Yeah, too late even to think about it. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Our stars will return with Act 2 of Laura in a moment. Now, here's what a young girl said to me the other day.
Mr. Kennedy, why do you always talk as if only housewives wash dishes? Now, I work in an office from 9 to 5:30, but I'm the KP at home. Wash dishes every night for 5 of us. Oh, Mother cooks the dinner, but I clean up afterwards so she has a chance to talk with Dad and catch up on mending for the kids. And I know a lot of other business girls who do dishes, too.
So I asked her if she knew what dishpan hands were.
You bet I do. For a while, Mother brought home any old kind of soap. Strong chips, granules, bars. Well, sometimes my hands were so red I wanted to wear mitts when I took dictation. So that's why the dishpan tests you talk about interested me. Now, you say changing to Lux takes dishpan hands away, and you're right. One day, Mother brought some Lux Flakes home, and in just a few days, my hands looked nicer. Soon they were soft and smooth as you please.
Then I said, maybe you're too young to worry about being thrifty. But that's another advantage with Lux. It goes a long way. Ounce per ounce does up to twice as many dishes, we've found, as other leading soaps tested. Then she said...
Well, I can believe that, too. Some of the soaps I used to use didn't dissolve completely and made little gooey lumps in the dishpan. But with Lux, I get such quick and abundant suds. It dissolves so quickly. So I've told Mother to keep on getting Lux if she wants me to keep on washing dishes.
And now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Laura, starring Jean Tierney as Laura, Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydecker. It's an hour later. In front of Laura Hunt's apartment, Lieutenant Detective Mark McPherson picks up Sergeant Crane. Together, they make another thorough search of the girl's rooms. Two things interest McPherson: a pile of Laura's letters and a bottle of Scotch whiskey.
If you're thirsty, Lieutenant, I think you can do better than that there.
I'm not thirsty. When did you say that maid was due here?
Any minute now. Say, where's McCavity?
In the basement. I've had the telephone tapped. He's sitting on it.
But who's going to use the phone besides us?
Nobody I know of. Still a good idea. I'm making a call now myself. Go down in the basement and relieve Mac. I'll wait here for the maid. Carpenter's coming, too.
Okay.
Hello. Moscone's? This is Lieutenant McPherson, Homicide Bureau. Laura Hunt's been buying liquor from you, hasn't she? Yeah. Did she ever buy a brand of scotch called Black Pony? You sure of that? Okay. Thanks. Oh, come on in, Miss Clary.
Never mind that Miss Clary stuff. My name's Bessie.
Have a chair.
It seems to me Those letters belong to her.
Yeah.
You've been reading her private letters.
I said sit down.
Cops. I was brought up to spit whenever I saw one.
Okay, go ahead and spit if that'll make you feel any better.
What do you want to find out?
Who killed Laura Hunt?
How would I know? You think I'd done it? Ask anyone. Anyone who ever came here. Why, I'd have worked for or scrubbed for or done anything she would have wanted of me. Pay or no pay.
You're loyal, Bessie.
It wasn't only on account of the wonderful things she'd done for me. It was because she was so wonderful herself. Miss Hunt was a real lady. Something cops wouldn't know about.
How'd this bottle get into her cabinet?
I put it there.
It's cheap scotch, Bessie. Laura Hunt wouldn't buy cheap scotch.
I found it on a kitchen shelf Saturday morning.
You know what that means?
It means that somebody brought it here Friday night.
And that somebody was here with her Friday night. Now, who was it?
I don't know. But I didn't want anybody to get any wrong idea about her. God rest her soul. That's why I put the bottle in the liquor cabinet. I done more than that. There were 2 glasses. I washed them out and cleaned off the bottle, too.
Destroying evidence, Bessie.
I don't care. I'll do anything to keep her name from being dragged through the mud.
Relax. Bessie, I'd like some ice in a setup. You mind?
I'll get it.
A couple of highball glasses. I'm expecting somebody.
More cops.
No, Shelby Carpenter. Let him in and then get the glasses.
The door's open, Lieutenant.
Come in. I didn't expect you, Mrs. Treadwell. Oh, are you either, Mr. Lydecker?
Shelby's dropping me at the hairdresser later.
I only sent for you, Carpenter. I know.
So I thought I might as well come along.
Yes, my excuse is equally feeble. I just dropped in to inquire as to the state of your health, Lieutenant. Insipid, I trust?
He's about to have a drink. Oh, Bessie, 2 more glasses.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bessie. What are you doing here?
I'm paid up for the week, and I'm working regardless.
Scotch, Lydecker?
Excellent.
Will this do? It's Black Pony.
I'm a guest here. It'll have to do.
Here's the ice and the glasses.
You can skip mine, Lieutenant. I'm not much of a daytime drinker.
Oh? Well, that'll be all, Bessie. You can go home now.
But Yes, sir. I'll go.
Thank you.
I remember when Laura bought these glasses. She loved them. She loved all her things so.
What are you going to do, sell them?
I suppose so, if I'm appointed administrator. I'll probably call in Corey.
Corey, the art dealer?
Yes, he can dispose of everything. It'll be less gruesome that way.
Not quite everything, Anne. There are 2 or 3 things that belong to me. That vase, for instance, the antique fire screen, and, of course, the clock.
That's quite a hunk of clock. You've got one just like it, haven't you? I noticed it in your apartment.
They were made 200 years ago by Corbet Fils. 2 clocks exactly the same, created at the order of the Prince of Wales. I lent one to Laura.
Oh, really, Paul?
Yes, really. But the vase is the gem of my collection, and I intend to have it back. I can take it with me now.
Nothing's leaving here, Lydecker. Only you.
Oh, is that your quaint way of indicating dismissal?
Well, we're all leaving. I've got to get back to headquarters.
But I don't understand, Lieutenant. I thought you sent for me.
I did.
Well, don't you want to ask me any questions?
Nothing pressing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I bid you goodbye.
The vase, Mr. Lydecker. Put it down.
Oh, of course. Just a slight touch of kleptomania.
Crane?
Yeah?
McPherson, I'm back. Upstairs in her apartment. How you doing in the basement? Any calls come in this afternoon?
Not a thing.
I've just been looking the place over. I've only done it 40 times.
Anything interesting?
Everything's interesting. Especially that portrait.
A really beautiful doll, Lieutenant.
Yeah. I've read her letters, smelled her perfume, drank her scotch, gone through her wardrobe. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Someone in the hall. Look, it's 7 o'clock. Alford will be along to relieve you. Make sure Alford keeps his ear on that phone.
Right.
Who is it?
Yes.
Coming, Lydecker. You just happened to be passing by.
And I noticed the lights on. By the way, have you sublet this apartment, McPherson? You're here often enough to pay your rent.
Any objection?
Yes. Especially to your prying into Laura's letters. That bundle in your pocket, for instance.
No, these. They're yours. The best of the bunch. That's the trouble with getting murdered, Lydecker. It ruins your privacy.
And have detectives who buy portraits of murdered victims a claim to privacy? Lancaster Corey tells me you already put in a bid for Laura's portrait.
That's none of your business.
McPherson, did it ever strike you that you're acting very strangely? It's a wonder that you don't come here with roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? By your side at the policeman's ball or in the bleachers? Or listening to the heroic saga of how you acquired a silver shin bone in a gun battle with a gangster? Yeah, I see you have.
Why don't you go home? I'm busy.
Well, perhaps we can come to terms now, huh? You want her portrait? Perfectly understandable. I want my possessions, my vase, my clock, my fire screen. Now, if you
Get going.
You'd better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll end up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think they've ever had a patient who fell in love with a beautiful girl who died before he met her. Or did you meet her? Well, good night, McPherson.
Roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? Yes, I can see you have. You better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll wind up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think that they ever...
What's the matter with me? Maybe you can tell me. You, the girl in that portrait there. You're beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Somebody killed you. Why? Why? I could sit here and look at you all night. All night long, I could sit and...
Who is it? Who's in there?
You.
What are you doing there?
You're alive.
If you don't get out once, I'll call the police.
You're Laura Hunt, aren't you? Aren't you?
I'm going to call the police.
But I am the police, you see. My badge, credentials, Mark McPherson.
What's all this about?
You don't know? Don't you know what's happened?
No.
Haven't you seen a paper? Where have you been?
In the country, I don't get a newspaper.
Haven't you got a radio?
It was broken. What?
Here. Look at these headlines. You sit down, Miss Hunt. I'm very glad to see you. On Friday night, somebody was murdered in this room.
What did you say?
Until you opened that door just now, we thought it was you. Now, do you have any idea who it could have been?
You don't know?
A girl died from shotgun wounds, close range. No, apparently we don't know. Who had a key to this apartment?
Nobody except my maid. And when did you say it happened?
Friday night. You'd better take off that coat. It's dripping wet. When did it start raining?
Just a few minutes ago. It's teeming outside.
It was raining Friday night, too, when that girl... Wait a minute. Raining. Now, come with me, Miss Hunt. Here, into your room. I want you to please look in your closet.
I simply don't
The closet, Miss Hunt. Here, open it up. Do all these dresses belong to you?
Certainly they belong to me.
All of them? Every one?
Are you out of your mind? Of course they... What's this one?
I don't know. You tell me.
Why, this dress isn't mine. It's hers. Diana Redfern's. She had it on when she came for lunch on Friday.
Well,
But this dress wasn't in here when I left. It wasn't.
this Redfern girl, is she a girl about your size?
Yes, she's a model. She works for us.
Yes, and she lives in Newark, but she hasn't been home. Her landlady said she'd gone to Philadelphia.
That's right. We have a branch office in Philadelphia. She had an assignment there, but she didn't go. It was postponed.
She got relatives in the city?
An aunt and uncle, the same name. They live in the village.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
Just to the telephone, Miss Hunt. I think Miss Redfern's aunt and uncle had better go to the morgue right away to make an identification.
Oh.
Right. So long, Inspector. Well, that's that, Miss Hunt.
They've located the Redferns.
Yes, we ought to know soon. Now, Miss Hunt, when you went to the country Friday, did you see anyone you knew on the train?
No.
Then what?
I got off at Norwalk. I keep a car in a private garage near the station. I drove to my house. It's about 18 miles.
What did you do in the country?
Worked in my garden.
Didn't leave your place in all that time?
I keep everything I need in the house. I went there expressly to be alone.
Mm-hmm. You were going to marry Shelby Carpenter this week.
Yes.
But you went away for a long weekend to be alone. You know Shelby Carpenter has a key to this apartment. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I know nothing of the sort. He hasn't.
How else did the Redfern girl get into the apartment? You knew she was in love with Carpenter.
I knew she was in love with him. She told me so herself. But I also know that she meant nothing to Shelby. I understand him better than you do.
She was found, and I'm convinced now it was Miss Redfern. She was found in your dressing gown.
What of it? You yourselves told me it was raining Friday night. You yourself just saw her dress. It's full of wrinkles and rain spots.
How did she get in here? Why? Who brought her here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Now, look, Miss Hunt, do you love this Carpenter fellow so much you'd risk your own safety to protect him? He must have brought her here.
You suspect me. You think I killed somebody in jealousy.
I'm trying to get at the truth. I'm sorry. Strictly routine. Well, I'll see you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Meanwhile, don't leave this apartment and don't use the telephone.
But I've got to use it. I've got to let my friends know I'm alive.
I'm sorry, but I must insist. If anything should happen to you now, I wouldn't like it.
All right, I promise.
There's one more thing. I know that you went away to make up your mind whether you'd marry Shelby Carpenter or not. What did you decide?
I decided not to marry him.
Well, I'll be seeing you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Good night.
Good night.
Alford?
That you, Mark?
Yeah.
Watch your step. It's pretty dark down here.
Anything come through those earphones?
Yeah. The morgue just called. Is the Redfern girl all right?
That kind of balls things up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Say, you seem pretty... Hey, wait a minute. She's dialing a number up there.
Give me those earphones.
Here.
Hello?
Shelby, this is Laura.
Laura.
I must tell you...
Don't say anything on the telephone. Meet me right away in front of the office. Can you leave?
Right away.
Was that...
Yeah. Dames are always pulling a switch on you. You stay here, Alford. McCavity out front?
Yeah.
Get headquarters. Tell them to send another man down here right away. McCavity's going to tail the girl.
What about you?
I think I'll stick by Mr. Carpenter. I'll see you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, our stars will be back with Act 3 of Laura. Now, here's our Libby with her head in a turban, looking like a fortune teller.
I see the future of your stockings.
Well, here's a lady who'd like to know how long her stockings will last. Suppose you tell her.
How long have you had them now?
They're new. I've worn them twice.
You will wear these stockings for 3 weeks more, until Monday, February 26th.
Why, how wonderful. How can you tell?
It's simple. According to a washing expert, 23 days is the average wearing cycle of rayon stockings. So if you've worn these 2 days already, you've still got 21 days or 3 weeks to go.
But my stockings never last that long. I must be way under average.
Oh, that's too bad. Perhaps I can help you. I see you in the evening washing stockings. I see cake soap and rubbing.
That's right. In this weather, stockings get all splattered up the back, and I have to rub to get the spots out.
Well, I think that's your trouble then. You see, stockings are delicate. They just can't take harsh treatment like that. They need gentle care, lukewarm water and gentle Lux, and no rubbing. If they are spotted, just take a few Lux flakes in your moistened fingers and work them in gently. Then squeeze the suds through the stocking, rinse well, and dry rayons for at least 24 hours. With proper care, I'm sure your new stockings will last much longer.
Yes, strain tests show that Lux stockings do last longer, actually twice as long as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Twice the wear from every pair with Lux Care. That's worthwhile, isn't it? So stick to Lux for stockings. Now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Now, after the play, you're invited to join us for a brief chat with our stars. Now, here's Act 3 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark, Gene Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydica. For 3 hours, Detective Lieutenant McPherson's been following Shelby Carpenter. Now in the black hours of night, he stops his car near a lonely house 18 miles from Norwalk and makes his way carefully toward the front door. It's not quite shut. He peers through the crack for a moment and then walks in.
What?
What are you doing with that shotgun, Carpenter?
Well, I must admit this is somewhat embarrassing, Lieutenant.
Let me see that gun. It's been fired recently.
Yes, I killed some rabbits with it.
When?
Oh, a while back. I don't know exactly. I gave the gun to Laura for protection.
You haven't borrowed it lately. You didn't just bring it back.
You ought to know. You've been following me.
You realize the spot you're in? You brought Diana Redfern to Laura's apartment. You knew all along it was she who was murdered. Didn't you know Laura would come back any day and spill the whole thing? Or did you plan to kill her, too?
Oh, you're being fantastic, McPherson.
You took a bottle of Black Pony to her house Friday night.
I took it there over a week ago.
Bessie says Friday night.
I can't help what Bessie says.
Where's the key to Laura's apartment?
I haven't got one. I never had one.
Okay, you didn't bring the scotch there Friday night and you never had a key. How did you get in?
Well,
Come on, talk.
Thought? Oh, all right. You see, Laura kept an extra key in her office. I'd asked Diana to meet me in a restaurant. I wanted to have it out with her once and for all. You know, she thought she was in love with me. She started to get hysterical. We had to leave. Well, I couldn't very well take her to her room in Newark, could I? Or to my hotel room. So we started to walk. It began to rain suddenly, and we got drenched. I thought of the key, and I stopped by the office to get it. We couldn't find a taxi, and so we walked back to Laura's apartment.
Yeah?
Diana went to Laura's bedroom. When she came out, she had on a dressing gown. Well, we talked, argued maybe, for a couple of hours, and then the doorbell rang.
Why didn't you go to the door?
I suppose one of Laura's friends had found me there.
What would they think of finding Diana there?
I told her to say that Laura had lent her the apartment. Anybody who knew Laura would have believed that.
Don't stop.
Well, I heard Diana open the door, and then there was an awful explosion. By the time I reached her, the door was shut again. Diana just lay there on the floor.
Didn't you go out to see who did it?
I was too confused, too horrified to do anything. The hallway was dark. I don't remember what I did. I knew I had to keep out of it and keep Laura out of it, too. The only thing on my mind was the safety of a person whose life was dearer to me than my own. Don't you understand that?
Did you think Laura had killed her? Did you?
I don't remember what I thought.
Do you think so now?
No.
On Saturday, when Detective Crane went to see you, you seemed sincerely shocked.
I was. I hadn't expected the police to mistake Diana's body for Laura's.
But your alibi was all ready. The concert. You knew the minute Laura got back to town, it wouldn't stick.
I couldn't think that far ahead. I was groping for some way to keep Laura's name out of it. I was heartbroken about Diana and panic-stricken about Laura.
Okay. And tonight you met Laura in front of her office. What did you talk about?
About what I just told you. Well, what are you turning on the radio for?
To see if it works. Why don't you tell her the truth? She sent you here to get rid of that gun.
She doesn't even know I came here. It was my own idea.
The radio works fine, doesn't it?
Well, why wouldn't it?
I hoped it wouldn't. All right, we're driving back to New York.
Well, am I under arrest?
I don't know. Just don't leave town. It would be a very foolish thing to do.
Oh, good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning. You know, I have a terrific yen to call you Laura. Why don't you forget that lieutenant business and just call me Mark?
Because
Especially since I brought you all these groceries. Breakfast. You didn't buy any food when you went out last night.
So you know.
Yeah. I can fix bacon and eggs. Can you make coffee? Oh, I spoke to Bessie. She'll be a little late. When I told her you were alive, she darn near passed out.
Yes, she phoned. You might have been a little more delicate about it. Suppose you set the table, but we'll have to wait a little while for the coffee.
I've asked Paul Lydecker to stop by.
Did you tell him about me, that I'm alive?
No.
Why not? It's brutal.
I'm not doing it for laughs. Why did you break your promise last night?
Not to go out? Because I'll never be bound to do anything unless it's of my own free will.
The Redfern girl was in love with Carpenter. You admitted that.
I also told you he wasn't in love with her. Paul?
I don't know. Just sit still in here.
Hello, Lieutenant. Laura? Oh, good morning, darling.
Hello, dear.
Well, excuse me, Lieutenant. I'd like to kiss my fiancée good morning.
Oh, so it's on again.
Do I have to get a police permit? Well, now who?
Come in, Lydecker. The door's unlatched.
Lydecker, huh? Right on my heels.
Well, McPherson, have you thought over the deal I suggested? What about the portrait and the... Why? What?
Paul!
Laura.
Paul! Paul!
I'll be all right in a moment. Laura, what?
Not now, dear. Don't try to talk now.
Come on, I'll take him into the bedroom.
Just be quiet, Paul.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is he?
He'll be all right. He's lying down.
This is going just a little too far, McPherson. Your methods are vicious.
Must have been a terrible shock to him, seeing me. Poor darling.
Don't tell me you're in love with Lydecker, too.
Stop talking that way to Miss Hunt.
Laura, why do you cover up for a guy like Carpenter? What story did he tell you when you met him last night?
Don't answer him, darling.
Shut up. I've got enough on you, Carpenter, to arrest you right now.
Break McPherson the handcuffs. Trundle him off to the hoosegow.
Paul.
I hope you'll forget my wee touch of angina, my dear. It's an old family custom. Did I interrupt a pinch, McPherson?
I've changed my mind for the moment.
Well, in that case, better order some food and liquor, Laura. People are coming to celebrate your return this afternoon. A cocktail party.
Who asked them?
I did. In the quiet of your boudoir just now. I called my man, and he's calling all our dear friends.
Why did you do that?
Well, perhaps our friends can weave all the loose ends into a noose. Eh, McPherson?
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Mr. Lydecker. I'd already called them. Well, I'll run along now, Laura. Sorry about the breakfast. Some other time, maybe.
Shelby, come here.
What's the matter, darling? Your party's a huge success.
Shelby, tell me, I must know. Why did you go to the country last night?
Laura,
Well,
you don't know? I was afraid you wouldn't think of hiding that shotgun.
what shotgun?
The one I gave you. Oh, darling, you don't have to lie to me.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, nothing at all, Anne.
In case you don't know it, that McPherson man hasn't taken his eyes off you.
I know.
Maybe it would be better if I, mingled with our guests.
Laura, McPherson suspects him. Shelby.
He suspects me, too.
Oh, don't be absurd. You could never have done a thing like that. Darling.
Yes.
Are you as interested in Lieutenant McPherson as he is in you?
Anne, I only met him last night.
Sometimes that's more than long enough. Anyway, he's better for you than Shelby. Anybody is. Shelby's better for me.
Why?
Because I can afford him. He's no good, but he's what I...
Wait a minute. He's coming. Mark.
Oh, Mark, is it?
I'm sorry to break up your party, Laura.
Oh, but you haven't. You've been a model guest so far.
I'm not joking. Get on your things. I'm taking you to headquarters.
I was going to get a cell and a denim dress. Is this your office?
Before they trot out that denim dress, I want to know why you've been holding out on me.
Have I been?
You told me the radio at your country place was broken.
It was.
Not last night.
I stopped in the village on my way back. I asked the local handyman to fix it.
And how did he get in?
With a key. The key I always leave under the flower pot on the porch.
All right, I'll accept that.
Why?
Because you're too intelligent to make up a story I could check so easily. The main thing I want to know is why you pulled that switch about Shelby Carpenter. You told me last night you decided not to marry him. But today it was on again. Why?
I changed my mind.
What went on between you and Carpenter when you met him last night? Or should I guess? He convinced you that if you broke your engagement now, people would think you believed that he killed Diana Redford.
Yes. But now I know the real reason why he wanted to stay engaged. He thinks I did it. So do you.
Are you in love with him?
No, I don't know how I ever could have been.
Come on, Laura. You're going home.
But I thought I was under...
That's what I wanted you to think. You and a few other people. I didn't even book you.
And all this was just some sort of a game.
I was 99% certain about you, but I just had to make sure of that 1% doubt.
Wasn't there an easier way to make sure?
You're smiling. You're not sore?
No, Mark. I'm not sore.
Go back to your party, if there's anything left of it.
And you?
I'm going to Lydecker's apartment. I'll drop by later on.
I'm glad they've all gone, Laura. It's been a long time since we've been together. Well, darling, what's the matter?
Nothing, Paul.
You're worried. Yes, McPherson. He's using you for something.
I don't think so.
I don't deny he's infatuated with you in some warped fashion, but he's incapable of any normal human relationship. He's been dealing too long with criminals. When you were unattainable, and he thought you were dead, that's when he wanted you most. Fell in love with your portrait.
He was glad when I came back, as if he were waiting for me.
You know what he calls women? Dames. A dame in Washington Heights once got a fox fur coat out of it. That's his very word.
That doesn't mean anything, Paul. He isn't like that.
Laura, my dear, you have one glaring weakness. With you, a lean, strong body is always the measure of a man, and you always get hurt.
No man is ever going to hurt me again. No, not even you.
I? Hurt you? What? Laura, look at me. You were a long time finding out about Shelby, but that's all over now. We'll be together again.
Wait, The door just opened.
Don't get up. It's only me.
Oh, haven't you heard of science's latest triumph, the doorbell?
I'm glad you're here, Lydecker. I've just been to your apartment.
Do you mind if I search your pockets?
I found a shotgun.
Oh.
But I wasted my time. It wasn't the gun that killed Diana Redfern.
First he tells you he thinks you're innocent, and then he proceeds to check up on you.
I never said you're innocent.
Me? I'm talking about Laura. My dear, this entire maneuver could be a trick to throw you off guard.
It could be, but it isn't.
I know. I believe you, Mark.
See, I'm beginning to get annoyed. Laura, it's the same obvious pattern. If McPherson weren't full of muscles and good looks, in a cheap sort of way, you'd see through him in a second.
Paul, I mean to be as kind about this as I know how. But you're the one following the same obvious pattern. First with that painter you thought was in love with me. Then with Shelby, and now I suppose...
Laura, what are you saying?
That I don't think we should see each other again.
But, darling, you're not yourself.
Yes, I am. For the first time in ages, I know what I'm doing.
Very well. I hope you'll never regret what promises to be a disgustingly earthy relationship. Oh, listen to my broadcast in 10 minutes. I'm discussing the other great loves of history.
That was the most difficult thing I've had to do in my whole life.
Yeah, but I still haven't found it. I haven't found it.
What?
The gun that killed Diana Redfern.
What are you doing?
Taking a look at your clock. He's got one just like it, hasn't he?
Yes, but...
I wasn't alone just now in Lydecker's apartment. A guy named Sergeant Crane came with me. Crane's old man is a clockmaker. And while I wore myself out looking for a shotgun, all the sergeant did was drool about Lydecker's clock. He said probably there's not another one like it in the world.
Obviously he was wrong.
Yeah, and he showed me something about that clock. A little feature with all clocks made by Courbet-Fils. Underneath, here, near the floor, is a little spring. You push the spring and the whole bottom compartment opens up. See? Like this.
But I never knew.
In the old days, I guess people used the compartment for a kind of safe. Today, they use it for hiding other things. Shotguns, for instance. Yeah, this is it, Laura. I'm sure of it. And it was put here by the only man who knew about this clock, Paul Lydecker.
Oh, no.
Yeah. When the Redfern girl opened the door, this hallway was dark. Lydecker saw a girl and assumed it was you, and he fired. He figured if he couldn't have you for himself, he was going to make sure no one else did. He heard Carpenter, so he hid behind the stairway outside in the corridor. Carpenter was scared to death, and he got out as fast as he could. Then Lydecker slipped back in and tucked the gun away in the grandfather clock.
Oh, I felt it ever since I came back. I'm the one to blame. Not for anything I did, but for what I didn't do. I should have stopped seeing Paul long ago. But I couldn't. I owed too much to him.
I can understand all that. But I can't understand why you tried so hard to protect Carpenter.
I was frantic you'd arrest him. I knew he wasn't guilty. But I knew Paul would do everything he could to incriminate him. It was his way of getting rid of Shelby, just as he got rid of every other man who might have meant something to me.
For a charming, intelligent girl, you've certainly surrounded yourself with a remarkable collection of dopes. Now, look, don't touch anything. I'm leaving the gun and the clock. I'll have it picked up in the morning.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm picking up Lydecker.
Mark.
I've got to. You know that. Try and get some sleep, will you?
Sleep? Well, maybe I can. I'll read a book, listen to the radio. Will you call me later?
Sure. Try and forget all this. It's just a bad dream. Good night, Laura.
Good night, Mark. Good night. And be careful, please.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with his final word for this evening, Mr. Paul Lydecker.
As history has proved, love is eternal. The strongest motivation for man's actions throughout centuries. Love is stronger than life. It reaches beyond the dark shadows of death. May I remind you of some favorite lines of mine from Dowson's poem? They are not long, the weeping and the laughter, love and desire and hate. I think they have no portion in us after we pass the gate. They are not long, days of wine and roses. Out of a misty dream, our path emerges for a while, then closes within a dream. That's the way it
You've
is,
heard the
isn't
voice
it, Laura?
of Paul Lydecker by electrical transcription. This is the...
There's the final irony to all of this, Laura. You know how I despise melodrama, and yet here I am, a gun in my hand, about to kill you.
Paul, you've taken one life. Isn't that enough?
The best part of myself, that's what you are, Laura. Do you think I'm going to leave you to the vulgar pawings of a second-rate policeman who thinks you're a dame?
He'll find you, Paul. You know he will.
Will he? Don't you overestimate the man who thought I left a few moments ago. And all I did was wait in the hall, Laura. And then I let myself in again with the key I've always had. I'm not going to lose you, Laura.
Open the door.
Don't move, Laura.
He didn't leave. He's somewhere in this building. Laura, are you all right?
He'll find us together, darling. As always we should have been. As always we will be.
No, Paul, no.
Turn your face, darling. Please, turn your face.
Sorry, Vincent, but I had to do it. I better let the boss in before he busts down your door. Laura.
It's all right, Mark.
Get him through the window, Lieutenant, from the fire escape. I'll call headquarters.
Fine detective. A fine detective I am.
Laura. Goodbye. Goodbye, my love.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. The bad dream is over.
Our stars will be back for their curtain calls in a moment. The war is far from over. Now is no time to relax.
President says Army needs 18,000 nurses.
Congress discusses drafting women, 18 to 50.
This is the crucial year of the war, and every woman, like every man, must do her part. If you want to bring your son, your husband, the boy down the street home sooner, do every single thing you can to help now. Even if you can't take a war job or be a nurse, you can still help by saving every drop of used fat. Your used kitchen fats make the medicines our nurses need for our wounded men and the raw materials for synthetic rubber life rafts and airplane tires. The American Fat Salvage Committee says,
Fat salvage can no longer be regarded as a volunteer service. It is a serious wartime obligation that must not be neglected until every Jap is driven back to Tokyo and the South Pacific Islands again become exporters of commercial fats and oils.
Yes, now the kitchens of America must help supply the fats we used to get from lands the Japs still hold. Save the fat from your broiler and frying pans. Skim it off the tops of soups and stews and gravies. Melt down table scraps and sew it. Your butcher will give you 4 cents and 2 red ration tokens for every pound you turn in. Save every drop every day until J-Day, the day the Japs are licked. Now, back to Mr. Barrymore and our stars.
Well, now that we've solved tonight's baffling crime, with the help of Gene Tierney, Dana Andrews, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, we invite our stars to the footlights for their curtain calls. And I might add that for Dana, this is the first appearance on our stage.
First for me, too, Mr. Barrymore.
For you too, Gene? Well, with Van Johnson here on our 10th anniversary show, the Lux Radio Theater's had a pretty good season for new stars.
I hear you're making a picture with Van Johnson, Mr. Barrymore.
Yeah, that's right, Vincent. Between two women. That Metro Golden Mare. Well, I'll tell you a secret about Dana. He's going romantic on us in his next picture.
What picture's that, Dana?
It's a Technicolor, Vincent, for 20th Century Fox. State Fair.
Who's in it with you?
Well, the largest group in the cast is 54 prize Hampshire hogs.
Now, let me get this straight, Dana. You're playing a romantic role?
Uh-huh. And you know, one of those pigs weighs 880 pounds.
It's undoubtedly the biggest ham in the picture.
I can see now why there's a bacon shortage. All the hogs are going to pictures.
Well, Dana, you set those hogs a good example in acting, and we look forward to producing State Fair in this theater someday.
What are you going to have on Lux for next week, Mr. Barrymore?
For next Monday night, we have from Paramount Studios a play and stars that hundreds of our listeners have requested. For Whom the Bell Tolled. With Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, Mikhail Razumi, and Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman. I can guess by the reaction in our studio audience that it's a play you've all been looking forward to. And I don't wonder. Based on the novel by Ernest Hemingway, it's one of the great motion pictures of our time, with 5 great stars in their original screen roles.
Sounds like a wonderful evening, Mr. Barrymore. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I hope to see you again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ingrid Bergman, Gary Cooper, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Razumi in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Laura was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Mr. Barrymore can be heard on his own program, The Mayor of the Town, every Saturday night over this same network. Vincent Price is currently working on the 20th Century Fox production, Dragonwyck. Otto Kruger will soon be seen in Samuel Goldwyn's Technicolor picture, Wonder Man. Heard in tonight's play were Lois Corbett, Leo Cleary, Noreen Gamil, Dwayne Thompson, Charles Seal, and Howard McNear. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear For Whom the Bell Tolls with Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumny.
There's less work in my cooking. No guesswork in my cooking. My best work is my cooking, since I have switched to Spry.
Let new Easy Bake Spry and Spry's amazing shortcut recipes help you serve more delicious meals with far less work. For lighter, better-tasting cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crispy, digestible fried foods, get S-P-R-Y Spry.
And be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of For Whom the Bell Tolls, with Gary Cooper, Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumi. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Hollywood cast tonight is the distinguished American actor, the star of the Broadway suspense drama Angel Street, who has recently returned to this coast to resume his film career, Mr. Vincent Price. Tonight's suspense play, which presents Mr. Price, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, relates an episode of recent years in the unfriendly Nazi capital of Berlin. The strange death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with the strange death of Charles Umberstein, and with the performance of Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I was infuriated to think I had been trapped. The thought that someone had discovered my intentions maddened me to the breaking point. Nothing had slipped. Everything had run smoothly as I had planned. No evidence, not the slightest trace, nothing. And yet, I was trapped. Trapped. But why? How? Let me see. Papers in my briefcase, train ticket, information forwarded safely to my office. And he knew. How? But he did know. I stood quietly in my room, watching him, watching me, waiting for me, standing by the lamppost beneath my window, knowing he had trapped me, waiting for me. I recognized him almost immediately. Captain von Hind. Once before I had seen him briefly in Herr Miller's office. I had been working on some corrections. Herr Miller was escorting him through the plant on an inspection tour. They stopped for a moment outside my office. I glanced up as Herr Miller gestured my way through the partially open door.
Aha, Herr Hauptmann. Das ist unser neuer Architekt. So, ist Ihr neuer Architekt.
Well, here it was. They were talking about me. My heart stopped. He was explaining how I had been recommended by the Fuhrer himself, my qualification. They continued on their tour. Herr Miller explained later when I went to his office.
Aha, Umberstein, there you are.
Herr Miller, you sent for me?
Yes, Umberstein. This morning, when Captain von Hind and myself passed by your office, I knew it was you.
You knew it was me?
Yeah. Captain von Hind is head of Gestapo intelligence in this area. He was conducting a routine inspection this morning, and it was he who suggested that
What?
Well, since your recommendations were by the Führer himself...
Yes?
Your work here has been excellent. I knew you were the man when I passed by today.
My work?
Huh? Oh, no, of course, not that. Why, you have become one of our best men.
Oh, thank you, Herr Miller.
No, this is it.
Yes, Herr Miller.
Through various posts, we are releasing more prints on munitions areas in this country and other countries. Huh? You are to be in complete charge of their release from the war.
I understand, Herr Miller. As a citizen of the Reich, I am greatly honored that I have been given such an opportunity.
An opportunity to show your loyalty.
An honor.
I will give you the combinations. You will see that no other person enters the war.
Of course, Herr Miller.
One moment, Umberstein.
Yes?
I think I should tell you that a few months ago, in one of the neighboring plants, the Gestapo apprehended a spy.
Yes?
He was working for an enemy espionage service, found in possession of certain vital documents which he had access to in his work.
And what did they learn from him?
Well, many things. He was reluctant to speak at first, but it's difficult to hold out indefinitely. Well, he finally gave them enough information to locate other agents who had filtered in.
It was well he was detected.
Oh, yeah. The Gestapo is still on the alert for some of his co-workers, still expected to arrive. Of course, they are ignorant of his confession and his fate. So, Herr Umberstein, I must warn you to take all the necessary steps against the possibility of espionage. We cannot be too careful.
I shall be careful.
In you, Umberstein, is exemplified the efficiency of the Third Reich.
I closed my suitcase and looked down on the street. I watched him standing there. I kept asking myself, how could he know? This Captain von Hind, how could he know? The plan was perfect, the best yet, and yet I was discovered, trapped. It was a late Saturday afternoon, and the silence of the day hung heavy in the room. Outside it was cold, very cold, but in my room it was warm, stuffy. The radiator hissed and spewed as though it were the judge of the events to come. I was almost angry at it. A radiator. It was still light enough that he might see me if I crossed to raise the window. He wasn't aware that I was in the room. I hadn't turned on the lights. Now he stood there, waiting for me to return. I lay down on the bed, smoking, my thoughts troubled by the one question, how? How had he discovered me? Safely, I had avoided all connections with anyone who might have a chance to spy on my work. There was not the least cause for suspicion. An established citizen of the Reich, well-recommended, pure Aryan, employed as an architect in one of the country's largest munitions plants. Certainly there was no reason for him to suspect me. The Gestapo, this Captain von Hind, waiting to take me. Fräulein Keller. Absurd. Oh, of course not. Not she. But could you ever trust a woman? Fräulein Keller. Did I give her any reason at all? Good
Good morning, Fräulein.
Oh, good morning.
My name is Charles Umberstein, and I am to be at the munitions factory near here. I wish to take a room.
Oh?
One facing the outer street, Fräulein, if you can accommodate me.
Oh, I think so. We have one. It is on the second floor. Overlooks the street corner.
Oh, fine. I'm glad. It looks comfortable here. Small and comfortable.
Oh, yes. You will like it, I'm sure. I am the owner and manager here.
Fräulein.
Sign here, please.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you. Otto, would you show Herr Umberstein to his room?
Yes? Yes, who is it?
It's I, Fräulein Keller.
Oh, just a moment. Yes, Fräulein?
I have brought you some extra blankets.
Oh.
You may be cold.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Fräulein.
And Herr Umberstein, down the street, a little cafe. You may find nice meals and a little music, too.
Oh, wonderful. I am indebted to you, Fräulein.
Oh, but you are my charge. I look after my guests. It is my job.
Oh, that is most kind, Fräulein.
Herr Umberstein, yes. I also dine at a little cafe often.
Oh. I hope I see you. Here's to you, Fräulein, for your wonderful hospitality.
Oh, to you, Herr Umberstein.
Fräulein, it's growing late. I must be off. I have a great many things to do tomorrow.
Oh, and so do I. Oh, it has been a wonderful evening. Wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. Here's your coat. It's growing colder now, isn't it?
Yes, the winter will be here soon. Too soon.
Yes, but I won't be...
Eh? You won't be?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing.
You will be here long.
Certainly, Fräulein, certainly. I was just wishing.
Wishing? For what?
No, I had done it. I'd started to thinking perhaps she could...
For what?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing important. Only the hopes of every man. They become so near sometimes. They're almost reality.
So?
What else could I do? I had to lead her thoughts away somehow. She took the lead.
You mean a woman?
Yes. Yes, Fräulein. You.
Oh, but we have known each other for such a short time. Only 2 weeks.
That's true, but I've been aware of you for a longer time, though I've just met you.
Oh, Herr Umberstein,
Charles.
Oh, Charles?
At first I was uneasy about the whole affair. Then after a while, I did grow rather fond of her. She was so accommodating, and we dined together each evening, and I played my role to the letter. Never once did she mention my work.
Oh.
Fräulein Keller, what are you doing in my room?
Well, I was...
You've been looking through my papers. Why?
I was looking for something.
But what right have you? What are you looking for?
I was looking for a letter.
A letter? What letter?
One that you haven't got. I thought perhaps you might have it.
Now, out with it.
A letter from a woman. Very well, Charles. If you must know, I suspect you of not being fair to me.
She was actually looking for a letter from some woman. Any woman. She didn't trust me. She didn't trust her Charles. No, it couldn't have been Fräulein Keller. Who then could it have been? I walked over to the window and looked down at the figure who so patiently kept his vigil there. Captain von Heinz, waiting. Why? If there had been something wrong with the passport, but no, that was perfect, not the passport.
All passengers will report to the trainmaster for passport examination.
Yeah, all in order. You can take your luggage to Berlin. Yeah, this way. Next. Next.
Here you are.
Name?
Charles Umberstein.
Residence?
Berlin.
Nationality?
German.
All in order. Picture, luggage, all in order.
Thank you, trainmaster.
You must be careful, you know.
When may I catch my train for Berlin?
It should be by any moment. Next.
I stood there in the shadows waiting for my train, I examined my passport again, as I had done 100 times before. No one would have any reason to doubt anything so genuine as that.
All passengers for Berlin! All passengers for Berlin!
Guard, must we stand passport inspection again?
Yeah. The Army intelligence will accommodate you on the train.
Jawohl. 3 stops, my passport was inspected. A good test? If the passport had been suspected or investigated, it would only prove that I was Charles Umberstein. I had come by the passport through Hans. At the time, Hans was employed as an Austrian customs inspector. This gave him access to many such passports. According to Hans, there had been a person named Charles Umberstein who had suddenly disappeared in 1936. Since there had been no friends or relatives to make an inquest, well, you can see. No, I was Charles Umberstein. Why, I even resembled the badly scarred photograph on the identification card. From the front view, he was evidently a large man, big shoulders, large head, wore a short Prussian haircut. Yes, I certainly looked enough like the photograph. Passport was flawless. He couldn't have discovered me through that, this von Hind. Something else. What else? The plans? No, of course not. They couldn't have discovered that. I merely made copies and left the originals. No, not the plans. Why, Hans and I... Hans. Oh, no, not Hans. Never. We'd worked so well together. Oh, no, not Hans. A strange, silent boy, perhaps, but surely... That night in 1936, when he gave me the passport, he was our man in Austria, but strange things happen even to the most loyal.
All set, Charles.
Then I will not see you again, Hans.
Until
I arrive, eh?
I will be attached to an Army Ordnance Division in the city. You will receive additional information on the first day of each month.
From you?
Yes. There's a hotel not far from the factory. Here is the address. Fräulein Keller runs this hotel. Now, on the second floor in one corner sits a mahogany table. On it are a set of silver candlesticks. 4 of them. Beneath the candlestick nearest the right, you may find your information on the first day of each month.
It will be written in code?
Naturally. Be very careful when you pick it up.
I see.
And make no effort to contact me in any other way.
And can I leave anything I might learn in the same place? Is it safe?
Yes. Now, remember, sooner or later we are bound to be introduced, you and I. My duties with the Ordnance Division will, of course...
So near and yet so far kind of thing, eh?
Yeah, very far. Once inside the city, I'm Oberleutnant Hans Neumann of Army Ordnance, understand?
I am Herr Charles Umberstein, architect.
Right.
Well, time grows short. I must go. Everything checked.
Your passport?
Perfect. I even resemble the photograph. Look, Hans, don't you think so?
Yes, not bad. Very considerate of Umberstein to have looked this way. Tickets?
Right here, through to Berlin. I report to Franz Miller in the munitions factory, produce my credentials. He's been expecting me. I haggle a little about the salary, then I accept. At first opportunity, become acquainted with MB plans.
And I will see that you are highly recommended from a reliable source.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Hans, who will recommend me?
Oh, you needn't worry, Herr Umberstein. It'll be good, I assure you.
Then goodbye, Hans.
Oberleutnant Neumann, if you please.
Oberleutnant Hans Neumann.
Well, then, my Herr Charles Umberstein, auf Wiedersehen.
Wiedersehen.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Yes, everything Hans had said came about. I picked up my information each month at the little hotel. I left an occasional report for Hans. It was the only way we ever communicated. And then Oberleutnant Hans Neumann began to appear in Franz Müller's office. And eventually Müller introduced us. In fact, Hans was with Müller quite frequently, and they dined together regularly. Hans played his part well. But one day, something was worrying him.
I will wait here for you, Müller.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Ah, Herr Umberstein. It's good to see you again.
Lieutenant Neumann.
Herr Müller speaks very highly of your work here.
Thank you. Be very careful of this Captain von Hind. There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. He looks at me very strangely. And there is something I recognize about the man. The eyes are...
Yes. We were just chatting a moment.
I've seen Von Hein somewhere before. Be very careful. And don't come with us in case they ask you.
Well, you all ready?
Why, yes, of course.
Umberstein, would you care to join us at luncheon?
No, thank you. I have some work to do.
Always working.
Yes.
Well, then, let's go, Hans, yeah?
Yeah, certainly. Oh, by the way, will Captain Von Hein be joining us today?
Oh, Von Hein sends his regrets. Something is delayed.
Oh, that's too bad.
Von Hein, a remarkable man. No one like him in the service. No one like him.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Von Hein. Such a brief warning. Curt and sinister. Hans was frightened. He would never have taken the chance to speak to me if he had not been frightened. Something that he recognized about Von Hein. Saturday was the first of the month, and there was no information at the hotel. Hans didn't appear again to lunch with Herr Müller. Something was wrong. Something had happened to Hans. Today I found out.
We will enjoy ourselves today, eh, Umberstein?
Yes.
We should lunch together more often, you and I. I like good company when I eat.
Good food, good company, good digestion, Herr Müller.
Now, this is a wonderful restaurant that we are going to. You know, they serve Norwegian smoked salmon that is exquisite. And cheap, too. Nothing like these new foods we are getting from Norway.
I've heard of Norwegian salmon.
And this is the best.
You and Oberleutnant Neumann dine here often, don't you?
Hans Neumann, yeah. We came here often, yeah. Hans Neumann will not come here for a long, long time again, I'm afraid.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't. You remember Captain Von Hein?
Oh, yes, the Gestapo man who was inspecting our factory a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a most efficient man. He has apparently been observing Hans Neumann for some time.
Oh?
Oberleutnant Neumann is being detained by Captain Von Hein, no?
Was he...
He was a spy.
Spy? How do you know?
Von Hein arrests only spies. And Von Hein never makes a mistake. The man is incredible.
Was there something suspicious about Hans?
There's something suspicious about everyone to Von Hein. He himself asked me to cultivate Oberleutnant Neumann so that he could better observe his action.
Yes, I noticed that you two lunch together very often.
We lunch together at this very same restaurant you and I are going to now. That made it easy for Von Hein.
Easy?
Well, to study the man in leisure. Von Hein always wants to be certain of his quarry.
And where is Hans now?
Who knows? Who knows what happens when Captain Von Hein takes a man? Don't you admire such efficiency, Umberstein?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, the captain did indicate that there were others to be rounded up, too. Well, here we are. Oh, look, you see them in the window? Norwegian salmon. Oh, they are beautiful, so red, so delicious. Are you hungry, Umberstein?
What? Oh, yes. Oh, they do look delicious. Captain Von Hein. I looked at him out of the window again. I could see his breath now. It was growing very cold. He was well dressed in a neatly tailored overcoat and dark hat. It was too dark to tell the exact color. The only thing I was sure of were the hands and the gloves on the hands. Heavy, thick, powerfully mounted prongs encased in a gray, tightly fitting material. Style, lines running across the back. I noticed when he lifted them to light a cigarette. What beautiful weapons. His back was to me. I couldn't help but admire the fine breadth of his shoulders and the thick, closely barbered neck. He stood quietly by the lamppost, smoking, watching his breath and the smoke battle for existence in the icy air. Once when he turned to look up at my window, the single eyeglass he wore caught the reflection of the light. I wondered how much he weighed. Carefully, I retraced each step over again in my mind. I couldn't find the flaw that made me a marked man. The absurdly easy way I had gone through Mueller's office carrying an innocent-looking bundle of blueprints, then to the vault, the superstition of copies. No one could suspect what I had done. No one had any reason to. Why then was I trapped? course he was after me, waiting down there. I wondered why he didn't come up and wait in my room. Surely he didn't know I was in the room. Perhaps he had searched my room one day while I was out. But what could he find? Nothing, absolutely nothing. A passport proving I was Charles Umberstein. A monogrammed suitcase bearing the initials C.U. A few letters and old papers. Nothing at all. I had never talked. I had never known anyone else in service except Hans. Franz Müller was too stupid to suspect anything. Fräulein Keller, no. The passport, perfect. Only one other way. Only one other way could he possibly know. For an instant, the possible answer flashed through my brain. For a full 5 minutes, I watched him very discerningly. Could it be? Could it possibly be? The stillness of the street below was broken from time to time by the blare of an occasional horn and the rattle of armored cars carrying soldiers to different parts of the city. Turning from the window, I groped about in the darkness of my room, searching for the automatic I had concealed in the slit compartment of my traveling bag. When I found it, I tested the chamber. Yes, it was loaded. I jammed it in my coat pocket, and putting on my hat, I stood there by the window, watching him. He seemed very ominous, very assured, waiting for me. He must have been getting anxious with his long vigil. I watched him signal to an accomplice across the street. Walking back and forth under the streetlight, I noticed something familiar. Very familiar. A bolt from off the bed, tied to a piece of cord attached to the light switch. Near the radiator pipe, room enough to pass it through, the weighted end dragging the string to the lobby below. I picked up my suitcase and stepped out of the door. The hall was dark and quiet. I walked down the stairs. The lobby was empty, deserted. At the bottom of the stairs, I placed the suitcase by the door, and I crossed to the desk. Hastily, I jammed a few bills in an envelope and addressed it to Fräulein Keller. Now, as I picked up my suitcase, I could see him very plainly on the corner. He was only a few feet from the entrance. The cord with its weighted end had fallen just short of the door. I stood there quietly. He looked up at my room. I pulled the cord. He was startled when the light went on upstairs, searching the window for a view of the occupant. I walked to the door. As I opened it, he looked at me, looked my way, gazed at me, point blank, seemed surprised. Then, assuring himself, he took a step toward me.
Herr Umberstein. Herr Umberstein.
Oh, you are...
You are Charles Umberstein?
Why, yes, I...
Charles Umberstein, who entered Germany in 1936 from Austria?
Here's my passport.
Your passport, yes. I have always wanted to meet you, Charles Umberstein. I have always wanted to meet you face to face. You know who I am?
Why, yes, you are.
I wonder. You know, the others I have had my men pick up. But you, I wanted to attend to personally. It's because you are Charles Umberstein. Now we will just...
I'm sorry, my friend. He sat down hard on the curb. He looked up at me, mumbled strangely, then fell over with his head in the gutter. His hat fell off, and I saw that his hair was closely cropped. There were other people on the streets. I ran till I was out of breath. The next day, I picked up a Berlin paper on the railroad station. On the second page, I read the headline, Gestapo official murdered. Saturday, January 25th, Captain Charles von Hind, high-ranking official of the Gestapo intelligence service, was instantly killed last night by the bullets of an unknown assailant whom he was attempting to arrest on charges of espionage. Captain von Hind had been connected with the Gestapo since 1936. Prior to his affiliation with the Gestapo intelligence, he had been known by his real name, Charles Umberstein. His entry into such dangerous work made necessary a complete retirement from all public life. The Reich will long honor the memory of Charles Umberstein. I wired flowers from Geneva with a card marked Sympathy, signed C.U.
And so closes The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman, starring Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Vincent Price will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Song of Bernadette. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. Music was composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Man in Black, who would like to draw your attention to the new day and time for Suspense, beginning next week, when Cary Grant will be our star.
Beginning next week, listeners in the Eastern and Central time zones will hear Suspense on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. Listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones will be brought their next story of suspense on Monday, December the 6th, and each Monday thereafter at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. Don't forget Suspense on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, if you live in Eastern and Central time zones, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th, for listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, with Cary Grant, our opening guest star. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Lux Radio Theater proudly presents Vincent Price as Winston Smith in 1984. 1984. The world is one world, divided into three parts: East Asia, Eurasia, Oceania. Religion is abolished. God is rooted out. There is only Big Brother. Big Brother is the head of the party. Big Brother is one, indivisible, unassailable.
Oceania is good because Big Brother is good. Oceania is one because Big Brother is one. Big Brother sees everything, knows everything. Everyone exists by the clemency of Big Brother.
Big Brother, Big Brother, Big Brother.
In Oceania, there are the proles. The proles, like the animals, are free. They have no telescreens in their houses. They have no numbers. They wear no uniform. The proles are the primitives, the early inferior people. Subdued by the party, subject to the party, they are the lost and the forgotten. Between the proles and the party there is a great gulf fixed. A prole cannot join the party. No party member can retreat to the proles.
The party is one as Big Brother is one.
Big Brother.
Every member of the party wears a uniform, a suit of overalls. Every member of the party has a telescreen in his house. Every member of the party has a number.
You there. Stand up. In front of the screen. What is your number?
6079.
Your name?
Winston Smith.
Where do you live?
3rd floor, Victory Mansions.
Employment in the party?
Records Department, Ministry of Truth.
Repeat the slogans of the party with fervor.
War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength.
Now, how is Oceania governed?
By Big Brother, through the Ministry of Truth, the Ministry of Peace, the Ministry of Plenty, the Ministry of Love.
Describe their functions.
The Ministry of Truth, News, Entertainment, Education, the Ministry of Peace, Conduct of War, the Ministry of Plenty, Economics.
Well, go on. The Ministry of Love. What does that do?
I don't know. I have never been there.
Let us hope for your sake that you never do. The Ministry of Love is where people who do not love Big Brother are taught to love him. Do you love Big Brother, Winston Smith?
I love Big Brother.
Repeat it.
I love Big Brother. I love Big Brother.
Your tour of duty at the records office begins at 900 hours. Be there on time. 6079 Winston Smith. Dismissed.
That was an unexpected call, wasn't it?
Oh, they do it sometimes. Part of the quarterly brush-up discipline, you know.
Perhaps. But that fellow on the screen was probably from the Thought Police. They can cut in on anybody's screen, you know. They do. How do you think so many comrades have been vaporized? Thought Police, of course. And the home telescreen. They can see you and hear you all the time.
But I've got nothing to worry about. I stick to the party rules. I do my job.
But you don't think the way the party thinks, do you? More important, you don't want to think the way the party thinks, the way Big Brother wants you to think, do you?
I just couldn't face the telescreen any longer. I had to get out and get away.
You and I.
You?
Well, you. I'm you, Winston. I'm the other you who looks out of your eyes.
Yes, you twitch my lips and tingle in my fingertips at the most inconvenient times. But they know nothing about you. They control me like they control everybody else.
Then why do you do the silly things you do?
What silly things?
That book you bought.
But it's just an old book with blank pages. What's wrong with that?
Nothing. Except they don't make books like that anymore. And if they ask you where you got it, you'd have to tell them at an antique shop in the Prole Quarter.
But I just wanted to keep a diary. Nothing wrong in that, is there?
No, except you'd find it hard to explain why you wanted to keep a diary. And remember, you're not supposed to go into the Prole Quarter anyway.
I know. The Proles aren't members of the party. They're just slaves. But will you stop it? I've got enough to worry about as it is.
Yes. It's the girl, isn't it? The girl in the fiction department.
Yes. Yes, the way she looks at me. The way she stays near me.
She's rather pretty.
But if you like that sort of thing. A lot of good it is when she wears the red sash of the Anti-Sex League and could be a police spy into the bargain.
You're rattled this morning. Mustn't get rattled, you know. It shows. That's the way they get onto you first. Pull yourself together. There's where you work. There's the Ministry of Truth straight ahead. Smile now, Winston. Smile.
Good morning, Comrade Smith.
What? Oh, good morning, Comrade O'Brien.
Not often we meet like this.
No, Comrade. Of course, I've often wanted to.
Wanted? What, Comrade?
Well, I don't know. It's probably foolish. You are known as a great man in the party. I've admired you from a distance.
I hear good reports of your work, Smith.
Well, I've often hoped I might discuss it with you.
A pity we have no time now. Never mind. We'll meet again one day. In the place where there is no darkness.
In the place where there is no... I beg your pardon, Comrade?
Good morning, Comrade. Don't let me keep you from your work.
A place where there is no darkness. He said...
Never mind that now, you fool. Compose yourself. You're at work. Everybody watches. Everybody listens for Big Brother.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
But O'Brien understands.
Yes, O'Brien understands.
You know now that you're not alone. But smile, smile. There's that girl again. Don't let her see. Don't let her guess. Above all, not her.
6079, Comrade Smith.
Present for duty.
Repeat the slogan of the Ministry of Truth.
Who controls the past, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past.
Does the past exist?
Yes.
Where?
In records and in memories.
Which is the more important?
The records.
Why?
The records endure, but memories fade.
So?
Who controls the records, controls the memory of the people.
Are you impressed with the greatness of your task?
I am.
Then begin, Comrade Smith. This is urgent. Big Brother's order of the day, 17th of the 3rd, 84, contains references to unpersons. Rewrite completely.
Unpersons. Oh, I have to be careful about this. Unpersons are always tricky. Even Big Brother can't refer to them. Unpersons don't exist.
Oh, let's be frank. Unpersons are persons who have been liquidated, destroyed. Your job is to see that all record of them is destroyed as well. Are they mentioned in the press?
Delete their names.
Are they shown in photographs?
Make a new photograph.
Are their voices recorded?
Destroy their records. And presto, they do not exist. They never existed. They have no place in memory or history.
That could happen to you, too.
All personnel will lay aside their work and face the telescreen for the 1-minute hate.
You're out of luck. The girl's sitting right next to you. Watch your step now. Make it a convincing hate. Thought police are very shrewd.
You are here to hate. You are here to loathe, to despise, to detest with all your being. Whom do you hate?
Goldstein. Goldstein. Goldstein.
Goldstein is what?
Enemy of the people. Saboteur. Traitor.
Whom else do you hate?
The Brotherhood. Goldstein and his Brotherhood.
And the penalty for traitors like these?
Death. 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 Death.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother.
We hate traitors. We love Big Brother. Speak to us, Big Brother.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril. We are exposed to the attacks of enemies without and traitors within. But have no fear. I am with you always.
The 1-minute hate is concluded. All personnel will return to work.
Are you eating with anyone, Smith?
Hello, sir. No.
Good. I'll join you.
I don't know what they put in this victory gin, but it always makes me do that.
Yes, it is rather strong, isn't it?
Excellent product, though. Excellent.
You seem rather distracted, Smith. Something on your mind?
What's that? Oh, no. Nothing on my mind. I was just looking at that girl over there.
Yes, she's been looking at you, too. Do you know her?
No.
Wouldn't help you if you did, would it? She wears that red sash like a banner.
It's an odd thing to say.
Comes of working in the poetry department. We're editing Kipling now, you know. Quite a lot of banners in Kipling.
I understand the Junior Anti-Sex League is one of the favored institutions of the party.
Oh, yes, I believe so. You're married, aren't you?
I was.
Oh? Divorced?
Separated.
Oh?
With the consent of the party. It was apparent we would have no children.
The party takes a very wise view of these matters.
Of all matters.
As you say. Funny, that girl's still looking at you.
But I can't help it if she has nothing better to do. Oh, here comes Parsons.
He lives near you, doesn't he?
Yes, next floor down. He's got a wife and children.
You'd better talk to him. I don't think I could.
Hello. Hello, comrades.
Hello, comrades.
Parsons.
Oh, I've been chasing you, Smith.
What?
Yes, it's about that subscription you forgot to pay me.
Oh, which one is that?
Hate Week. The house-by-house fund. We're going to decorate Victory Mansions. And $2 you promised me.
Oh, well, here you are.
Thanks. I say, did I tell you about what my little girl did last Saturday? Well, she was out with the junior spies troop near Berkhamsted. They spent the whole of the afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours and then handed him over to the patrols. Clever, eh?
What was the man doing?
Nothing, he says. But my little Millie was smart. She spotted him chipping pieces off the rocks with a hammer. Must have been a saboteur.
Well, what happened to the man?
Well, I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know?
That's very good.
Of course, we can't afford to take chances. I mean, not with subversive agents everywhere.
No, of course.
Well, I've got a few more subscriptions to chase up. I'll, see you later.
Tell me, Smith, did you ever regret not having any children?
And I can't say I've thought much about it. Why?
I was just wondering. Parsons seems very happy with his little brood, doesn't he?
You see what I mean about being careful? Watch that fellow Syme. Oh, he's clever, and he never says a word out of place, but he's marked. One day he just won't come to work, mark my words.
Why should I worry about Syme? He can look after himself. I'm worried about me, about that girl.
Oh, working in the same building, people are bound to see each other frequently.
For some reason, she's interested in me. She keeps turning, and why?
It can't be sex. She's a member of the Junior Anti-Sex League. I doubt if she's from the Thought Police. Except for that diary you keep, you haven't given too much away.
Well, anyway, she's not important. The important thing is O'Brien. He spoke to me today. He understands. He knows.
Knows you're guilty of thought crime, that you hate Big Brother, that you...
All of that and more. Everything. Don't you see? If O'Brien knows, there is hope then. There is hope. Oh, I'm sorry, Conrad.
I wasn't looking where I was.
Wait a minute. You're the girl from the Ministry of Truth, aren't you?
That's right.
You've been watching me for days.
Yes.
But why? I'm a good party member. Why do you have to spy on me?
I'm not spying on you. All I wanted to do was to tell you I love you.
You love me? Wait a moment. She loves me. She said she loves me.
Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Oh, hello, Millie Parsons. What are you doing out so late?
Mr. Smith?
Yes, Millie.
You're a traitor.
What?
I've been watching you. You're a thought criminal.
Millie, get out. Go home. I'll tell your father about this.
Smith's a traitor. Smith's a spy. Catch him first and let him die.
The way she said love made it sound completely personal, private, indestructible.
It isn't, you know. It can't be. Not now in the year of Big Brother. Love involves an alienation of something that belongs to Big Brother and to the party. Love is betrayal. Love is thought crime. It's hopeless.
I refuse to believe that. It is not hopeless. There is a chance. There is O'Brien. He understands. He is in revolt, too.
Yes, there is O'Brien. Hello, you've walked a long way. Remember that shop?
Yes. That is where I bought the book for my diary. It's a junk shop. It's old and musty and full of useless things. But it proves something, don't you see? It proves that things were different once, in spite of what the records say. And if they were different once, they could be different again.
Go on. In you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What can I... Oh, why, of course. You're the gentleman that bought the Ladies' Keepsake album. Is there anything special I can do for you?
I was passing. I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular.
It's just as well. The shop's nearly empty. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. No demand, no stock either.
That's a pretty thing. What is that?
Then, no, it's a glass paperweight.
What's that inside of it?
That's coral.
Coral?
Must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to melt the glass onto it. More than 100 years old, that is.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yes, indeed it is. Now, there's another room upstairs you might care to take a look at.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's not much in it. Just a few pieces. Well, we could do with a light if we're going up. Yes, the room. We used to live here till my wife died. Now I'm selling the furniture off little by little. See, that's a beautiful mahogany bed.
There's no telescreen.
Ah, I never had one of those things. It's too expensive. I never really felt the need of it.
You don't live here now?
Oh, dear me, no. I live with my daughter. Oh. She's quite a nice apartment. In the worst of tastes. I lock up at night and leave all my memories here. Well, now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all, there's quite a nice one over here. The frame's screwed to the wall, but I dare say I could fix it for you if you wanted it.
I know that building. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside of the Palace of Justice.
That's right. It's outside the law courts. It was bombed in, many years ago. It was a church at one time.
A church?
Oh, yes. St. Clement Danes.
Winston.
What?
Stop. Don't look round. Just light a cigarette.
Oh, this is madness.
Do you want us to meet?
Yes, of course, but...
Next Sunday. Are you free?
Yes.
Then listen carefully. Now, you'll have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. Take the train to Ilborne.
Yes.
Now, when you get there, turn left outside the station. Walk 2 kilometers till you come to a gate with the top rail missing. Now, follow the path and wait for me by the fallen tree. Have you got that?
Yes, wait.
I'll be there at 1500 hours. I must go now. Now, don't follow me. Just finish your cigarette.
But listen, you...
I love you. I love you.
You're picking bluebells in the country while you're waiting for a girl. You know you've taken the first step on a road that has only one end, death. And yet you're picking bluebells.
I don't remember picking bluebells before. It's not in the party's syllabus. Well, to hell with the party. To hell with...
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Do you always talk to yourself?
Usually. It's safer.
It isn't really. It becomes a habit. The habit gives you away.
Oh, I suppose it does.
You can put your arms around me, I don't bite.
I don't even know your name.
Mine is Julia. Yours is...
Winston Smith.
I know. I found out. Now put your arms around me. Kiss me.
Oh, Julia. Julia. Till this moment, I didn't know what color your eyes were. I'd forgotten what a pair of lips tasted like. I'd forgotten how it felt to hold a woman.
It didn't take you long to remember.
Look, before we go any further, I'm 39. I've got a wife I can't get rid of. I've got a varicose ulcer and 5 false teeth.
And I couldn't care less.
Julia, are we safe here?
Safer than anywhere. Now relax. Hold me in your arms. Now just let's be ourselves. Tell me, what did you think the night I told you that I loved you?
I hated the sight of you. You must know I thought you belonged to the thought police.
The thought police? Oh, not really.
Well, if not that, at least...
A good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, games, community hikes. And you thought if I had half a chance, I'd denounce you to the police and get you killed off?
More or less,
It's this blasted sash that does it. The Junior Anti-Sex League. Let's get rid of it for the afternoon, huh?
Julia, you're a perpetual surprise.
Not really. It's just that I've got the right appearance. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Junior Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sexers. I spend hours and hours pasting their silly posters all over London. I always look cheerful, and I always yell with the crowd. That is the only way to be safe.
Why did you pick me?
Something in your face. I knew you could be one of theirs, but I thought I'd take a chance.
Julia, I've got a place. A room and furniture. We can be there whenever we like.
Whenever we can, darling. It's not quite the same thing. I still have to stick up posters, and you still have to go to discussion groups. But there'll be times. Where is this place?
In the old part of the city where the Proleys live. It's over an antique shop.
Well, we have ourselves a love nest. Oh, but we'll have to be careful. Very careful not to give a sign. Not a flicker of recognition.
We will be. Julia, have you ever done this before?
Of course. Dozens of times. With dozens of men.
Was it the same as with me?
Not quite. You see, darling, I love you.
But the others?
2 reasons, darling. I like it. The party doesn't like it.
You make it sound like a political act.
That's why they'd arrest us if they ever found out. Love is a political act.
Oh, Julia.
Yes, darling.
Do you think it was ever like this for everybody?
Like what?
Being in your own room on a summer evening, talking about things you wanted to talk about. Not worrying about telescreens or thought police.
I don't know. I know it's nice now, and we've got another hour to enjoy it. That's all. Would you like me to make some tea?
Yes, please.
I like this room. Oh! Get out, you filthy brute!
What was that?
Oh, only a rat.
A rat!
Oh, it was a big, ugly fellow. I gave him a good fright, though.
Oh.
Darling.
Oh.
Darling, what's the matter?
Of all the horrible things in the world, I hate rats most of all.
But, darling, there's no need to be upset. They're ugly things, unclean things, but that's all.
No, they're more than that. They're much more than that.
Now, darling.
Julie, get rid of it, please.
Darling, just lie back. I'll make tea, and then I'll plug the hole.
No. Plug up the hole first, please, Julia.
All right, darling, of course.
Julia, when I was a child lying lonely and awake in the dark, there were voices gibbering in the darkness. Their feet scurried closer, and then retreated only to come again. They touched my face. It was more horrible than the touch of a dead hand. I've never got over that feeling. Ever since that night, I've lain awake and screamed soundlessly for hours. Whenever I heard the small, pattering feet of a rat. I'm all right now.
Darling.
Yeah.
Darling, what's this picture? I've seen it somewhere before.
Oh, it's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes. Mr. Charrington taught me a rhyme about it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's.
You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin.
Julia, you know it. Go on, please, go on.
When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. I forget the next line, but then it says, Here comes a candle to light you to bed, and here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Julia.
Yes, darling.
You know, I have the strangest feeling about that silly little rhyme.
What sort of a feeling?
As if everybody connected with it were someone who could make us happy. As if I hoped the next person to recite it would be O'Brien.
O'Brien?
Yes. I told you he spoke to me again in the lift yesterday. He wants us to go up to his flat.
Oh, darling, must we really?
But he's one of us.
No. He may hate Big Brother and the party and all the rest. But, darling, that doesn't make him one of us. Oh, Winston, we're 2 people. We make love together and we talk together and we drink tea together. O'Brien has no part in that.
But don't you see, as we are now, we're alone. If we join O'Brien and his brotherhood, we won't be alone.
We'll still be arrested in the long run.
But that's not the important thing.
The important thing to me is this room and what we do here and how we live here and the joy we have. We don't need O'Brien to keep us alive.
It's not being alive that counts. It's being human. And being human means you share your living and your hoping and your fearing with other people.
The party is only too happy to have you share.
But not the human things. Only the inhuman ones. I want to think there's a hope we could all be as human as we 2 are now. That's why I want to see O'Brien.
I know your names, you know mine. I'm O'Brien. We may dispense with introductions. Pardon me while I switch off the telescreen.
Can you really switch it off?
Members of the inner party have that privilege.
We are...
Alone? Yes, we're quite alone.
Well, Julia and I believe that there is some kind of a secret organization working against the party. We believe that you are involved in it. We want to join it and work for it. We are enemies of the party. We are living together. We are thought criminals. I tell you this because it puts us at your mercy, and you will know that we are telling the truth. If you wish, we will sign a statement.
There is such an organization. Its leader is Emmanuel Goldstein, whom you know of.
Yes, but we thought we were afraid that Goldstein and the conspiracy were invented by the thought police.
No, they exist. But what are you both prepared to do to help the conspiracy?
Anything we are capable of.
You're prepared to give your life?
Yes.
To commit murder?
Yes.
To betray your country?
Yes.
To cheat, forge, blackmail, corrupt the minds of children?
Yes.
You're prepared to commit suicide if ordered to do so?
Yes.
You're prepared to separate and never see each other again?
No!
It's just as well to understand these things right at the beginning. You understand you'll be fighting in the dark. You'll receive orders and obey them without knowing why. Sooner or later you will be caught and tortured and you will die. You will never know whether your work has served a single good purpose. We and you now are the dead. Our only true life is in the future, 1,000 years away, perhaps. But if in that 1,000 years we extend the frontiers of sanity even a little, we shall have done well. You have a hiding place?
Yes, in the old quarter, a room over an antique shop. The proprietor is called Charrington.
That will do for the moment. Later we shall make other arrangements, give you more definite instructions. Now it is time for you to leave.
Then we are accepted?
Yes, you are accepted. Have you any more questions?
Only one. Do you know an old rhyme called The Bells of St. Clement's?
Yes, I think so. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey. When I grow rich, say the bells of Shoreditch.
You know it, you know it, you know all of it. I told you he'd know it, Julia, didn't I? Oh, Julia.
What, darling?
It's nearly time to get up.
Oh, I don't want to get up.
Oh, neither do I. You know what I was remembering just then?
No.
You remember that thrush that sang to us the first day in the wood?
Oh, he wasn't singing for us, just for himself. Not even that, he was just singing.
That's what I mean. I wonder if we will ever see the day when we'll be just singing.
No, I doubt it. What did O'Brien say?
We are the dead.
We are the dead.
You are the dead.
What?
It came from behind the picture.
Behind the picture. Yes.
Oh!
Now you can be seen. You are the dead.
The telescreen behind the picture. Julia!
Stay where you are.
What?
Don't touch each other. Clasp your hands behind your heads. Now stand back to back.
I suppose we may as well say goodbye.
You may as well say goodbye.
And while we're on the subject, here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head.
Mr. Charrington.
No!
1984, the year of the revolt of Winston Smith against Big Brother and the party of Big Brother. It had been a bloodless revolt, bloodless and small and secret in a mahogany bed in a fusty upstairs room. The issue had been decided before the thought was conceived or the act begun. But even now, Winston Smith had no certainty where he was. His world was a windowless room with walls of white porcelain flooded with light from hidden lamps, stark under the scrutiny of 4 telescreens from which every motion was visible. He was more lonely than he had ever been in his life. And yet, he was not alone.
Can I talk?
There are still the telescreens, Parsons.
Oh, I don't mind those. I have nothing to hide, nothing at all.
What are you in for?
Thought crime. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? You don't think they'll shoot me, do you, old chap? I mean, they don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything. I know they give you a fair hearing. They'll know my record, won't they? You know what kind of a chap I was. Not brainy, of course, but keen. I'll get off with 5 years, don't you think? Or 10? A chap like me could make himself pretty useful in a labor camp.
Are you guilty?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'm guilty. You don't think the party would arrest an innocent man, do you? Thought crime is a dreadful thing, old man. It's insidious. Do you know how it got hold of me? In my sleep. Yes, that's a fact. Never knew I had a bad streak in me, and yet there it was.
How did you find out?
I started talking in my sleep. Yes. They heard me shouting, "Down with Big Brother."
Who denounced you?
Well, actually, it was my little daughter. She listened at the keyhole and heard it, nipped off and told the patrols next day. Pretty smart, eh? And she's only 7. But that's the sort of thing I mean. They'll understand that I trained my children properly. They'll take that into consideration, won't they?
Parsons?
Yes. Yes, just tell me what you want done. I'll cooperate. You won't have any trouble with me.
Room 101.
Oh. Yes.
So, you're alone again. Alone except for that whimpering thing in this gleaming aseptic world of the Ministry of Love. It's not a new experience, this solitude. You're not too afraid, are you?
Yes, I am afraid. I am afraid of this procession of frightened men with broken bodies and terrified eyes. I don't know whether that's part of the treatment, too.
Yes, it's all part of the treatment. Keep reminding yourself of that. The lightest word, the least calculated gesture is all part of the treatment. There is no mercy, there is no kindness, there is no intermission of misery. It is all part of the treatment.
Come on, you. We can't wait any longer.
Me?
No, not you. This. Come on. On your feet.
Where are you taking me?
Room 101.
No! Don't do anything but that. You've been starving me for weeks. Finish it off and let me die. Shoot me. Hang me. Take my family and cut their throats. But don't take me there!
Room 101!
No!
Smith, take your hands away from your face. It's forbidden to cover your face in the cells.
Take hold of yourself now. That's part of the treatment, too. Everything's part of the treatment. But so long as you still have those few cubic centimeters inside your skull, you're still a man. You're still stronger than they.
Hello, Smith.
O'Brien.
That's right.
So they got you, too?
Oh, they got me a long time ago.
You mean you are one of them?
Don't deceive yourself, Winston. You knew this a long time ago now, didn't you? You've always known it.
I
told you myself we should meet like this, in the place where there is no darkness.
Now that we have met...
We are going to make a new man of you, Winston. A new man. Take him! You see how it is, Winston. Pain itself and suffering is no longer a chance, an accident. It is a calculated process, a thing measured and graduated and controlled. We are not medieval butchers probing for the nerve roots. We are masters of this most subtle of sciences. Look, there is a dial upon which our agony is measured. There is a lever by which I can increase or diminish it. But it is not I who inflict this pain on you, Winston. It is you yourself. You understand that, don't you? You've always understood that. Winston, you are suffering the pain of birth, the rebirth to sanity. You must be born again. You know that, don't you? Look at my hand, Winston. How many fingers do you see?
2.
And on this hand,
2.
Put them together. 2 and 2. What does that make?
4.
And if the party says 2 and 2 make not 4, but 5, what then?
There is still 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. What else can I say? 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
4. Stop it after you 4. 4.
How many fingers, Winston?
5.
Do you know where you are, Winston?
I don't know. I can guess. In the Ministry of Love.
Do you know how long you've been here?
I don't know. Days, months, years.
Why did we bring you here?
To punish me, to make me confess.
No, Winston, not that. Not the small tasks of punishment and confession. What could you tell us that we don't know already? What satisfaction do we draw from your stricken flesh? Shall I tell you why we brought you here? To cure you.
Cure me of love for a woman.
Love. Love is a word, an obsolete word. There is no love. Only a biological act.
Cure me of what, then?
Of false and foolish thinking. We don't want martyrs, Winston. We want disciples. Willing disciples. And when we've made you a willing disciple, then we shall destroy you.
And why do you go to the trouble to torture me?
Because you're a flaw in the pattern, Winston. You're a stain that must be removed.
But you've not told me why. Why?
No, Winston, you must tell me why. The answer to that question is the measure of my whole success with you. It may be the key to your release from this small prison of great agony. You tell me why, Winston. Why do we do all these things?
You are ruling over us for our own good. You believe that human beings are not fit to...
Stupid, Winston! You deserve an eternity of pain for a folly like that. Now I will tell you why. The party seeks power for its own sake. We are not interested in the good of others. We are interested only in power. Not wealth or luxury or long life. Only in power. Pure power. No one ever seizes power with the intention of giving it up. Power is not a means. It is an end in itself. The object of persecution is persecution. The object of torture is torture. Each is an exercise of power, a pressing upon the nerve of agony, until one after another all men are converted to our discipline. All men are submissive to our universal power.
You'll never do it. You'll never do it. Never. Never. Never.
We did it to you, Winston. Shall I show you in a mirror just what we have done to you? Shall I tell you that you're just a bag of bones? That you've lost all semblance of a man? That your hair and your teeth are falling out? That you are an offense to sight and to smell? We did that to you, Winston. Now, 2 and 2 make 5!
But I'll never betray Jude. You failed there. You couldn't make me betrayer. Could you? You failed, O'Brien. You failed. You failed.
No, we never fail, Winston. Never. We cannot afford to fail. Take him to room 101.
So this is the end of horror. This small room down in the bowels of the earth. I'm strapped to a chair, tightly, so tightly that I cannot move. I cannot retreat inside my skull case. That does not belong to me anymore. It has been entered and possessed and garrisoned by O'Brien. There is no retreat left anymore. I am faced now with the ultimate agony. I am in room 101.
You asked me once, Winston, what was in room 101. You knew the answer, though. You wouldn't admit it.
No.
Everybody knows it, really. The thing that is in room 101 is the worst thing in the world. The worst thing in the world, of course, varies from person to person. For some, it is burial alive. For some, it is death by fire. For some, it is quite a trivial thing. In your case, Winston, it is rats.
Oh, no. Oh, take them away. Keep them away from me. You can't do this to me. You can't do this.
You have not yet surrendered to me, Winston.
How can I surrender if I don't know what you want? I've answered all the questions, haven't I? I've learned all your lessons, haven't I? Take them away. Please, take them away.
The rats are starved, Winston. They will eat a man alive.
Stand, rats.
I can use them on you, or I can use them on Julia. You have your choice now. Which?
Use them on Julia. I don't care. I don't care what you do. But don't let them near me. Don't let Julia suffer now. Let her.
There now, Winston. It's over now. There isn't any more. It's all over now.
And now there is a calm, a great pervasive calm. You sit at your corner table in the cafe and fumble with the chessboard and sip your victory gin and scan the newspapers. You look out the window and watch the people go by. One day, Julia passed, and something stirred in your mind for a moment and then died again. There are so many people, and this small corner which they keep for you is warm and comfortable. When you finish the newspaper, you watch the telescreen. Strange that. In a life without struggles, without any hint of that is the moment that comes nearest to emotion. The face of Big Brother flashes on the screen. You hear his rich, full voice.
My comrades, my brothers, we live in times of great peril, but have no fear. I am with you always. My care and my love reach out to you wherever you are.
And we love you, Big Brother. We love you. We have erred. We've been punished. And you have taken us back. We love you, Big Brother. Love you. Love you. Love you.
The Lux Radio Theatre is produced by Sterling McAvoy. 1984 was adapted from George Orwell's novel by Morris West. Tonight's play was directed by Paul Jacklin. Heard in our cast were Lionel Stevens as O'Brien, Alexander Artsdale as Charrington, Guy Dolman as Parsons, and Dorothea Dunstan, Gordon Chater, Rupert Chance, Murray Powell, Leonard Bullen, and Alan Herbert. David Netheim was heard as the narrator. Margot Lee played the role of Julia, and as Winston Smith, you heard our distinguished Hollywood star, Vincent Price. One week from tonight, Accent on Youth, starring Hollywood star Melvyn Douglas in person. Until then, this is the Lux Radio Theatre, signing off from 50 stations throughout the Commonwealth of Australia.
That concludes this week's broadcast of Echoes of a Century. This program was an independent production by Dalshoe Radio Creations, copyright 2005, produced in the studios of WLSU La Crosse, an affiliate of Wisconsin Public Radio, on the La Crosse campus of the University of Wisconsin. I'm King David McKenzie. Thanks for listening. I hope that you'll join us again at the same time next week. Until then, remember, fear and God do not inhabit the same space.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman.
Mr. Chapman.
Good evening. Somehow, I hesitate to describe the best play we are presenting here as a psychological melodrama, because that phrase doesn't have the punch it used to have. It seems to me that it used to mean a play or a movie that was enormously exciting, but still intelligent. It was a thriller that made sense and didn't have to rely on sliding panels, clutching claws, and all of the other machinery of the old-time Meller. But from what I've seen lately, on the stage at least, and a good bit of the time in the movies, a psychological melodrama is a melodrama in which nothing happens. Since nothing has happened, I go right home to bed and sleep like a practically toothless baby. But that wasn't the case on the night of December 5th, 1941, when I saw the first performance of Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. A great deal happened in that play, even though it was psychological. It was so psychological, in fact, that it kept my head whirling for hours. What a cunning and cruel devil that Mr. Manningham was. And how clever was that very dull-looking man from Scotland Yard, Sergeant Ruff. And what a terrible time that frail, beautiful Mrs. Manningham had had. This was indeed a best play, and it was staged and acted to perfection. For our performance now, we have the original Mr. and Mrs. Manningham. Vincent Price has had many fine roles on the stage and in the films, and this ranks as one of his best. Judith Evelyn, who is one of our best actresses, won stardom in Angel Street. This season, she had the leading feminine role in another psychological thriller, and a good one this time, The Shrike. And for Sergeant Ruff, we are happy to have Melville Cooper, one of the best actors Britain ever sent us. The players are ready now, and it's time to begin. London, 1880. The living room of a house on Angel Street. The room is murky with that rather terrifying darkness of the late afternoon. The 0 hour, as it were, before the feeble dawn of gaslight and tea. In front of the fireplace on a sofa, Jack Manningham is stretched out and sleeping heavily. Sitting quietly nearby is his wife, Bella. Once she might have been called beautiful, but now she has a haggard, frightened air about her. There is a knock at the door, and Bella rises to answer it.
Did you ring, madam?
I thought I heard the muffin man go by just then, Elizabeth. I suppose you're terribly busy.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'd like so much to have some muffins with tea. Would you mind?
Not at all, ma'am. Gladly. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all. But please close the door gently. The master's asleep.
Oh, to be sure, ma'am.
Bella, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, dear. Don't wake yourself.
What are you doing, Bella? Come here.
Muffins for tea. I only sent Elizabeth for muffins.
Why are you so apprehensive, Bella? I was not about to reproach you.
No, dear, I know you won't.
The fire's in ashes. Ring the bell, will you, Bella, dear, please?
Is it merely to put coal on, my dear? I can do that.
Now then, Bella, we've had this out before. Be so good as to ring the bell.
But, dear, Elizabeth's out in the street. Let me do it. I can do
No.
it.
No. Where's the girl? Let the girl come up if Lizzie's out.
Jack, please spare me that girl. Don't call her in.
Ring the bell, please, Bella. Now, come here. What do you suppose the servants are for, Bella?
To serve us, I suppose, Jack.
Precisely. Then why do you...
I think we should consider them a little, that's all.
Consider them? There's your extraordinary confusion of mind again. You speak as though they worked for no consideration. I happen to consider Elizabeth to the tune of £16 per annum and the girl 10, £26 a year all told. And if that is not consideration of the most acute and lively kind, I should like to know what is.
Yes, Jack, I expect you're right.
I have no doubt of it, my dear. It's sheer weak-mindedness to think otherwise.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, we rang the bell, Nancy. But go on, my dear. Tell her why we rang the bell.
Oh, yes, we want some coal on the fire, Nancy, please.
Very well, madam.
And after you do that, Nancy, you may as well light the gas. This darkness in the afternoon is getting beyond endurance.
Yes, sir.
You're looking very impudent and pretty this afternoon, Nancy. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't know at all, sir, I'm sure.
What is it, another broken heart added to your list?
I wasn't aware of breaking any hearts, sir.
I'm sure that's not true. And that complexion of yours, that's not true either. I wonder what mysterious lotions you've been employing to enhance your natural beauty.
I'm quite natural, sir, I promise you.
What are your secrets? Perhaps you could pass them on to Mrs. Manningham and help banish her pallor. She would be most grateful, I have no doubt.
I'd be most happy to, I'm sure, sir.
Or are women too jealous of their discoveries to pass them on to a rival?
I don't know, sir. Will that be all you're wanting, sir?
Yes, that's all I want, Nancy. Except my tea.
It'll be coming directly, sir.
Oh, Jack, how can you treat me like that?
But, my dear, you're the mistress of the house. It was your business to tell her to put the coal on.
No, it isn't that. It's humiliating me like that. That girl laughs at me enough already.
Laughs at you? What an idea. What makes you think she laughs at you?
I know that she does in secret. In fact, she does so openly, more openly every day.
My dear, if she does that, does not the fault lie with you?
You mean that I'm a laughable person?
I don't mean anything. It's you who read meanings into everything, Bella, dear. I wish you weren't such a perfect little silly. Now come here and stop it. I've just thought of something rather nice.
What is it, Jack? What have you thought of?
I read here that Mr. McNaughton, the celebrated actor, is in London for another season.
Yes, I read that. What of it, Jack?
What of it? Well, what do you suppose?
Oh, Jack, do you mean it? Would you take me to see McNaughton? You wouldn't take me to see McNaughton, would you?
I not only would take you to see McNaughton, my dear, I'm going to take you to see McNaughton. That is, if you want to go.
Oh, Jack, what heaven. What perfect heaven.
You can see him in comedy or tragedy, according to your choice. Which would you prefer, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Which would you choose if you were me?
That depends, doesn't it, upon whether you want to laugh or whether you want to cry?
Oh, well, I want to laugh. But then I should like to cry, too. Oh, Jack, dear, what made you decide to take me?
Well, my dear, you've been very good lately, and I thought it would be well to take you out of yourself.
Oh, Jack, dear, it's true, it's true. All I need is to be taken out of myself. Just some little change. To have some attention from you. I could really try to be better. If only I could get out of myself a little more.
How do you mean, my dear, exactly better?
Well, you know in what way, dear. About all that's happened lately.
Let's not speak about that.
No, dear, I don't want to be gloomy, dear. That's the last thing I want to be. I only want you to understand. Say you understand.
Well, my dear, don't I seem to? Haven't I just said I'm taking you to the theater? Well, which is it to be, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, which shall it be? It matters so little. It matters so wonderfully little. I'm going to the play. Do you understand that, my husband? I'm going to the play.
I brought your tea, sir.
Put it on the table, Nancy.
Just as you wish, madam.
Tell me, Nancy, if you were being taken to the theater and had to choose between comedy and tragedy, which would you choose?
Oh, I'd go for the comedy all the time.
Oh, why would you choose the comedy, Nancy?
I like to laugh, madam, I suppose.
Well, I dare say you're right. I must bear it in mind. Mr. Manningham's taking me next week, you see.
Oh, yes? I hope you enjoy it. Will that be all, madam?
You may go, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
You seem wonderfully pleased with yourself, Bella, dear. I must take you to the theater more often if this is the result.
Oh, Jack, I wish you would. Do have your tea now. I used to adore these muffins as a child. We haven't had them since we've been married, have we? Or have we? Jack?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. Bella.
What is it? What's the matter?
I have no desire to upset you, Bella, but I have just observed something that is very much amiss. If you will rectify it at once while I am not looking, we will assume that it has not happened.
Amiss? Well, what's amiss? Jack, please, don't turn your back on me. What has happened?
Are you trying to make a fool of me, Bella? What I refer to is on the wall behind you. If you will put it back, I will say no more about it.
The wall behind me? What? Yes, the picture. The picture's been taken down. Who's taken it down? Why has it been taken down?
Yes, why is it being taken down? Why, indeed. You alone can answer that, Bella. Now, will you please take it from wherever you have hidden it and put it back on the wall again?
No, but I haven't hidden it, Jack. I haven't hidden it. Someone else must have done it.
Someone else? Are you suggesting that I should play such a fantastic and wicked trick?
Oh, no, dear, no, but someone else.
Certainly the servants would not have done so without permission or instruction.
But I didn't touch that picture.
Will you please leave go of me and sit down there? You're mad, Bella, and you don't know what you do. You unhappy wretch, you're stark, gibbering mad like your wretched mother before you.
Jack, you promised you'd never say that again.
The time has come, my dear Bella, to face facts.
Jack, I'm going to make a last appeal to you. I'm going to make a last appeal. I'm desperate, Jack. Can't you see that I'm desperate?
Go on, say what you wish to say.
I may be going mad, like my poor mother. But if I am mad, you've got to treat me gently. Jack, I never lie to you knowingly. If I've taken down that picture from its place, I've not known it. I've not known it. Jack, if I steal your things, your rings, your keys, your pencils, and your handkerchiefs, and you find them later at the bottom of my sewing box, as indeed you do, then I do not know that I've done it. Jack, if I commit these fantastic and meaningless mischiefs, so meaningless, why should I take down a picture from its place? If I do all these things, then I'm certainly going off my head. I must be treated kindly and gently so that I may get well. You must bear with me, Jack. Bear with me. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Please believe that I'm trying and be kind to me.
Bella, my dear, have you any idea where that picture is now?
Yes, I suppose it's behind the cupboard.
Will you please go and see?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Then you did know where it was, Bella.
No, I only supposed it was because it was found there before. It was found there twice before.
Now, Bella, as I said a moment ago, we have got to face facts, and that is what we have got to do. I'm not going to say any more about it at the moment, for my feelings are running too high. In fact, I am going out immediately, and I suggest that you go up to your room and lie down for a little in the dark.
Oh, no, not to my room. Please, don't send me to my room.
There is no question of sending you to your room, Bella. You know perfectly well you may do exactly as you please. Now, my dear, I'm going to leave you in peace.
Have you got to go? Must you always leave me alone after these dreadful scenes?
Now, no argument, please. I had to leave you in any case after tea. I'm merely leaving a little earlier, that's all. Oh, by the way, Bella, I shall be passing the grocer, and I may as well pay that bill of his and have it done with. Where is it, my dear? I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yes, dear, it's on the secretary.
Where is it, my dear? Is it in one of these drawers?
No, it's on the top. I put it there this afternoon.
Are you sure, dear? There's nothing here except some writing paper.
Jack, I'm quite sure it is there. Will you look carefully?
All right, my dear, all right. I'll find it. No, it's not here. It must be in one of the drawers.
No, it is not in one of the drawers. I put it up there on the top. You're not going to tell me this is gone, are you?
Will you calm yourself?
Where is it? Now you're going to say
what new trick is this you're playing upon me?
It was there this afternoon. I put it there. This is a plot.
Control yourself? Will you control yourself? Now you listen to me, madam. If you utter another sound, I'll knock you down and take you to your room and lock you in darkness for a week. I've been too lenient with you, and I mean to alter my tactics.
Help me, Jack. Please help me.
Now listen to me. I'm going to leave you here until 10 o'clock. In that time, you will recover that paper and admit to me that you have lyingly and purposely concealed it. If not, you will take the consequences.
Jack, please be patient with me. If I'm mad, be patient with me.
I have been patient with you and controlled myself long enough. It is now for you to control yourself. Think upon that, Bella.
Oh, Jack, don't go. Jack, you're still going to take me to the theater, aren't you?
What a question to ask me at such a time. No, madam, emphatically I am not. You play fair by me, and I'll play fair by you. If we are going to be enemies, you and I, you will not prosper, believe me.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
Madam.
Yes? What is it, Elizabeth?
There's somebody called, ma'am.
Who is it? I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a gentleman, madam. He wants to see you.
Tell him to go away. I want to be left alone.
Madam, I think you ought to see him.
No.
Will you please come in, sir?
Elizabeth, no, I'm not fit to be seen.
Good evening, Mrs. Manningham. Huh? How are you, Mrs. Manningham?
How do you do? I'm very much afraid. No doubt you've come to see my husband.
Oh, on the contrary, I've chosen this precise moment to call when I knew your husband was out. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes. Really, I'm afraid I don't understand at all.
Well, you will do so, madam, very shortly. You're the lady who's going off your head, aren't you?
Made you say that? Who are you?
I'm a police detective.
A police detective?
Or was some years ago. In fact, Mrs. Manningham, you have in front of you one who was quite a personage in his day. Now, I want you to take a good look at me and see if you're not looking at someone to whom you can give your trust.
Why are you here?
Well, we'll come to that. Now, I want you to answer several questions for me, Mrs. Manningham. First, how long have you been married?
5 years and a little.
Where have you lived all that time? Not here, have you?
No. First we went abroad. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Then 6 months ago, my husband bought this house.
You bought it?
Yes, I had a bit of money. My husband thought it was an excellent investment.
Does your husband always leave you alone like this in the evenings?
Yes, he goes to his club, I believe, and does business.
Ah. Does he give you a free run of the whole house while he's out?
Yes. Well, no. Not the top floor. Why do you ask?
Before I go any further, Mrs. Manningham, I must tell you there's a leakage in this household. You have a maid, Nancy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nancy walks out of an evening with a young man named Booker in my employ. I live only a few streets away from you, you know.
Yes.
Well, there's hardly anything that goes on in this house which is not described in detail to Booker, and from that quarter it reaches me.
I knew it. I knew that she talked.
I fancy because of her indiscretion, you are going to be heavily in debt to your Miss Nancy.
What do you mean? You must explain.
Well, shortly, madam. Now tell me, have you ever been up to the top floor?
No, no one goes up there.
Mrs. Manning, I want to ask you a personal question. When did you first get the notion that your reason was playing at tricks?
How did you know?
Well, never mind how I know. When did it begin?
I always had that dread. My mother died insane when she was quite young. When she was my age. But only in the last 6 months in this house, things began to happen.
You interest me beyond measure. What things began to happen?
I don't know what to say. It all sounds so incredible. But it's when I'm alone at night. I get the idea that somebody's walking about up there. Up there on the top floor. At night when my husband's out, I hear noises from my bedroom, but I'm too afraid to go up.
It never struck you, did it, that it might be your own husband walking about up there?
Yes, that is what I thought. But I thought I must be mad.
Why did you think it was he?
It was the light. The gas light. In this house, I can tell everything by the light of the gas. You see that mantle there?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's burning full. But if an extra light went on in the kitchen or someone lit it in the bedroom, then this one would sink down.
Yes, insufficient pressure.
Well, every night after he goes out, I find myself waiting for something. Then all at once, I look round the room, and I see that the light is slowly going down. I go up to my bedroom, but I daren't stay there because I hear noises overhead. I want to scream and run out of the house. I sit here for hours, terrified, waiting for him to come back. And I always know when he's coming, always, because suddenly the light goes up again. And then 10 minutes afterwards, I hear his key in the lock. And he's back again.
I think you've made a very remarkable discovery, one which may have very far-reaching consequences.
Far-reaching? How?
Well, now, let's leave that alone for a moment. Tell me, that's not the only cause, is it, which has lately given you reason to doubt your sanity? Now, don't be afraid to tell me.
Yes, there are other things. It's been going on for so long, this business of the gas has just brought it to a head, but it seems that my mind and my memory are beginning to play me tricks.
Tricks? What sort of tricks?
Mr. Manningham gives me things to look after, and when he asks for them, they're gone and can never be found. I have the place for them, and he will find them lying hidden at the bottom of my workbox. Only today, before you came, that picture had been taken down from the wall and hidden. Now, who could have done it but myself? I try to remember. I break my heart trying to remember. But I can't. And then there was that terrible business about the dog.
Dog?
Yes. We have a little dog. A few weeks ago it was found with its paw hurt. He believes... How can I tell you what he believes? that I had hurt the dog.
Oh, no.
He keeps it in the kitchen, and I'm not allowed to see it. So I begin to doubt, don't you see? I begin to believe that I imagine everything. Perhaps I do. Are you here? Is this a dream, too?
I assure you, you are not dreaming, madam. Mrs. Manningham, did you ever hear of the cabman's friend?
The cabman's friend?
Yeah, her name was Barlow, Alice Barlow. She was an old lady of great wealth and decided eccentricities. In fact, her principal mania in life was the protection of cabmen. She provided these men with shelters, clothing, pensions, so forth. And that was her little contribution to the sum of the world's happiness, or rather, her little stand against the sum of the world's pain. It was not my privilege to know her, but it was my duty on one occasion to see her. That was when her throat was cut open. She lay dead on the floor of her own house.
Oh, horrible. You mean she was murdered?
Yes, she was murdered. Murder was never discovered, but the motive was obvious enough. Her husband had left her the Barlow rubies, and it was well known that she kept them without any proper precautions in her bedroom on an upper floor.
But I
Murderer seemed to have got in about 10 in the night and stayed till dawn. There were only a few trinkets taken, but the whole house had been turned upside down. In the upper room, even the cushions of the chairs were ripped up with his bloody knife, and the police decided it must have been the work of a revengeful maniac as well as a robber. I had other theories, but I was nobody then and not in charge of the case.
And was the man never found?
No, Mrs. Manning, the man was never found, nor have the Barlow rubies ever come to light.
And then perhaps he found them after all and may be alive today.
I think he's almost certainly alive today, but I don't believe he found what he wanted. That is, if my theory is right.
Then the jewels may still be where the old lady hid them?
Mrs. Manningham, if my theory is right, the jewels must still be where she hid them. And do you conceive it possible, Mrs. Manningham, that man might never have given up hope of one day getting the treasure which he could not find the night of the murder?
Yes, possibly. But what has this to do with me?
Can you conceive that he may have waited years, gone abroad, got married even, until at last his chance came to resume the search begun on that terrible night?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Manningham, the old theory that the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime?
Yes.
Yes, but in this case there's something more than that morbid compulsion. There's real treasure there to be unearthed if only he can search again. Search methodically, without fear of interruptions, without causing suspicion. How would he do that? Don't you think... What's the matter, Mrs. Manning?
Quiet. Be quiet, he's come back. Look at the light. It's going down. Wait. There. He's come back, you see. He's upstairs now.
Yeah, me, that's very odd. That is very odd indeed.
He's in the house. I tell you, you must go. You know you're here. You must go.
How dark it is. You could hardly see to read.
Go. He's in the house. Please,
quiet,
go.
Quiet, Mrs. Manningham. Quiet. You've got to keep your head. Don't you see my meaning yet? Don't you understand that this was the house?
House? What house?
The old woman's house. The house here. These rooms, these walls. 15 years ago, Alice Barlow lay dead on the floor in this room. 15 years ago, the man who murdered her ransacked this house but could not find what he sought. What if he's still searching, Mrs. Manningham? What if he's up there, still searching?
But my husband is up there.
Precisely that, Mrs. Manningham. Your husband. You see, I'm afraid you're married to a tolerably dangerous gentleman.
The idea isn't mad. I've been married 5 years. How can you imagine my husband is what you imagine he may be?
Why, ma'am, because I was on the case when the police came to this place 15 years ago. You can understand there's a great deal of routine work to be done, interviewing your relatives, friends, and so forth. Well, most of that was left to me.
Well?
Among those I interviewed was a young man of the name of Sidney Power.
Power?
Sidney Power. Conveys nothing to you?
Power? No.
He was a kind of distant cousin. The only thing was that I remembered his face. Well, I saw that face again just a few weeks ago. Took me a whole day to recollect where I'd seen it before, and at last I remembered it.
Well, what if you did remember it?
Yeah, well, what startled me was the lady on his arm and the locality in which I saw him.
Who was the lady on his arm?
You were the lady on his arm, Mrs. Manningham, and you were walking down this street.
You mean you think my husband is this Mr. Power?
Well, if my theories are correct.
But what are you saying? You stand there talking riddles. You're so cold. You're as heartless and cold as he is.
Now, Mrs. Manningham, I'm not cold and I'm not talking riddles. I'm just trying to preserve a cold and calculating tone because you are up against the most awful moment in your life, and your whole future depends on what you're going to do this next hour. Nothing less. You've got to strike for your freedom and strike now. For the moment may not come again.
Strike?
Mrs. Manningham, you are not going out of your mind. You are slowly, methodically, systematically being driven out of your mind. And why? Because you're married to a criminal maniac who steals back to his own house at night, still searching for something he could not find 15 years ago. These are the facts, wild and incredible as they seem. Now, every night for the last few weeks, he has entered his house next door from the back, climbed to the roof, and come into his house by the skylight. I know that because I've watched him. Mrs. Merriam, so far I'm only dealing in guesses and half facts. I've got to have evidence, and that's why I've come to see you. You've got to give me the evidence or help me find it.
This is my husband, don't you understand? This is my husband. You must go. I must think this out. I must cling to the man I married, mustn't I?
Oh, indeed, cling to him by all means, but do not imagine you're the only piece of ivy on the garden wall. You can cling to him if you desire, as his fancy women in the low resorts of the town cling to him. This is the sort of wall you have to cling to, ma'am.
Women? What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only telling you what I've seen. He comes to life at night, this gentleman upstairs, in more ways than one. I've made it my business to follow him in some of his less serious excursions, and I can promise you he has a taste in unemployed actresses which he's at no pains to conceal.
In heaven, what am I to believe?
Madam, do I have your trust?
What do you want me to do? What do you want?
I want his papers, Mrs. Merriam, his identity.
Papers? I know of no papers, unless his desk. It's there, but he keeps it always locked. I've never seen it open.
Very well, you shall see it open now. Do you mind if I take off my coat? Mrs. Merriam, one of the greatest regrets of my life is that fate never made me one of two things. One was a gardener and the other a burglar. Both quiet occupations. Now, as for burgling, I think if I'd started young and worked up my way, I should have been a genius.
But you must not touch his desk. He'll know what you've done.
Not if we are clever enough. You see, Mrs. Merriam, there are always...
Haven't you noticed something? Look. Can't you see? The light. It's going up. He's coming back. He's coming back and you must go.
Oh, bless myself. This looks as if the unexpected has entered in. Very well. You must ring for Elizabeth.
Well, why do you want Elizabeth?
There's no time to waste. Ring for Elizabeth, madam.
Very well, but you must go. Please, please.
All in good time. Now, he's not going to jump in through the window, you know. In fact, he can't be round the front door in less than 5 minutes. Unless he's a magician.
Please, please go.
Yes, madam.
Elizabeth, come here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, you and I have got to do a little quite calm but rather quick thinking. Now, you told me you're anxious to help your mistress, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir. I told you I was, sir.
Oh, are you anxious to help her blindly without asking any questions?
Yes, sir, but you see...
Now, come now, Elizabeth. Are you or are you not?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Now, Elizabeth, Mrs. Manning and I have reason to suppose that about 5 minutes' time the master is returning to this house. He mustn't see me leaving. Now, would you be good enough to take me down to your kitchen and hide me away for a short space of time? You can put me in the oven if you like.
Yes, sir, but
you see... You must go. He won't see you if you go now.
Yeah, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
You could come to the kitchen, sir, but Nancy's down there, sir.
Yes, we'll find another place. Where are you going to hide me, Elizabeth?
Through the door behind you, sir, is where he dresses, where he keeps his clothes. There's a big wardrobe there at the back.
It'll have to suffice, yes. Now, we really have to hurry. Get off to bed, Mrs. Manning, quick. And you, Elizabeth, get back to your work.
To bed? Am I to go to bed?
Yes, and quickly.
But if I go to bed...
Will you go, in heaven's name? There's not a second to spare. Hurry!
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, I did. Where is Mrs. Manningham, Elizabeth?
I think she's gone to bed, sir. I think she had a headache and went to bed.
Oh, indeed. And how long has she been in bed, do you know?
She went just a little while ago, sir. I think, sir.
Oh, I see. Then we must be quiet, mustn't we? Walk about like cats. Can you walk about like a cat, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Very well, then. Walk about like a cat. That will be all, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, sir. But were you going to have some supper, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm going to have some supper, Elizabeth. I'm having it out. I have just come home to change my linen. What did you think about Mrs. Manningham tonight, Elizabeth?
What way do you mean, sir?
Oh, just as regards her general health.
I don't know, sir. She certainly seems very unwell.
Yes, I doubt if you can guess to what extent she's unwell. Or are you beginning to guess?
I don't know, sir.
I'm at my wit's end, Elizabeth. You know that, don't you?
I expect you are, sir.
I've tried everything, kindness, patience, cunning, even harshness to bring her to her senses. But nothing will stop these wild, wild hallucinations. Nothing will stop these wicked pranks and tricks.
It seems very terrible, sir.
Oh, you don't know a quarter of it, Elizabeth. You only see what is forced upon your attention. You have no conception of what goes on all the time. You know, don't you, that I shall have to bring a doctor to see Mrs. Manningham before very long. I've fought against it to the last, but it can't be kept a secret much longer.
No, sir.
I mean to say, you know what goes on. You can testify to what goes on, can't you?
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Indeed, you may have to testify in the end, Elizabeth. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. I only want to do what's best for both of you.
You're a very loyal soul, Elizabeth. And you will be repaid for your loyalty.
I only want to serve, sir.
Yes. Yes, I know that. Well, Elizabeth, I'm going out. In fact, I'm even going to try to be a little gay. Can you understand that, Elizabeth, or do you think it's very wrong?
Oh, no, sir. You should get all the pleasure you can, sir, while you can.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder. It's a curious existence, isn't it? Well, good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Well, now, Elizabeth, the master's safely out the house, so I think you might go and get Mrs. Manningham.
Yes, sir. I'll get her, sir.
I was watching from the window and saw him go.
Good, madam. Elizabeth, we've been so occupied this evening that the tea things haven't been returned to the kitchen. You'll see to it, won't you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want? What did he come back for?
He only came back to change his clothes, madam. If you need me, madam, I'll be nearby.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Now, let's have another look at this disc. Let's try this one. There we are. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be much here, does there? When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor detective...
What's that you have in your hand? What's that you have in your hand?
Why, you recognize this?
Why, yes, that's my brooch. Is there anything else there? Oh, look, it's my watch.
Was also your property, then?
It's this watch I lost a week ago. My brooch has been missing 3 months. And he said he would give me no more gifts because I lost them. He said that in my wickedness I hid them away. Oh, Inspector, is there anything else? Is there a bill there? Is there a grocery bill?
Grocery bill? No, doesn't seem to be. Perhaps in the second drawer. No. Doesn't seem to fit, does it? Has it ever been opened to your knowledge?
I think he has a special lock on it.
Well, we just have to force it.
But you must not do that. What shall I say to my husband when he comes back?
I've no idea what she will say when he comes back, Mrs. Manningham, but then I have no idea what she will do if I have no evidence to remove you from his loving care.
I'm afraid. What can I do?
There's only one thing to do. I'm going to force it and gamble on finding something. Are you with me?
No, but don't you see that... All right, force it, but be quick.
Now, let's have a look.
Is there anything there?
Mr. Manningham, letters, papers, No, we've lost our gamble. Nothing we want here.
What are we going to do?
Well, first, let's get these things back to begin with. The watch?
Yes, here.
The brooch?
Yes, here it is.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of jewelry. Where did he give it you?
Soon after we were married. But it was only second-hand.
How did you know?
There's an inscription to someone else inside. It says from CB to AB.
From CB to AB? How very odd. What are these spaces here for?
Well, there were some beads in it, but they were all loose and falling out, so I took them out.
Have you got them by any chance?
Yes, I think so. I put them in the vase on the mantel.
May I see them, please?
Yes, they should still be here.
There should be 9 altogether, I think.
That's right. Yes, here they are. Yes, they're all here.
Let me see. Oh, how very odd. My dear Mrs. Manningham, have you ever been embraced by an elderly detective in his shirt sleeves?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, that is your immediate fate at this moment. Oh, my dear, dear Mrs. Manningham, don't you understand? Don't you see?
No, what are you so excited about?
Madam, you are looking at the Barlow rubies. These beads are £12,000 worth of rubies. Take a good look at them before they go to Her Majesty the Queen.
And I had them all the time. I had them all the time.
All because he could not resist a little common theft along with a big game. Well, it's I'm after the big game now. What time do you think he'll be back?
I don't know. He's not usually in until 11.
Oh, well, then we put the brooch back where we found it, on the down there, on the right.
On the
that's
right,
yes. Now, I want you to go to your room. Lock your door and do not leave your room under any circumstances.
Oh, please don't leave me. I have a feeling. Don't leave me.
You have nothing to fear so long as you remain in your room with your door locked. Now, you'll do that, won't you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll say my headache is worse. Only don't make me stay there long. I'm so afraid.
You are listening to the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price